Hello and thank you for choosing this clean Amish romance from Sarah Miller. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support helps us keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. Settle in as you step into a peaceful Amish community where faith is strong, hearts are open, and love finds its way. Enjoy. Copyright Sarah Miller. Healing Hannah's Heart by Sarah Miller. Chapter 1. Between the Thorns. Hannah heard the wagon before she saw it. The distant crunch of wheels over gravel sent her pulse racing, her heart thudding a beat too fast in her chest. She turned away from the window before it creaked under her weight and stepped back into the kitchen, clutching the edge of the counter like a lifeline. "Nay," she whispered. "Please, not today." She wasn't ready. She might never be. The gentle hum of Emma's voice carried through the front door, followed by the creak of it swinging open. Hannah froze, every muscle tight. Her breath felt trapped in her throat, shallow and uncertain. The air inside the kitchen smelled of warm cinnamon and just-baked bread, comforting and safe, but even the comfort of food couldn't calm her nerves. The nightmare was still with her. She tried to push it away. She'd been doing so much better, but the feel of a fist to her stomach made her breakfast uneasy. If she wasn't careful, it would come back. The last thing she wanted was to look weak. For people to know she was not letting this go. Boots scuffed against the hardwood floor. "Just bringing in some firewood," Emma's husband, Samuel, called. His voice, kind, familiar, safe. A gift from Reuben Schrock. At the sound of that name, Hannah's hands clenched. Reuben. The air around her changed. Thickened. She stepped to the far corner of the room, as far from the front door as possible, and braced her back against the cool wall. She'd met him once at Emma and Samuel's wedding. He tried to talk to her. Just friendly, just nice. According to everyone in Faith's Creek, he was a gut man. Reliable. Kind. Helped his neighbors without being asked. But he was also a man. And that was all it took for her hands to shake and for the old panic to press like a weight against her ribs. Emma returned a moment later, her cheeks pink with exertion. "He only stayed a minute," she said as she began untying her apron. Dropped off the logs, tipped his hat, and left without a word. Didn't even come to the door. "Gut," Hannah replied, forcing her voice into something steady. She turned her face toward the window, though her gaze didn't focus on anything. Her arms folded tight across her chest, sleeves pulled low to hide the pale scar along the edge of her wrist. That was thoughtful of him. Emma paused, looking at her. "He was being kind, Hannah. That's all." "I know." The lie tasted bitter in her mouth. "I'm fine, honestly." Though she knew there were dark smudges beneath her eyes. She was pale, and when she didn't have full control, her hands would shake. Why had things got so bad again? Why was she letting the past destroy her future? The room fell quiet, broken only by the tick of the old clock over the stove and the soft clatter as Emma stacked the cooled bread loaves on the windowsill. The silence didn't press. Not with Emma. She understood, more than anyone else in the world, how silence could be a bomb. The front door creaked open again a while later. This time, it was Ruth Esch. She swept in with a breeze of garden air and the scent of lilies clinging to her shawl, her presence as familiar and welcome as a warm quilt in winter. At 68, Ruth was still as sprightly as ever, her gray-streaked hair tucked into a neat cap, her sharp brown eyes alive with mischief and purpose. Witty, resourceful, and as persistent as a summer weed, She'd long considered matchmaking both her calling and her favorite hobby. It wasn't meddling, not really. It was love, nudged along by a woman who'd raised her kinner alone after losing her husband young and who now used her blend of tough love and humor to shape futures. Her face lit up as she spotted Hannah, though her eyes immediately narrowed with gentle scrutiny. "You look pale," Ruth said. "And that's not just because of the light." "I'm fine," Hannah murmured, and then added with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, "Really?" Ruth crossed to her, arms laden with a basket of yarn, and set it down on the table with the practiced grace of a woman used to dropping into kitchens and leaving behind more than just wool. "You've been spending too much time indoors. Why not come to the quilting circle next week?" "I've thought about it," Hannah lied again. "Maybe." Ruth didn't press. She simply reached out and patted Hannah's hand, a brief touch full of understanding and that familiar, unshakable kindness. "I saw Reuben earlier," she said, her tone carefully casual. "Helping a neighbor with his firewood again. And just this morning I heard he's been taking in strays, broken birds, injured dogs. He fixed a sparrow's wing last week." Something flickered behind Hannah's eyes. Not hope, not quite. Curiosity, maybe. Ruth caught it and pressed gently, her voice softening. "He has a way with fragile things." Emma, from her spot by the stove, shot Ruth a glance that was almost a warning, but Ruth only smiled faintly. This wasn't pushing. This was planting a seed. "I'm not interested in men," Hannah said softly. "Not like that. Not ever." "I know." Ruth patted her hand again, her expression unreadable but full of knowing. "No one is asking you to be." Then, as if she knew the moment was fragile and best left to settle, Ruth stepped back. "I'll leave you girls to it. I only came to drop off wool. I'll see you Sunday." And with that, she swept out the door again, onto her next gentle mission of love. When the door closed behind her, Hannah stepped into the stillness like it was a shelter. But something Ruth said tugged at her thoughts. He has a way with fragile things. She didn't want to be fragile. She didn't want to be broken. But what if? She pushed the thought away. That afternoon, as she crossed the edge of the garden with a basket of herbs slung over her arm, Hannah paused when she heard a soft whimper. It came again, thin, high-pitched. She followed the sound around the barn. There, crouched in the tall grass near the fence, was Reuben Schrock. Chapter 2. A Gentle Help. Reuben was kneeling down, his back to Hannah, and nestled against his knees, bloodied and shaking, was a young dog, barely more than a pup. Hannah stopped dead. She could have turned away. She could have pretended she hadn't seen. But something about the sight rooted her in place. Reuben didn't see her at first. He was murmuring to the pup, his voice low and calm, one hand pressed gently against its side. Not restraining. Just steadying. "Easy, now. I know it hurts, but we'll get you right." The dog gave a small, pitiful whine. Reuben reached into the satchel beside him and withdrew a cloth, dabbing carefully at a cut on the animal's leg. He moved slowly, tenderly, as if every motion mattered. As if he'd known hurt before and didn't want to make it worse. Hannah's throat closed. She took a step back and snapped a twig. Reuben looked up. Their eyes met. Panic surged in her chest, sudden and raw. She turned, half running, skirts brushing against thistles as she fled toward the safety of the herb shed. She didn't stop until the wooden door slammed behind her, and she slid to the floor, breath catching in her throat. He hadn't said a word. He hadn't moved toward her. But she had seen kindness in his eyes. And that terrified her most of all. Reuben hadn't meant for anyone to see him. He'd come quietly, as always, skirting the back path behind the Zook's barn to make his way to Old Man Schrock's house. There, he would leave the bundle of firewood by the door. The pup had appeared out of nowhere, limping, whimpering, and thin as a rake. A little black and tan thing with more burrs than fur and fear in its eyes, like he'd seen in men come back from war. Or women who didn't flinch when you raised your voice but did when you lowered it. He thought of Hannah. She'd been on his mind a lot, even though she skittered away from him like he left a bad smell in the air. But was that what it was, or was she running like a frightened fawn? He dropped to his knees without thinking, the wood forgotten, his whole world narrowing to the small, trembling bundle before him. The cut on its leg was shallow but bloody. A thorn was embedded in the right paw, and the pup's ribs jutted out like a washboard. He was the sort of animal most folks wouldn't stop for. Most would fear he would be nasty, and his lips curled, but it was fear, not aggression, that made him so bold. But he wasn't most folks. "You're all right," he murmured again, his voice low, steady, the kind of voice that soothed not just the pup but something tight inside his own chest. "Ain't nobody gonna hurt you now." Gently, slowly, he moved a hand, and the pup relaxed. A twig snapped behind him, a sharp little crack, and he lifted his head and turned. There she was. Hannah Stoltzfus. He caught only a glimpse. Her wide eyes startled. The ghost-white tension in her face. And then she ran, skirts swishing like birds' wings, a strand of chestnut hair loose from her cap. He'd caught the look on her face. There she went, fleeing like he'd drawn a weapon instead of a breath. Reuben stayed kneeling. He didn't move, didn't call after her. He just bowed his head and let out a breath that sounded more like a prayer. He hadn't meant to scare her. He'd barely spoken 3 words to her at the wedding last fall. Just a simple greeting, "Are you enjoying yourself?" But her reaction had been instant and sharp. She'd drawn back like a cornered rabbit, arms crossed over her chest, voice flat and tight as she said, "I'd prefer to be alone." No rudeness. No pride. Just fear, raw, immediate, and painfully clear. And he'd recognized it. He didn't know her story, not all of it. He didn't need to. He saw it in her posture, the way she didn't meet any man's eyes. The way her body folded in on itself like a page crumpled by grief. He knew the look. He knew what caused it. And he knew it wasn't something a man could fix with kindness and coffee. The pup shifted against his knee and let out a little whine. Reuben looked down again, brushing a gentle finger along its damp fur. "You and me, huh?" he murmured. "Two things nobody quite knows what to do with." The wind rustled through the trees overhead, and a cluster of dry leaves skittered across the field. From somewhere deep in the house, a door creaked shut. He wondered if she was inside the herb shed now, the one she spent hours in, pruning roots and whispering to jars. He'd watched from a distance once. She looked calm there. Not whole, maybe, but steadier. He sat back on his heels, tugging a clean cloth from his satchel and wrapping the pup like a bundle of hope. The little thing didn't resist. Just trembled once and then tucked its nose against his chest like it had finally decided to trust him. That tiny act, so simple and sacred, made Reuben's throat tighten. He stood slowly, mindful of the pup's wounded leg, and glanced once toward the herb shed. He wouldn't go knocking. wouldn't apologize or explain. She didn't owe him her comfort, or her fear. Back home, he had a small jar of her salve. The kind she made with marigold and comfrey. The kind he knew worked better than anything from town. He would use that to help the dog. He walked away without looking back. And though he said nothing, his heart whispered a silent vow: he would never chase her. But he'd be here. Quiet. Steady. In case one day, she stopped running. Chapter 3. The Quiet Between. The herb shed smelled of dried lavender and lemon balm, a comforting mix that usually grounded Hannah. Today, it did nothing to steady her pulse. She sat on the little stool by the window, knees drawn up beneath her apron, arms wrapped around herself as if she could press the panic back inside. Dust motes floated in the slant of filtered light, dancing like they had no care in the world. She envied them. Her fingers curled around the edge of the workbench, the old wood worn smooth from years of careful labor. She focused on that, the feel of it under her hands, the familiar shape of the carved edge. She knew this shed like she knew her own skin. It was the one place where she felt entirely safe. No one came in here without knocking. No one raised their voice. The herbs asked nothing of her except patience. And yet, even here, her body trembled. She hadn't meant to follow the sound. That soft whimper, barely audible over the rustling of garden leaves, had drawn her like a thread. And then she saw him. Reuben Schrock. Kneeling in the grass. So focused, so gentle, the wounded pup cradled like something precious in his calloused hands. He'd touched it like it might shatter. Spoke to it in tones low and steady and kind. He hadn't seen her. Not at first. And when he did, when their eyes met, he hadn't smiled, hadn't approached. He just paused. Like he knew. Like he understood. That was what terrified her most. She should have run as soon as she recognized him. She should have turned back the second she heard his voice. But she didn't. Something in that moment pinned her in place, something she didn't want to name. Now, tucked into the shadows of her sanctuary, she clenched her jaw and tried to breathe past the shaking in her chest. Why him? There were plenty of men in Faith's Creek. Most she could tolerate. Some, she even trusted a little: Amos Beeler, kindly and slow-spoken. Samuel, who never looked at her too long or spoke too loudly. But Reuben? He frightened her more than any of them. Not because he was harsh. Or unpredictable. Nay, it was the opposite. Because he was gentle. Because he was kind. Because when she looked at him, something deep in her chest tightened, and her thoughts became disjointed and dangerous. She'd felt the tremor begin the first time he spoke to her at Emma and Samuel's wedding. A simple question. Are you enjoying yourself? Such a harmless thing. And yet it knocked the wind out of her. Because she'd seen something in his eyes, quiet interest, the sort that wasn't performative or demanding. Just honest. Patient. She'd shut it down instantly. Told him she wanted to be alone. Just that interest turned her body into stone, but she got the words out before her voice could waver. He'd left her be. She'd seen the confusion cross his face before he backed away. And part of her was glad. Part of her felt like screaming. She'd spent every day since avoiding him. But seeing him with the injured dog, seeing how careful his hands were, how he murmured to that pup like it was the only thing in the world that mattered. That kindness, that tenderness in the face of fear, it had cracked something. It didn't make sense. Why would that moment, the softest one imaginable, make her heart feel like it was being held in a vice? She closed her eyes, pressing her forehead to her knees. Because you felt something. The thought came unbidden. Unwelcome. Because you looked at him and felt a pull. She tried to bury it. But the truth didn't budge. It wasn't fear. Not really. It wore fear's mask, but underneath it was something far worse. Wanting. The sick twist in her stomach and the heat in her cheeks weren't panic. They were attraction. She clenched her fists, hating herself for it. For being so weak. For noticing the way his shirt stretched over his shoulders, for remembering the curve of his jaw, the warmth in his voice when he spoke to the dog. She didn't want to feel those things. She didn't want to be a woman who noticed men. Not anymore. Not after what had been done to her. She'd worked too hard to rebuild the fragile walls that kept her safe. She couldn't let someone climb over them, not even someone who used his hands to heal instead of hurt. Especially not someone like that. Because kindness was dangerous. It was the bait on the hook. It was what he'd used before, the other man. The one who made her believe she could be loved. And look where that had led. She sat there in silence until the sun began to slide toward the horizon, until the shadows lengthened across the herb jars, and the room dimmed around her. Still, she didn't move. Because even now, after all the time she'd spent burying her feelings and hardening her heart, she couldn't shake the sound of his voice as he'd whispered to that trembling pup. "You're all right now. Ain't nobody gonna hurt you." And oh, how she hated that it made her want to believe him. Chapter 4. Mended Things. Reuben laid the pup down gently in a soft crate padded with old feed sacks and flannel, the kind his mam had quilted from scraps back when he was a boy. The pup gave a little sigh, more breath than sound, and tucked its nose against the fabric like it had finally decided it could rest. Reuben crouched beside it, one knee in the dirt of his shop floor, the scent of hay and iron floating in the quiet air. It was the forge's off day. The coals were cold, tools clean and set to dry, and yet Reuben felt more useful here in the hush than he had in weeks. He reached out, slow and steady, and ran a finger along the pup's thin back. Burrs still clung to its fur like stubborn memories. He'd pulled most out with a comb and patience, but some would have to wait until the pup trusted him a bit more. "You're tougher than you look," he murmured, not expecting an answer but speaking anyway. "And smaller than you ought to be. Like the world got a hold of you too soon." The pup blinked up at him with liquid brown eyes, wide and unsure. Reuben smiled and reached into the basin beside him. The water was warm, steeped with chamomile and a pinch of salt, something he'd learned from an old Englisher vet who'd once traded him advice in exchange for a handmade horseshoe rack. He dipped a cloth into the water, wrung it out with care, and brought it to the pup's side. The worst of the wound had been cleaned earlier, but it still needed gentle pressure to keep the swelling down. "You let me help you, Jaw?" He kept his voice soft. "We'll go slow. Ain't in no rush." The pup gave a faint wag of its tail. Not quite joy, but maybe tolerance. It was enough. Reuben smiled again, brushing the wet cloth along the matted fur. The dog flinched, then settled. "That's better." He kept talking, not for the dog's benefit so much as his own. The stillness of the forge at night used to comfort him, but lately, it had felt like an echo chamber for all the things he didn't know how to say. "I think I'll call you Patch." For that white bit over your left eye, see? Like someone dipped their finger in cream and booped you on the head. Patch didn't seem to mind. Reuben chuckled low in his throat and leaned back on his heels. The crate sat beside the forge's stone wall, where the temperature stayed steady and cool. A gut spot. Safe. And that mattered. You hungry? Patch didn't move. Reuben rose, dusting his hands off on the hem of his apron, and crossed to the cupboard where he kept odds and ends. He'd bought canned meat for the barn cats a few weeks back, and now he scooped some into a shallow dish, mixing in a splash of milk and bits of boiled potato from supper. He set it beside the pup. Patch lifted his head, sniffed, and then, slowly, began to eat. That's it. Reuben crouched again and watched the little creature eat, his heart catching in his throat for reasons he didn't fully understand. It wasn't just pity. It was something else. Something quieter, older. A kinship. You remind me of someone, he said aloud. Or maybe two someones. His mind flickered, unbidden, to the moment behind the barn. Hannah's eyes. Wide, startled. Her whole body held like glass about to shatter. And then her retreat, fast as the wind, her skirts catching on the thistles as she raced from him. He hadn't moved. He wouldn't. Not unless she asked. But he hadn't stopped thinking about her since. He saw that same haunted look in Patch's eyes. And in both, he saw the glimmer underneath, some tiny spark that refused to go out, even after everything. He stayed beside the crate long after the pup finished eating, just sitting. The forge was silent but for the occasional shift of hay, the rustle of nighttime breezes under the eaves. He lit a small lantern and set it on the bench nearby, casting a golden halo around them both. I won't make you trust me, he said softly. I'll just be here. That's all. Patch's tail thumped once against the flannel. And Reuben smiled. Tomorrow, he'd need to mend that outer fence. The Zooks might need another load of wood. He should hammer out that broken hinge for the Beelers. Life didn't stop just because a pup came into it. But tonight was just this. A soft patch of quiet. A shared breath of peace. A dog named Patch. And the hope, barely a whisper in the dark, that maybe not all mended things had to be made of iron. Chapter 5. A glimpse of light. Hannah was deadheading the calendula when she heard the low rumble of wagon wheels just beyond the garden gate. The snipping scissors paused in her hand. She didn't look up right away. The warm sun on her shoulders, the earthy scent of loamy soil, and crushed marigold leaves, it was all a balm, one she didn't want to be interrupted. But the sound didn't pass by. It stopped. A second later, a familiar voice floated over the fence, quiet, careful. Emma? Just dropping something off. Reuben. Denki, Reuben, Emma shouted. Hannah's breath hitched, and she pressed her palm flat against her apron to steady it. She knew she should retreat. Should step back inside the herb shed, out of sight, where the walls couldn't betray her. But something held her where she was. It wasn't his voice. Not exactly. It was what came after. A soft whine. Tiny nails on wood. The unmistakable scrabble of puppy paws against the wagon floor. She straightened, heart rising to her throat as she turned ever so slightly and peeked through the split between two tall hollyhocks. The wagon was plain, the kind any man in Faith's Creek might drive. But on the floor beside Reuben, bundled in a worn blanket and looking somehow both sleepy and curious, was the little dog she'd seen yesterday. He was cleaner now. Well fed. His coat had been gently brushed, revealing patches of glossy black and white beneath the burrs. One small ear still flopped crooked over his head, and the white marking above his eye stood out like a smudge of cream. Hannah's breath caught in her throat. He looked better. Happy. Safe. Reuben shifted something behind him, maybe a crate or sack, and the pup stood on wobbly legs and tried to peer over the side of the wagon. "Whoa there, Patch," Reuben murmured, steadying the bundle with a hand. Patch. The name curled in Hannah's chest like something warm. She should have turned away. It wasn't safe to let herself look. To let herself feel. But she stayed. She watched Reuben stroke the pup's side, fingers slow and sure. The same calm voice, the same patience. He was talking to Patch like he was the only soul in the world worth speaking to. And somehow, impossibly, Hannah felt that same voice echo through her ribs. The dog licked Reuben's wrist, then flopped down with a huff. "I'll just leave the jar here," Reuben said toward the porch. "It's the elderflower balm Emma asked for." There was no answer. Emma must have gone back inside. Hannah should have called out to him and offered to take it. It would have been the kind thing to do. But her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. Instead, she knelt behind the sunflowers as if they could shield her. She watched as Reuben set the small jar carefully on the steps, checked to make sure it wouldn't roll, and turned back toward the wagon. As he gathered the reins, Patch barked, a single, happy yip, and turned toward the garden. His nose twitched. He stared right at her. Their eyes met. Hannah didn't breathe. The pup didn't bark again. Didn't leap. Just stared. Then, in a soft and almost impossible movement, he laid his head down on the wagon bench, ears relaxed, tongue lolling slightly. It was the most complete trust she'd ever seen. And she felt it, like a blooming inside her chest. It wasn't just the dog. It was that he'd become like this. Not because he was born brave or unscarred, but because someone had cared enough to make it safe to trust again. She looked up at Reuben then. Just briefly. Long enough to see the way his hand rested over the pup's back like a quiet promise. No urgency. No pride. Just presence. Steady and sure. The wagon turned down the lane, wheels bumping softly over the earth. Hannah sat frozen, hands still in the soil, her scissors lying forgotten beside her. And for the first time in a long, long while, she wondered what it might feel like to heal something bigger than a wound. Chapter 6. A balm for more than wounds. The sun was soft that morning, filtered through wisps of cloud that gave the world a gentler light. Emma stood at the edge of the herb garden, a bowl of peas balanced on one hip, watching Hannah sort bundles of dried thyme into their jars. Her hands were steady today, calm, capable, but there was a quiet distance in her gaze that Emma had come to recognize. The kind of look that meant her thoughts were circling like hawks overhead. "Would you mind a bit of company later?" Emma asked, setting the bowl on the workbench beside the calendula tin. "There's someone who could use your help." Hannah glanced up, her fingers paused mid-knot. "Is one of the kinner hurt?" "Not a kinner," Emma said with a smile. "A pup." That pulled Hannah's brows together. "Patch?" Emma nodded. "Reuben said the leg's not healing as quickly as he'd like. It's not infected, but the swelling's slow to go down. I told him you might have something stronger than warm salt water." Hannah's lips parted slightly. He asked for my help? Nay, Emma said, brushing a strand of hair back beneath her cap. I offered. Because I've seen what your comfrey balm can do. And because, maybe it's time. Hannah looked down at the tied bundle in her hands. She didn't answer right away. Her heartbeat was too loud in her ears. Hannah was pleased that Emma didn't press. Was it time? She'd come so far, but for the last few weeks, the nightmares had become more frequent. Why was she worrying about the past? Reuben arrived just after the noon bell had rung at the schoolhouse. His wagon pulled into the yard with its familiar wooden creak, and Hannah saw it through the herb shed window. She had the balm in her pocket already. She had remade one that morning with an extra dose of calendula and beeswax, just in case. Emma met him first. Reuben drove the wagon with his usual quiet efficiency, Patch riding beside him in a shallow wooden crate lined with that same flannel quilt. The pup looked brighter today. Much happier and more relaxed. He was alert. Eyes clear. Reuben picked him up and climbed down, placing the little pup on the grass. Patch looked around but stayed close to Reuben's side, and he didn't put much weight on that front leg. She's in the garden, Emma said, giving him a meaningful glance. He nodded, lifting Patch gently into his arms before heading toward the back gate. Hannah was waiting there, her apron dusted with blossom and the balm jar was clutched in her hands like it might run off if she let go. Reuben paused a few steps away, sensing the line she wasn't ready to cross. I can leave him with you, he said, his voice easy and even. Or stay back. Whatever's best. I can look while you hold him, Hannah said quietly. Their eyes met. There was no flinch this time. No recoil. Just her breath, shallow, rushed. Reuben lowered himself to the bench beneath the apple tree, the pup beside him. Patch gave a soft bark and wagged his tail once, clearly recognizing her. Hannah knelt slowly in the grass, her knees pressed into the earth, and held out her hand, not to Reuben but to Patch. The pup sniffed before giving her fingers a warm lick. She exhaled, tension releasing in the smallest, most invisible of ways. I made this balm, she said, drawing the lid off the small glass jar. Comfrey and calendula. With yarrow for pain. Reuben nodded. He'll like that. He's not much for strong smells. I know, she said before thinking and then flushed. I guessed. From the way he turned his head when Emma wore eucalyptus. His smile was small but genuine. Good guess. Hannah scooped a fingerdip of balm and touched it gently to the swollen leg. Patch whimpered, then stilled. She worked carefully, avoiding the tender joint, her hands sure and practiced. Reuben watched, not her, but the space around her. He didn't speak. He didn't shift. His stillness was like shade on a too-hot day, quiet, undemanding. He trusts you, he said finally. She didn't answer. Her throat felt too tight. Instead, she looked up at Patch's face, the slow, contented blink of his eyes. And without meaning to, her gaze flicked to Reuben's, just for a second. There was nay pressure in his expression. Nay pride. Nay demands or expectations. Just something warm. Something open. Something that made her hands shake once, just slightly, before she tucked the balm back into her apron and sat back on her heels. He'll need one more treatment in a few days, she said softly. I can make more. Or you can bring him back. I'd like that, Reuben said. Their eyes met again. And this time, she didn't look away. Not right away. Chapter 7. Fractures. Reuben waited until after supper, when the sun had dipped behind the edge of the cornfields, and the shadows stretched long and golden across the road. The kind of light that made everything look softer, like maybe, just maybe, it could bend instead of break. He had nay plan. Nay, clever words. Just a quiet pull in his chest that told him not to wait. Patch trotted alongside him, his leg wrapped but doing better now, his tail wagging like he didn't remember pain at all. Reuben envied him that. Dogs didn't overthink things. They just healed and loved and moved forward. They reached the Zook farm, the barn glowing gently in the dying light. Hannah was outside near the herb shed, a small basket of sage in one hand, her other pushing wind-blown hair back beneath her cap. She was barefoot in the grass, and he had never seen anything more beautiful. Reuben stopped a gut distance away. "Evening," he said, voice easy, low. She turned, stiffening before she even saw who it was. That invisible wall rose so fast he could almost hear it slide into place. Still, he smiled. Patch wanted to stretch his legs. "I thought we'd walk by, see how the salve's holding up." Patch barked once and made a beeline for her. Hannah flinched, not from the dog, but from the idea of what might follow behind. Reuben slowed, careful not to step too close. "He's doing real gut," he said, crouching to scratch behind the pup's ear. "The leg's just about mended." "Denki, your balm was a miracle." Hannah didn't respond. Her body was tight, her arms wound around the little basket like it might shield her. "I wanted to say Denki again," Reuben said after a moment. "For Patch. And for letting me stay that day and to see if he needed another treatment." Still nothing. Hannah worked on Patch, unwrapping the bandage and applying some salve. "Leave it open to the air now. It will heal, and apply this every other day." She put the jar on the bench and stepped back. Her head bowed, her eyes on her feet. He shifted slightly. "You've got a gift, Hannah. With animals, with healing. And I just wanted," he broke off, suddenly unsure. "I hoped maybe we could talk sometime. You and me." Her face didn't change. Not in the way he hoped. "Hannah, nay." Her voice was a whisper but sharp. "Please don't." He froze. She wasn't angry. Not really. She looked more like a bird caught mid-flight, so afraid to land, even when the perch was steady. "I don't want conversation. Or company. I helped the dog. That's all." He nodded slowly, swallowing the tight ache that crawled up his throat. "I didn't mean to push," he said gently. "I just thought you might like to know someone sees you." Her hands trembled around the basket, but she didn't answer. Reuben gave Patch a soft pat and stood. "Denki." He walked away with quiet steps, not fast, not bitter. Just carrying that same heavy silence he'd felt once after a storm flattened his date's field, when the damage was done, and all there was left to do was kneel and replant. Hannah watched him go, the wind tugging at her sleeves. The rejection hadn't come from cruelty. That's what made it worse. Because part of her had wanted to say Ja. Part of her wanted to run after him. But louder still was the part that whispered, "If you open the door, you'll lose everything all over again." So, she stayed frozen in the grass, one hand clenched so tightly around a sprig of sage that it crushed the leaves. And all she could think was, why does the one man I'm afraid of feel like the only one I might trust? Chapter 8. Whispers Between Walls. Hannah. The meeting house was quiet but for the sound of the wind through the high windows and the voice of Bishop Amos Beeler rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. His words, slow and steady, settled over the congregation like mist, less a Sunday sermon, more a gentle balm. Hope, Amos said, pausing long enough for the weight of the word to settle in the wooden rafters. Not the kind that expects ease or guarantees comfort. The kind that rises in spite of. Hannah sat very still, her hands folded in her lap. Her prayer cap itched slightly where the pins sat too tight, but she didn't shift. She couldn't. Her spine was a rod of ice, and her heart a quiet drum against her ribs. Across the aisle, on the men's side, Reuben Schrock sat 3 benches back. She hadn't meant to look. But she'd noticed him the moment he entered. His broad shoulders were slightly hunched as if unsure of his right to take up space. He always looked that way in a crowd. Like a man more comfortable beside animals or anvils than people. And yet, when he bowed his head in prayer, he looked peaceful. And when he lifted it again, the morning light caught the curve of his cheek, and her stomach turned in a way she didn't want to name. Hope. That was the sermon. She didn't know if she had any left. Not for herself. And certainly not for a man who smiled like safety and carried silence like something holy. Reuben. He should have gone straight home. Instead, he lingered behind the barn while the potluck bustled at the front of the meeting house. Dishes clattered. Laughter carried on the wind. Somewhere, a kinner shrieked with joy. Reuben leaned against the weathered boards, a plate of potato salad untouched in his hands. Gabriel Lapp joined him with the easy gait of a man well-fed and well-loved. He carried 2 mugs of coffee and offered one without asking. Reuben took it with a nod. So, Gabriel said, his voice warm and knowing, how's the forge? Busy. And your heart? Reuben coughed into his coffee. Gabriel laughed. You've got that look. The kind I had before I asked Tabby to walk with me. Like your boots fit, but your skin doesn't. Reuben shook his head, chuckling despite himself. Is this how married men talk now? Philosophical? Only the happy ones, Gabriel said, smiling. And I'm gut, Reuben. Truly. Tabby makes me better. It's not always easy to achieve this, but it's right. She's the best thing that ever happened to me. Reuben's throat tightened. Gabriel nudged him. So? Who is she? Reuben stared at the barn wall for a moment before answering. Hannah Stoltzfus. Gabriel's eyebrows lifted. Hannah? He sighed. She's brave. Even if she doesn't think she is. The way she cares for animals, the quiet strength in her hands when she works with herbs. I notice it. All of it. Gabriel smiled. And? She doesn't want me. His voice was soft. Nay bitterness, just wait. I tried to speak to her. To thank her for Patch. She asked me not to. Gabriel looked at him for a long moment. That hurt? Reuben gave a short nod. More than I expected. Maybe she's not ready, Gabriel said. Not every heart opens on command. But if she ever is, Reuben, you'd be a safe place for her. Reuben's gaze dropped to his boots. I'd like to be. I can tell she needs help. I just don't know how to give it. Hannah. She didn't mean to listen. She'd slipped away during the potluck, her nerves fraying from too many eyes and too many voices. Behind the barn, the grass grew high, and the wind carried sweet smells of clover and cut hay. She just needed a moment. Just a breath. She hadn't expected voices. She'd been about to round the corner when she heard Reuben speak her name. Her body had gone still as bark. And then she heard it all. She's brave. Even if she doesn't think she is. She doesn't want me. That hurt. She leaned against the barn wall, her eyes wide and burning. She hadn't realized what her silence had cost him. How deeply he'd taken her words. He'd looked hurt, but she thought he'd walk away and forget her. He hadn't. He'd remembered. And even now, he was still speaking gently of her. Without expectation. Without anger. A warm breeze rustled the hem of her dress. Patch's bark rang out from the front yard, just once, playful and happy. Hannah pressed a hand to her chest. It wasn't fear she felt anymore. It was weight. Possibility. He still wanted to get to know her. To help her. Even now. And she didn't know if she was ready. But for the first time, she wanted to be. Chapter 9. Knots and Needles. The moment the final hymn ended, Hannah slipped her prayer book into her basket and rose with the kind of practiced quiet that comes from years of disappearing. She didn't wait for Emma or Ruth or the small talk that followed worship. Her heart was thudding too loudly in her ears, and the thought of bumping into him, of Reuben trying again, was too much. She didn't trust herself not to look back. Or worse, not to walk toward him. So she turned quickly, easing out of the benches and the crowded meeting room before anyone could stop to talk to her. She slipped down the side aisle toward the door, hoping no one would notice the little mouse creeping away. Her head was down as she scuttled along. ACH. Careful there. She nearly barreled into a tall, solid figure just as she rounded the back of the meeting house. Her stomach dropped. Bishop Beeler, she gasped, her cheeks blazing as she stepped back. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. He held up a hand, chuckling, his blue eyes crinkling like always. You're not the first young person to try and flee before the amen is cold. He nodded toward the side path. You nearly took me out, Hannah Stoltzfus. I didn't mean. I know, he said, still smiling. But since you're here and we're both upright, perhaps God meant for us to have a word. She nodded mutely, unsure what could possibly come next. Surely, the bishop wasn't going to meddle. He knew her story. He would understand, wouldn't he? I've been thinking, he said, his voice gentling. Sarah's quilting circle is meeting Monday instead of Thursday this week. It's also at our house and not the hall. A few of the members were saying how grateful they are for yourselves and your gentle heart. I was wondering, he paused just a beat, if you might join them. Hannah blinked. Quilting? Not forever, Amos said, amused by her obvious alarm. Just for this week. Sit with the women. Be among your Schwesters. It might do you some gut. A dozen thoughts flitted through her mind at once. Her hands would shake. Her breath would catch. Someone would ask about her past. Ruth would certainly meddle. But he was the bishop. And his tone was kind, not commanding. Still, she hesitated. I'm not, she swallowed. I'm not very good at quilting. Then you'll fit right in, he said with a wink. Sarah still pretends she doesn't mix up her corners. It pulled a reluctant smile from her. Just a breath of one. All right, she said at last. Just for Monday. The Beeler home smelled of cinnamon and coffee when Hannah arrived the next morning, her basket of stitching supplies clutched tightly to her side. She had barely stepped over the threshold when Sarah enveloped her in a hug that somehow didn't feel smothering, just warm, clean, and right. Hannah, thank you for coming, she said. You know, we were just saying how we'd love for you to share a little about yourself sometime. Maybe even bring a few next week? Oh, Hannah started, flustered. I don't know that you have a gift, Sarah said gently. The kind the rest of us would benefit from. Nay pressure. Just think about it. Hannah nodded, her heart thudding as she was led to a spot near the window, where the sun spilled across a worn patchwork quilt in progress. A needle and thread lay waiting beside it. She sat. Of course, it was Ruth who settled beside her. Her basket landed on the floor with a purposeful thud, and her brown eyes sparkled as they flicked sideways at Hannah's hesitant fingers. You hold that needle like it's a blade, Ruth said in a low voice, smiling. Are you planning to defend yourself or just patch a quilt? I'm a bit out of practice, Hannah muttered, threading it wrong on her first try. Ruth didn't press, not yet. For a while, they stitched in silence, the rhythm of the group comforting. Laughter rippled around the room as Sarah told a story about Amish trying to prune her rose bush with a butter knife. Someone passed a plate of ginger cookies. The quilt grew, square by careful square. Hannah began to relax. Her hands steadied. She could almost forget why she hadn't wanted to come. Almost. Until Ruth said, just softly enough to be private, just firmly enough to be heard, you know. Reuben Schrock is a gut man. Hannah's needle stilled mid-stitch. I didn't say he wasn't, she whispered. You don't have to, Ruth replied, eyes never leaving her patchwork. I've been watching hearts long enough to know when one's scared. It doesn't mean it isn't curious. Hannah shook her head. It's not like that. Ruth murmured, not pressing further. Just letting the thought dangle there like a loose thread waiting to be tied. They didn't speak of it again. The conversation moved on. By the time they broke for lunch, Hannah was surprised to realize she'd enjoyed herself. The gentle laughter, the rhythm of stitching, the warm coffee, the constant cakes and cookies, and the soft comfort of Sarah's hospitality, it felt almost like belonging. But as she walked home, she told herself it had been a mistake. She couldn't go again. Not if Ruth kept pushing. Not if her heart kept twisting at the mention of Reuben's name. She was almost home when she turned toward the herb shed to put away her stitching kit. The sun was high now, casting clean light through the little glass window. She stepped inside, and froze. Her gloves were where she'd left them, folded neatly by the press. But something sat beneath them. A folded piece of paper, its edge curling just slightly. Her breath caught. She reached for it with a hand that trembled before she even touched the parchment. She unfolded it. Just 2 lines. Written in a rough, heavy hand, you can't hide forever. I know where you are. Her knees nearly buckled. The note fell from her fingers. Her world tilted. And all she could think, in a cold rush of terror, was, he's found me. Jacob. Chapter 10. Lemonade and ghosts. Hannah stared at the note long after it had fluttered to the ground. Her breath sawed in and out of her lungs, quick and thin. Her hands shook. You can't hide forever. The words pulsed behind her eyes like a burn. Heavy, crooked script. She knew it. Felt it in her bones. It was Jacob. He'd found her. She wasn't safe. She never would be. Jacob was here. The name curled in her chest like a curse. She snatched up the paper and crumpled it tight, stuffing it into the bottom of the little basket she used for herbs. She shoved her gloves on top and slid the whole thing behind a row of dried nettle jars, out of sight. Out of reach. She would say nothing. Telling Emma or Samuel would make it real. Would open doors she wasn't ready to face. What if they wanted to go to the bishop? What if they sent word to the district? What if it stirred things up and brought Jacob closer? Nay. It was better this way. Better to bury it. But what would she do when he got bolder? When he came out of the shadows? Would she survive? The sound of hammering came mid-morning. Hannah stepped out of the herb shed and stopped dead in her tracks. Reuben was here. He stood by the barn, his sleeves rolled up past his elbows, a plank balanced over one shoulder, and a hammer looped in his belt. Patch sat nearby, his tongue lolling, his tail brushing the earth in lazy, contented swipes. Samuel emerged from the other side of the ladder, motioning Reuben toward the loft platform. We'll need to brace that side beam. I've got the bolts ready. Reuben nodded and moved with practiced ease, lifting the wood without effort. And Hannah couldn't breathe. She turned sharply and made for the back garden, pretending to inspect the tomato plants. Her pulse fluttered against her throat like a frightened bird. It wasn't him. Not really. He hadn't seen the note. He wasn't the one who wrote it. But still, his nearness made her skin feel too tight, not from danger, but from something she didn't want to name. It was too confusing, and it was a trick. Jacob had made her feel that way once. That way led to pain, to fear. She had to stay away. She knelt beside the row of beets, her fingers digging into the soil more harshly than necessary. That was where Emma found her a few minutes later. You're going to bruise the roots, Emma said gently, her shadow stretching long across the row. Hannah glanced up, startled, and immediately looked away. I brought lemonade for the men, Emma said, holding a large pitcher in one hand. Come sit with me a moment. Hannah didn't want to. She really didn't want to. But Emma's tone left no room for evasion, and something in her kind eyes made Hannah's resistance melt just a little. They settled under the elm tree near the corner of the barn, the lemonade jug on a small table between them, two glasses clinking softly as condensation ran down their sides. From this angle, they could see the men working in the sun. The comforting rhythm of hammering echoed across the yard. Emma didn't speak at first. Just sipped, smiled, and looked out across the fields. She started talking about canning peaches. About how Sarah Beeler had oversalted her soup last week. About how Amos had accidentally worn mismatched boots to council. Nothing important. And that, somehow, was worse. Hannah sipped her lemonade, the cold, sweet tang sharp against her tongue. Her hands shook slightly. Not because of Reuben's presence. Because of the note. But it was tangled now. One fear was braided with the other. I'm scared, Hannah said softly. Emma turned towards her, no surprise on her face. Of Reuben? she asked gently. Of, ja. And nay. Hannah shook her head, ashamed of her own confusion. He hasn't done anything wrong. He's kind. Patient. But when he's near, I feel, her voice faltered. Emma waited. Like I might want to trust him. She hated how weak that sounded. Emma nodded slowly. That can be just as frightening as feeling unsafe. Hannah looked down at her lap, at her fingers knotted tight in her apron. I don't know how to do this. I thought I could keep helping. Patch. The salves. Little things. But the more I see him, the harder it gets to stay numb. Emma was quiet for a long moment. Then she set down her glass and leaned back, looking toward the sky. When I was 6, she said, I fell off a horse. It was a bad fall. I broke my collarbone and cut my head. After that, I wouldn't go near a horse. I screamed if I even heard the clip-clop of hooves. That didn't go down well here. I was constantly screaming. Driving my mam crazy. Hannah looked up. My dad, Emma continued, he didn't force me. Didn't scold me. But one day, he let out the smallest pony from old Abe Lapp's farm. The gentlest thing you ever saw, round as a barrel and sweet as pie. He told me I didn't have to ride it. Just stand near it. Feed it a carrot. And did you? Hannah asked. Emma smiled faintly. Eventually. It took a while. But that pony became my best friend. I brushed her every morning before school. And after a while, I started riding again. Not because I forgot the fear, but because I wanted something more than I wanted to stay afraid. Hannah looked down at her lap again, twisting the cloth between her fingers. It's not the same, she said quietly. Reuben is not a pony. Emma gave her a gentle smile. Nay, he's not. He's a man. With feelings. That's what makes it harder. Hannah's stomach twisted. That's just it. If I let myself lean on him, I'd be using him to feel safe. And he doesn't deserve that. He's not a crutch. He's a person. Emma said nothing. Just reached out and touched Hannah's wrist, steady and warm. They sat in silence as the men approached from the barn, wiping sweat from their brows. Reuben's shirt clung damp to his back, his hair was darkened from the work, but he walked with an easy purpose, his gaze scanning for something, someone. Hannah stood abruptly. I have to go, she said, heart hammering. Emma opened her mouth to speak, but Hannah was already backing away. She moved fast, her head down, her hands shaking. And just before she rounded the corner of the house, she glanced back once. Reuben had stopped, a lemonade glass in hand. His eyes found hers. There was nay anger in them. Just quiet sorrow. It was like he was someone used to disappointment. Someone who'd expected it. Shame rushed up Hannah's throat like bile. She turned and ran. And for the first time, her fear had nothing to do with him. It was the look in his eyes she couldn't bear. Chapter 11. No place to hide. Hannah hadn't slept. The clock had ticked through every hour of the night, its steady rhythm mocking the wild tempo of her thoughts. When Emma tapped softly at her door sometime after midnight, whispering to ask if she wanted to talk, Hannah had answered with a too sharp, I'm fine. She wasn't fine. And Emma didn't deserve that. Neither did Samuel. They had taken her in, made room for her in their home, and lives with a grace that never once asked questions she wasn't ready to answer. And here she was, snapping, hiding, lying. She pressed a hand to her forehead and sat up in the tangled mess of quilts. Her muscles ached from tension, and her eyes were gritty and swollen. Morning light filtered in through the curtains, soft and slanted. And then she saw it. Movement. Just beyond the window, down at the edge of the trees. A shadow. It disappeared almost the moment she spotted it, slipping into the woods like mist. But her breath caught in her throat all the same. Someone had been watching the house. A man. Watching her. Her hands gripped the window frame until her knuckles went white. Her breath was trapped, and her throat ached. Jacob. He'd found her. Just like the note warned. Just like he promised he would, once, years ago, in the last awful fight, before she'd finally fled. He'd said she could run, but he'd always know how to find her. He'd told her he could feel her, and that sense would drag him across the earth. That there was naywhere she could hide. Naywhere she could run. Naywhere she would escape, so she may as well stay. Her skin crawled, and her breath came too fast. You can't hide forever. I know where you are. She pressed her back to the wall and slid down until she was sitting on the floor, her knees tucked up beneath her chin. Her whole body trembled. Maybe it was time to leave. If he'd come to Faith's Creek, then she would endanger everyone around her, Emma, Samuel, Ruth, Reuben. Patch. She couldn't let that happen. But where would she go? She couldn't live like this again, running, hiding, afraid of shadows and the sound of every step behind her. The smell of eggs and sausage drifted up from the kitchen, warm and familiar. It tugged at something deep in her, something small and human and tired of being afraid. She rose on unsteady legs and dressed, her hands fumbling with the buttons on her dress. Downstairs, the kitchen glowed with the rich light of a summer morning. Samuel's boots were gone from beside the door. He was already out working the fields, no doubt. Emma stood at the stove, flipping sausage links in her cast-iron pan. The table was already set with a plate of fresh bread and thick slabs of butter. There you are, Emma said with a soft smile. Sit. You're too thin. Hannah managed to make a grateful nod and slid into her usual chair. Her fingers trembled, but her stomach growled despite everything. When Emma filled her plate, eggs, sausage, buttered bread, Hannah didn't protest. I thought I'd bake bread this morning, Emma said as she poured 2 cups of coffee. Are you going out to the shed? Hannah hesitated. She didn't want to be alone. Not with that shadow in the trees. Not with the echo of Jacob's voice in her head. I could help bake, she said quickly. If that's all right. Emma's face softened. I'd like that. They worked side by side in the warm, yeasty comfort of the kitchen. Kneading the dough helped quiet Hannah's racing thoughts, the rhythm of it grounding her. Her sleeves were dusted with flour before long, and when Emma hummed a hymn while shaping the loaves, Hannah found herself humming too. For a while, she almost felt safe. Almost. Ruth arrived just as the first loaf went into the oven. She swept in with a breeze of garden air and her usual air of cheer, setting a cloth-covered basket on the table. Apricot jam, she announced. Just finished it this morning. It's still warm. Emma smiled and set the kettle to boil again. Ruth took one look at Hannah and said nothing, for now. They sat with fresh coffee and warm biscuits. Emma chatted about the sermon. Ruth asked after the mint crop. But after a few minutes, Ruth's gaze sharpened. You seem troubled, dear. Hannah shook her head too quickly. Just tired. Is that all? I'm fine. Ruth sipped her coffee, then set the cup down gently. You know, she said softly, Reuben stopped by our place yesterday. Just to ask about the Beeler fence post order. He always speaks kindly of you. Hannah stiffened. Please don't. Ruth blinked. Don't, what? Don't try to matchmake. I know that's what you do, but I can't, I won't. Her voice cracked louder than she meant. Emma looked over, concerned. Ruth simply nodded once, calm and composed. All right, she said. You don't have to explain. Hannah stood so quickly her chair scraped across the floor. I need to check the mint, she mumbled. And she fled. She ran from the kitchen like a coward. The herb shed was cooler, shaded by trees. Her refuge. She pushed open the door, breathing hard. But the breath caught when she spotted it. Nestled in the tray of mint, half hidden beneath a sprig of fresh-picked leaves, was another note. Her hands shook as she picked it up. It wasn't folded. Just written in an angry, jagged script, you should have stayed. Come back. I won't warn you again. Her knees buckled. This wasn't a game. This wasn't her imagination. Jacob was here. And he didn't just know where she was. He wanted her to know he knew. And now, she didn't know what to do. But she was suddenly very sure of one thing. She wasn't safe anymore. Not here. Not anywhere. Chapter 12. Promises in Silence. Reuben balanced the small basket of apples in one hand and reached down with the other to stroke Patch. They were walking up the path toward the Zook house. The pup had grown stronger in the past week, his gait was more confident, his eyes brighter, but he still paused now and again to sniff the earth like every smell might hold a secret worth keeping. Let's be our gentlest selves today, Reuben murmured to him. We're not here to fix anything. Just to be near. He wasn't sure why he came here this morning. Not exactly. Part of him had wanted to bring the apples, crisp and red from his tree out back, the kind that was best sliced over warm porridge or baked into a pie. But more than that, something in his chest had tugged toward this place. Toward her. He hadn't seen Hannah since the lemonade day. Since the look. That hurt in her eyes, the fear, and the guilt. He hadn't blamed her. Not then. Not now. But it had stayed with him all the same. The kitchen door was open, sunlight warming the floorboards inside. He tapped the frame gently. Samuel, he called. A chair scraped inside, and then Samuel appeared with a brief, tired smile. Reuben. Good morning. Emma followed, her apron dusted with flour, her brow furrowed even as she tried to smile. Reuben stepped in, removing his hat. Brought some apples from the North Grove. Thought you might use them. Emma's eyes warmed. Danky. Those are the best for baking. Reuben hesitated, shifting the basket to one arm. Is Hannah well? The question made something pass between Emma and Samuel, a glance, small but telling. Emma sighed. She's been quiet. More than usual. Something's wrong. I thought it was just me, Reuben said. She's pulled back more each time I see her. I don't want to make it worse. Samuel moved to the counter and poured 2 mugs of coffee. You haven't done anything wrong. Sometimes, pain just runs deep. I know, Reuben said softly. But knowing it doesn't make it easier to watch. Emma stepped closer, her voice low. I think she needs the push, Reuben. Just a gentle one. Nothing demanding. Nothing big. Just presence. If you disappear, she'll stay locked up forever. Reuben nodded, his jaw tight with feeling. I don't want to scare her. Then don't, Emma said with a soft smile. Send Patch. Reuben glanced down at the pup, who sat expectantly at his feet as if waiting for instructions. He smiled, kneeling. You up for something important? Patch tilted his head. Reuben ruffled his ears and whispered, Go find her. The little dog bounded off through the open door, his tail a blur. Reuben moved quietly to the edge of the porch and leaned just far enough to see, there, across the yard, Hannah knelt beside a bed of drying chamomile, her hair tucked loosely under her cap, the worry still heavy on her face. Then she heard the little bark. Patch. Her head snapped up, and for a breathless moment, she looked scared again. But only for a moment. As soon as she saw him alone, her face changed. She looked left, right, searching. Not finding Reuben. And then she smiled. Really smiled. A soft, unguarded thing. She scooped Patch into her arms, burying her face in the curve of his neck. The pup licked her cheek and gave a happy yip, wriggling with delight. She held him tight, and for the first time in days, her whole body looked lighter. Reuben's heart twisted. It wasn't jealousy. It was relief. This right here, was why he'd come. Maybe, just maybe, it was enough to try again. He stepped forward, keeping his pace slow and his voice easy. Each step seemed to cross a void. One he wasn't sure he should make. But he took them slowly, schooling his face to be neutral. Good morning, he said, stopping a few paces away. I brought some apples. Thought you might want one. He extended one, bright red. He'd polished it in the crook of his sleeve, and it looked delicious. Hannah's smile vanished. She stood too fast and took a step back. Her arms wrapped tight around Patch like he was a shield. I don't want, just go, she snapped. The words cut. But it was her eyes that undid him. Not the fear. The regret. It was already there, shining, barely contained. I'm here whenever you feel ready, he said gently. I won't push. But I won't go away, either. He let the words settle in the air between them. You're safe with me, Hannah. I promise. Then he bent and tapped his leg. Come on, Patch. The dog hesitated, looking between them. Then, reluctantly, he hopped down and padded back to Reuben's side. Reuben didn't look back as he walked away. Didn't let himself feel anything but the grass under his boots and the weight of the empty basket. But part of him hoped she was still watching. And that someday, she might not look away. Chapter 13. Shadows at the window. Emma stood at the sink, wiping clean the last of the plates from supper. The kitchen was still warm from baking, the air faintly sweet with cinnamon and the rich scent of fresh bread. Samuel had already stepped outside to close the door on the chickens. The sun had long set, but the glow of the lantern on the porch stretched out across the yard like a promise. Hannah sat at the table, her hands wrapped around a half-drunk mug of lukewarm coffee, her eyes distant and unreadable. She'd been quieter than usual all day, drifting like someone walking through mist. Emma had seen her flinch when Reuben arrived. She'd seen the hurt on his face when he walked away. And she'd said nothing. That was the part that stung most. Reuben didn't deserve to be made a villain. And Emma had stood there, saying nothing, doing nothing, as Hannah wounded him with words she clearly didn't mean. Emma dried her hands and turned, her mouth opening to speak, but something in Hannah's posture held her back. Her shoulders were stiff, her eyes fixed on a place far away. Emma sighed softly, pressing her towel to the counter. "Would you like to talk?" Hannah looked up sharply, then quickly away. "I'm all right," she said. Too fast. Emma knew better. But she nodded anyway. "I'll be upstairs if you need anything." As she left the kitchen, she paused just long enough to press a gentle hand on Hannah's shoulder. There was a tremor there. A storm was building in Hannah's heart. She just hoped that the woman could survive it. Upstairs, Emma folded down the quilt on her bed and lit the small oil lamp on her dresser. The room was still and quiet, the kind of quiet she usually loved. But tonight, it felt heavy. Like the house itself was holding its breath. Samuel would be joining her soon, and usually, they prayed together. But tonight, she dropped to her knees. Knelt beside the bed, resting her arms on the edge of the mattress, her head bowed, she began to pray. "Lord," she whispered, "I don't know what to do." She paused, gathering the tangle of worry in her heart. Hannah is gut. I see it. I see the fear, too. But I don't know how to help. And I'm ashamed, Lord, that I didn't defend Reuben. He's been nothing but gentle. And you know I see your hand in him. Her throat tightened. She's hurting so much. Please give her the strength to speak. And show me what I should do. Send us a sign. One we can't ignore. She lingered a few minutes longer in prayer, then stood with a soft sigh and crossed to the window to draw the curtain. And froze. A man. Walking toward the barn. Not Samuel. Not Reuben. A stranger, dark coat, low hat, skirting through the shadows like a thief. Her heart seized. At that same moment, a door slammed below. Boots pounded across the porch, and Samuel's voice rang out. "Stay where you are." Emma heard the scrape of the lantern being lifted from its hook and the clang of the gate swinging open. Emma ran to Hannah's door and flung it open. "Hannah, there's trouble," she said, breathless. "Someone's out near the barn. Who could be wanting to hurt us now?" But Hannah was already standing, white as the sheets behind her, her hands pressed to her mouth. Emma's heart dropped. "Hannah?" "It's not you," Hannah whispered. "It's not about you or Samuel." Emma stepped closer. "What do you mean?" Hannah's lips trembled. "It's me. It's been me all along." Emma stared at her, the weight of those words slowly settling like ash. "I need to tell you everything," Hannah said, her voice barely more than a breath. "We should make coffee." Emma nodded, already turning toward the stairs, her hand brushing Hannah's as they moved together down into the warm sanctuary. The kettle was still warm. The fear, warmer still. And at last, the silence would end. Chapter 14. Tracks in the dark. Samuel sprinted across the yard, the lantern swinging wildly in his hand. The beam of light cut through the night, catching only glimpses, shifting shadows. It caught on the gleam of a dew-wet fence post, the movement of something darting toward the trees. The man was already out of sight by the time Samuel reached the barn. But the door was open. Not wide, just enough to slip through. Whoever he was, he'd known how to be quiet. Samuel turned toward the road, his chest heaving, his heart pounding not from the run but from the sick throb of déjà vu. Not again. Not after everything. Who was doing this to them now? He passed the small fence bordering the lane just as another figure stepped into view, a darker silhouette beneath the moonlight. Reuben. I saw someone run across my pasture, Reuben said, already pulling on his coat. Patch stood at his heels, alert and tense. Figured it wasn't a deer. Definitely not a deer. Samuel gestured with his lantern. Come on. I saw footprints near the barn. Together, they crossed into the field, their boots muffled by the grass and soft-churned soil. Samuel lowered the lantern to the ground. There. A partial print. And another. The tracks led toward the woods. They followed in silence, both men moving with the alert wariness of those who'd had reason to learn caution. But the prints faded as the ground grew harder beneath the trees, swallowed by leaves and underbrush. The forest offered no answers. Just shadows. It was dark and easy for the intruder to melt into the night. They'd lost him. He's gone, Reuben said at last. Samuel blew out a long breath, frustration tight in his jaw. This has happened before. Just before Emma and I married. The barn was set on fire. There were threats. We found the culprit. He's in jail. We thought it was over, but now? How do I keep my Emma safe? Maybe it's not about you, Reuben said quietly. Samuel turned. What do you mean? Reuben hesitated, glancing toward the edge of the trees where the moonlight pooled like silver water. I think Hannah's afraid, he said. Not just of life. Or men. I think she's afraid someone will come for her. Someone specific. Samuel's brows furrowed. You think this is about her? Reuben nodded. She's always watching the edges of things. Her eyes constantly searching as if someone might be hiding in the shadows. She never stands with her back to a window. And there's something in her eyes, like she's already bracing for the next blow. Samuel was quiet for a long moment. We know her past was bad. I can't understand men like that, he said at last. Men who hurt women. Who threaten and stalk and make them live in fear. They think it makes them strong. It just shows what weaklings they are. A woman's heart is a gift. You protect it. You cherish it. And if she doesn't want to give it to you, you let her go. Reuben raised an eyebrow. Was that a hint that I should let her go? Samuel laughed, low and tired. If it was, I'd be worse at hiding it. Then he grinned, the lines around his eyes creasing. Emma and Ruth both say you're perfect for her. Reuben's smile faltered. I feel that. I do. But I don't know if she'll ever let me in. I keep hoping. But... Samuel clapped him on the shoulder. What are you going to do? Reuben didn't look at him. He stared out at the trees instead, his voice low and sure. Be patient, he said. I could wait forever for her smile. Samuel barked out a laugh. You have it bad, man. I know, Reuben said, grinning. Worst case of it I've ever seen. They stood together for a moment longer, two gut men in the dark, watching the place where the forest swallowed up the trail. Then Samuel turned back toward the house, the lantern swinging again. Come on. There's nothing more we can do out here tonight. We should head back. Samuel turned, and Reuben followed, quiet, steady, and ready to wait. Chapter 15. The Truth in the Night. The kitchen was still warm from the baking earlier, but Hannah shivered. The night pressed close to the windows, dark and heavy, as though the shadows outside were waiting to seep through the glass. The little lamp on the table flickered now and then, casting gold across the battered wood and glinting off the coffee pot as it hissed gently on the stove. Hannah sat stiffly in her chair, both hands wrapped around her mug, though she hadn't taken a single sip. Her fingers trembled. Her whole body felt like a too-tight string, ready to snap. Emma sat across from her, her face calm, quiet, and kind. She reached out slowly and laid her hand over Hannah's. You can talk when you're ready, she said softly. I'm not going anywhere. Hannah bit the inside of her cheek hard enough to taste blood. Her eyes burned. The weight of the night, of the past, of the secret tucked in the corners of her soul for too long, it all pressed down until she couldn't keep it in. He said he'd never let me go, she whispered. Emma didn't move. Didn't ask who. So, Hannah went on, her voice shaking like a leaf on the edge of a storm. Jacob Fisher. We were promised. Everyone thought he was wonderful, charming, hard-working. I thought that, too, at first. I thought I loved him and that he would be my everything. That we would build a family, a life, but it changed so fast. When we were alone, he... Her throat closed, and for a moment, she couldn't breathe. I didn't see it coming. Not at first. He controlled everything. What I wore. Who I saw. Then he started grabbing my arm when I made him angry. Pushing. One night, he shoved me so hard, I hit the wall. Emma's hand tightened gently over hers. I told him I wanted to end things between us. That the betrothal was off, Hannah said. And he laughed. Said I belonged to him. That if I ever ran, he'd come for me. Tears spilled down her cheeks, silent and hot. Things got worse. He hit me, tried to strangle me. The bishop didn't believe me. The more I tried to get away, the worse he became. He told me there was nowhere for me to go. That I couldn't escape him. That I belonged to him. I ran anyway. Far. But now, he found me. The notes. The man outside. It's him. I know it is. Notes? Emma asked. Hannah explained about the notes she'd found in her shed. She reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 crumpled pieces of paper. Slowly, she straightened them on the table. He left these. I'm so sorry. Emma squeezed her hand. You should have told us. Nay, I'm sorry for bringing this to you. You don't deserve it. Hannah couldn't look at her friend. She felt ashamed for hiding the notes and for putting Emma in danger. You haven't brought anything. This is not your fault. Hannah finally looked up, her eyes pleading. I must go, Emma. I can't stay here and put you in danger. You and Samuel, you've been so good to me. But I can't bring this here. Emma didn't answer right away. She rose slowly from her chair, came around the table, and knelt beside Hannah like a man would with a frightened kinner. She wrapped her arms around her, firm and sure. "Nay," she said gently. "You are like a Schwester to me. We stick together. You will not run. We will keep you safe." Hannah's sob broke loose then, sharp and sudden, her body curling into the hug like a drowning woman grasping a lifeline. They sat that way for a long while. Just holding. Just breathing. Eventually, Hannah pulled back, wiping her face with the edge of her sleeve. She drew a trembling breath. "Do you understand now? Why I can't, why I keep pushing Reuben away?" Emma sat back on her heels, her eyes soft. "Ja. And nay." Hannah blinked at her. "I understand your fear. But I also know Reuben. And he is not the same. He would never hurt you. Not in word, not in deed." "I know that," Hannah whispered. "In my head. But my body, it doesn't. It still sees a man and," she swallowed hard, "it's like I forget how to breathe. Like I'm trapped again." Emma reached for her hand once more. "It's not wrong to feel that. But don't close the door forever because of one man's evil. God didn't make all hearts the same." Hannah stared at the coffee, untouched and cold now. "Even if I could open my heart," she said quietly, "it wouldn't be fair. I can't give Reuben what he wants. I can't be what he needs." Emma's voice was firm but kind. "Right now, all Reuben wants is your safety. Your peace. And to be near you if you let him." The room settled into a silence that was not empty but full. Full of grief. Full of gentleness. Full of something that looked a little like hope. Hannah didn't know what came next. But for the first time, she wasn't holding it all alone. Chapter 16. A Dog's Promise. Reuben reached his home just after midnight, his boots heavy with dust and his thoughts heavier still. He let Patch off the lead, watching the pup trot ahead, his limp barely noticeable now as he bounded up the steps and flopped with a soft huff on the porch. The wood creaked beneath him, but Patch didn't care. His job was done for the day. The stars above glinted sharp and cold, scattered across the black like 1,000 unanswered questions. Reuben paused for a moment beneath them, the night air cool on his neck. The wind whispered through the tops of the trees, and he wondered, not for the first time, if one of those shadows out there might be him, the one who watched Hannah from the woods. The man behind her fear. The man behind her eyes. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a gentle click. The kitchen felt colder than usual. It wasn't because the fire had burned down. It was the feeling of helplessness that sat in Reuben's heart. Hannah was hurting and he couldn't help. That hurt him. He had to do something. He kicked off his boots. Patch had curled up on a blanket near the stove. Reuben poured himself a glass of water and sank into a chair at the table. He just sat there for a long moment, staring at nothing. His mind was on Hannah. Lately, it always seemed to be. He'd never met anyone so tangled between strength and fear. The way she looked when she was working, focused, skilled, calm, was a world apart from the way she tensed when he got too close. Like one word from him might shatter her into pieces, she couldn't gather back up. And still, he couldn't stop thinking about the way she'd smiled holding Patch. That softness, that moment of light on her face. It had nearly stolen his breath. But the wall had come back. It always did. The fear. The regret. The guilt. It gutted him. Not because she didn't want him, but because she wanted to and couldn't. That was worse, somehow. He set the mug down and knelt beside the fire, where Patch snored softly on his blanket, his legs twitching in a dream. Reuben reached out and laid a hand on his side. The pup stirred, blinked sleepily, and thumped his tail once. "I don't care how long it takes," he murmured, voice low. "You and I, boy, we're going to make sure she's safe. Even if she never lets me close. Even if she never calls for help." Patch huffed and nudged his head into Reuben's palm, warm and trusting. "You ever follow a scent, Reuben whispered. "Might be time you learned. Because next time that coward comes near, we're going to track him. And next time, he's not getting away." Patch rolled onto his back, his paws waving in the air, and gave a sleepy, happy groan. Reuben smiled, even if his chest still ached. It wasn't much of a plan. But it was a start. He stood and pulled an old flannel blanket from the back of a chair, laying it gently over Patch, then turned and moved to the corner shelves. From the bottom one, behind a stack of iron nails and wood shims, he pulled a worn book, one he'd picked up years ago from a traveling trader, Tracking for Training, Bonding Through Scent. He flipped it open, the pages stiff from disuse. Step 1, he read softly, use a worn article of clothing. Familiar scent. Begin in enclosed spaces. His mind flashed, unbidden, to the way Hannah folded her gloves on the shed shelf. To the handkerchief she used when her eyes burned from smoke. The scarf that sometimes slipped loose when she leaned over her herbs. He shut the book and pressed a hand to it, not because the thought was wrong but because it felt so personal. Sacred, even. He wouldn't ask for anything of hers. Wouldn't take anything unless it was freely given. Still, maybe Emma could help. Maybe they could create something gentle. Something that didn't feel like a trap or a test. He stood there a long time, the book in his hands, the fire crackling low and soft behind him. He wasn't sure what it meant to love a woman who flinched at love. But he knew this, he could wait. And in the meantime, he could protect her. He looked down at Patch, who'd already curled tighter under the blanket. "Rest now," Reuben said softly. "Tomorrow, we've got work to do." Then he moved through the house quietly, banked the fire, and stood at the window, staring out into the night. Toward the trees. Toward her. Chapter 17. Coco and the Promise of Shelter. The door opened with a low creak and a gust of cool air. Samuel stepped into the kitchen, his boots damp with dew and his coat slung over one shoulder. His brow was furrowed, the lines around his eyes deeper than usual, worry already settling into the set of his jaw. He stopped in the doorway. There, at the table, sat Emma and Hannah. 2 mugs of cocoa steamed between them, the soft scent of chocolate and cinnamon filling the room. The only other light came from the oil lamp in the center of the table, casting warm halos across their tired faces. Emma looked up first. Her eyes met Samuel's, steady and quiet. "There's something you need to hear," she said. Samuel's face didn't change. He simply nodded, hung his coat on the hook by the door, and crossed the room with the same sure, measured steps that always made Hannah think of safety. Hannah's fingers tightened around her mug. She wanted to run. To hide in the shed or vanish into the shadows outside. But her feet stayed rooted to the floor. She owed them the truth. And it was time. As Emma began to speak, Hannah watched Samuel's face closely. He didn't flinch when he heard the name. Jacob Fisher. He didn't interrupt when Emma told him about the man seen at the barn or when Hannah haltingly added the notes she had found tucked into her gloves, hidden in the mint tray. Her voice cracked more than once, but Samuel never rushed her. He listened. Tight-lipped. Wide-eyed. Silent. And when it was over, when the kitchen had fallen into a hush so thick it might have drowned her, he looked at her, not with pity, not with fear. Just that same steady look that Reuben sometimes wore. The one that said, "You're not alone. You're not going anywhere," Samuel said firmly, his arms crossing over his chest. "We didn't open our door so you could slam it shut the moment it got hard. You're staying." The words hit her with the force of a kindness she didn't know how to carry. She blinked fast, but the tears still came, hot and unwanted and helpless. But she didn't argue. Didn't try to push back. Instead, she sat quietly as Samuel pulled up a chair and poured himself a mug of cocoa. The three of them sat together in the soft glow of the lantern, the warmth of the drink seeping through her fingers, through the cracks in her walls. It wasn't safety, exactly. But it was belonging. And that was something. When the cocoa was gone, and the silence had turned companionable, Hannah rose with the weariness of someone twice her age and climbed the stairs to her small room. The lamp on her bedside table was still lit, casting a quiet circle of gold across the quilted bedspread. Everything in the room was neat, familiar. The way she always kept it. The only space in the world that felt like it was hers. She sank to her knees beside the bed. "Lord," she whispered, her voice nay louder than the creak of the wood underfoot, "please keep Emma and Samuel safe. They don't deserve any of this. Not for trying to help me." Her voice caught, and she swallowed hard. "And, please help me know what to do. I can't see the path. I don't know who I am anymore. But I don't want to live in fear." The words hung in the air for a moment. Then she crawled into bed and pulled the quilt over her shoulders, tucking her chin into its folds like a child hiding from a storm. She closed her eyes. But rest didn't come. Because as the darkness gathered around her, he was there too. Not Jacob. Not the threat. Not the shadow in the woods. Reuben. His voice echoed in her mind, low and sure and impossibly kind. "You're safe with me. I promise." The memory brought a strange ache to her chest, like something breaking and healing all at once. She turned onto her side, shoving the thought away, but it clung to her. Part of her wanted to believe him. To reach out. To let herself fall into the warmth of his steady presence. But the other part, the louder part, still saw danger in every man's shadow. Still believed that trust was a risk too big to take. Still remembered what it felt like to be owned, not loved. She closed her eyes tighter. And felt trapped. Chapter 18. The Flicker and the Flame. The next morning dawned gray and misted with dew, the kind of day that clung to the skin and soaked through even the thickest apron. The light outside was soft and muted, and Hannah welcomed it. She didn't want brightness today. Her bones still ached from the weight of the night before, and even the memory of Samuel's firm kindness and Emma's embrace hadn't settled her spirit entirely. She'd slipped out of the house before breakfast, needing the comfort of her shed, the one place that still felt like it belonged to her and nay one else. The scent of peppermint hung in the air as she poured hot water over the leaves in her little ceramic pot. Steam curled upward, fogging the tiny window that overlooked the herb garden. She let it rise and fog and swirl. Let it hide her. She needed hiding. Sorting helped. Motion helped. Her hands moved automatically through the familiar rhythms, tying bundles of nettles with twine, slipping dried rosehips into labeled jars, and stacking them neatly by size and color. The quiet was a balm. Not quite peace, but close enough to pretend. She was just nudging the final jar into place when the creak of the shed door startled her. "Morning, dear." Hannah turned quickly, her shoulders stiffening. Ruth Esch stood in the doorway, bundled in a thick gray shawl, her cap neatly pinned, and her sharp brown eyes carrying their usual twinkle, the one that usually meant she was about to say something you wouldn't be ready to hear. "Ruth," Hannah managed, her voice steadier than she expected. "I hope I'm not intruding," Ruth said, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. "My joints are hollering something fierce this morning. Thought I'd come see if you had a bit of that lovely balm you made me last time. The one with cinnamon and clove?" "Of course." Hannah was already turning toward her shelf, her fingers grateful for something to do. "It's fresh from last week. I made it a little stronger. The cold's creeping in sooner this year." "Perfect," Ruth said with a sigh as she lowered herself onto the stool in the corner. "I swear these knees of mine know when a storm's coming better than the weatherman." Hannah chuckled, quiet, genuine. She handed over the small jar and watched Ruth scoop a dab onto her palm, rubbing it into her knotted knuckles with practiced ease. For a moment, it was easy. Simple. Then Ruth looked up. "You know, Reuben came by the shop the other day," she said, voice casual. "Bought oats. Thread." Hannah felt the muscles in her neck tighten. "Not for himself, I'd wager," Ruth continued, rubbing her palms together slowly. "He mentioned Patch's training. Said he hoped it might help you feel safer. That he'd do anything to keep you from looking over your shoulder." "I didn't ask him to do that," Hannah said quickly, too quickly. Ruth nodded. "No. You didn't. That's why it matters." Hannah turned away, her fingers hovering over a jar of dried lavender. Her cheeks burned, her chest a tight, confused knot. "I don't want to give him hope," she whispered. "He's kind. Too kind." "And maybe kindness," Ruth said, rising slowly, "is the very thing you need, Hannah. Sometimes, it's the softness that holds us together when everything else falls apart." She touched Hannah's shoulder gently, no pressure, just warmth, and then turned to go. "Think about it," she said as she opened the door. "There's time yet." And then she was gone, leaving only the faint scent of clove and the echo of her words behind. Hannah stood in the quiet. Her hand still held the jar of balm. It felt warm against her palm, residual heat from Ruth's hands, perhaps. Or maybe something else. Something not physical. Maybe she's right, she thought. Maybe she could trust Reuben. Maybe, if she let herself hope again, she could build something better. Something safe. Her chest softened with the idea. For one heartbeat, she allowed herself to imagine a future not ruled by fear. A morning not haunted by shadows. A man's voice that calmed instead of controlled. A dog named Patch running through the grass while she and Reuben shared a smile. Her lips parted with the beginning of a breath. And then she looked up. Her breath hitched. Her blood turned to ice. At the edge of the woods, just beyond the mint patch, stood a man. Not a shadow. Not a dream. A man. She didn't need to squint. Didn't need to guess. She knew that coat. That posture. That face. Jacob Fisher. He was far enough away that he couldn't hear her let out a breath of despair. But close enough to see her. Close enough to make sure she knew he had found her. Her breath left her in a single, sharp gasp. Her knees locked. Her vision tunneled. And the tiny flicker of hope that had dared to bloom only moments ago? It was extinguished in an instant. Hannah knew she must leave Faith's Creek. Tears filled her eyes, and she wondered if she would ever stop running. Then, briefly, she wondered about Reuben. Leaving him behind was more difficult than she realized. Chapter 19. Safe for a while. The knock on the door was gentle, more of a polite nudge than a summons. Emma wiped her hands on her apron and crossed the room, already knowing who it would be. She had spotted the bishop and his frock getting out of their buggy. "Bishop Amos, Sarah," she greeted, her voice lifting with warmth. Come in, come in." Amos Beeler stepped inside first, his tall frame slightly stooped with age but still radiating the quiet authority that had led Faith's Creek for decades. His long gray beard was neatly combed, and his eyes, a soft shade of faded denim, crinkled with kindness. Behind him, Sarah moved with graceful ease, her cap perfectly tied, her warm brown eyes as steady as her hands. She carried a small, lidded basket and gave Emma a knowing look. "I brought a honey cake," she said with a smile. "The one with cinnamon and walnut. Thought it might help." Emma's eyes lit up with recognition. "Your Herfstkusch? That's everyone's favorite." Hannah stood hesitantly near the stove, her hands clasped tightly in front of her apron. She hadn't known they were coming. Her first instinct had been to hide. But this was Amos and Sarah. And they were already sitting at the table, their presence filling the kitchen with a steadiness that reminded her of everything safe and gut and familiar. "Sit, dear," Sarah said, patting the chair beside her. "I sliced the cake already. You're not getting out of it." Emma chuckled as she prepared coffee in the background. Soon, it was ready, strong, black, hot. The scent mingled with the warm spice of the cake, comforting and grounding. Sarah passed around the plates while Emma poured, and for a few minutes, there was only the quiet clink of forks and the murmured sound of appreciation. Hannah took a bite. The cake was soft and subtly sweetened with honey and brown sugar. Cinnamon laced through the crumb, with little pieces of walnut giving it a gentle crunch. The warmth bloomed across her tongue and settled in her chest like a hand on her heart. She hadn't realized how much she needed that. "We've been worried about you," Amos said gently, breaking the silence. "Emma told us about the notes. And the man at the edge of the woods." Hannah's fork stilled on the plate. "I've been thinking," she said, eyes down. "Maybe I should leave. Before it gets worse. I hate to put any of you in danger or to cause such trouble." Amos set his mug down with deliberate care. "You mustn't think that way." She dared a glance up at him. "You're not alone anymore, Hannah," Sarah said. "This community protects its own. And that includes you." "But Hannah's voice caught. "I don't want anyone else getting hurt because of me." "You're not the reason he's a danger," Amos said firmly. "He is. He made that choice. And now that we know, we will deal with it. Together." "You're safe here," Sarah added, her voice like a soothing, cooling balm over a burn. "Truly." Samuel, Emma, Reuben, everyone is watching out for you. I know it's hard to believe, Amos continued, but this nightmare is over. We'll keep you safe, Hannah. You have my word. Hannah looked down at her plate, her appetite gone. She wanted to believe him. She really did. But fear didn't let go that easily. Still, something about the quiet strength in his voice, the gentleness in Sarah's hand on hers, and the taste of that warm, spiced cake in her mouth, it softened her. Just enough. Denki, she whispered. Stay, Amos said again. You have nowhere to go because you're already home. Her eyes filled, but this time, the tears didn't burn. They shimmered. Like maybe, just maybe, he was right. Chapter 20. The Scent of Safety. Patch was having the time of his life. Reuben chuckled as the pup galloped through the orchard, ears flopping, tail a blur. A few yards ahead, Gabriel Lapp crouched behind a wide oak, holding a shred of chicken in his fist and stifling his laughter. All right, Reuben called, kneeling beside Patch and holding out a kerchief Gabriel had handled earlier. Find him, boy. Patch sniffed the cloth with a tilted head, gave a happy bark, and took off, nose to the ground like he'd been born for this. It had taken a few tries to get here. At first, Patch had simply chased Gabriel for the promise of a treat. They'd practiced it 3 times, Gabriel hiding just around the barn, Patch barreling toward him when Reuben said go. But now? Now, the dog was sniffing out his quarry with purpose. Reuben watched the pup circle a stump, then suddenly veer left. Another 30 seconds and Patch barked triumphantly, bounding behind the oak tree. Gabriel let out a mock gasp of defeat and tossed him the treat. Who trained this little furball? Gabriel said, stepping out from behind the tree and scratching Patch's ears. You sure he's not half bloodhound? I'll take a half genius, Reuben said, kneeling and ruffling Patch's neck. He's getting this quicker than I expected. Quicker than you, too. Gabriel grinned, brushing bark off his trousers. You looked more nervous than he did. Reuben smirked. I've never trained a dog to find someone before. It feels like sacred work. Gabriel's grin faded into something gentler. And it is. They walked back toward Reuben's porch, the afternoon sun casting long lines through the apple trees. Reuben handed Gabriel a mug of coffee as they settled on the porch steps, Patch lying between them, panting happily. Tabby would love this, Gabriel said, smiling to himself. She always wanted a dog. You should get her one. We might, Gabriel said. Once we've got the house just how she likes it. She's already picked the wallpaper for every room, but it's the kitchen she cares about most. Reuben chuckled. Sounds about right. Gabriel took a sip, then looked over at Reuben. Marriage is a wonderful thing, you know. When it's the right one. It's not easy, nothing worth doing is, but it softens you. Grounds you. I thought I was strong before Tabby. It turns out I didn't know the half of it. Reuben said nothing, just watched the steam curl from his mug. Gabriel nudged him with an elbow. You're doing a gut thing, Reuben. The whole district knows it. Everyone's watching out for Hannah now. She'll be safe. Reuben swallowed, throat tight. I hope she knows that. Gabriel studied him for a moment. She will. Eventually, just keep showing up like you always do. Quiet. Steady. That's what'll break through. They sat a while longer, the air turning cooler as the sun began to lower, Patch snoring gently between them. That night, Reuben pulled on his coat, tucked a small lantern into his pocket, and whistled for Patch. The stars were beginning to prick through the navy sky, the moon a faint crescent behind soft clouds. Crickets hummed in the fields, and the scent of cut hay lingered in the breeze. He and Patch walked the edge of the lane, their steps silent in the grass. They didn't approach the Zook's house, not directly. Reuben kept his distance, circling the far fence line, watching for anything unusual. Anything wrong. The barn stood quiet. The fields were still. All was peaceful. And then, at the far upstairs window, a flicker of movement. A soft light. And Hannah. She stood silhouetted in her small room, a lamp casting a gentle halo behind her. Her posture was stiff, cautious. She wasn't looking out, not yet, but something about the curve of her shoulders made his heart squeeze tight. He froze. Please don't see me, he thought. Not like this. Not in the dark. Not lurking. The last thing he wanted was to be another shadow watching her from the night. But then she turned her head slightly as if sensing something. Her gaze drifted toward the fields, toward the trees. Reuben stepped behind the wide trunk of an old elm, pulling Patch gently beside him. He didn't breathe. And after a long moment, her silhouette moved away from the window. The curtain slipped closed. He exhaled and placed a hand on Patch's head. She doesn't need more fear, he whispered. Just safety. Then they walked the rest of the fence line in silence, Reuben listening to the wind in the leaves and praying with every step that tomorrow would be the day she let herself believe it, she wasn't alone. And she never would be again. No matter whether she ever let him into her heart, he would protect her. He would be here for her, and if Jacob turned up, then he would stop him. Chapter 21. The Watcher in the Dark. The house had settled into silence. Hannah stood at the window of her small room, the soft lamplight behind her casting her reflection onto the glass. The fields outside were cloaked in darkness. The only motion was the occasional sway of tall grass under the breath of wind. She'd left her door cracked, as always, just enough to hear the creak of the stairs or the familiar hush of Emma's voice downstairs if she needed it. But tonight, the house felt stiller than usual. Still and safe. Like maybe the worst of it had passed. And yet the ache in her chest hadn't gone. She pulled back the quilt, but she wasn't ready to get into bed yet. She knelt beside the bed, the wooden floor cool beneath her knees. Her fingers curled together, and she bowed her head low. Lord, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, I don't know what to do with all of this. The fear. The guilt. The not knowing what's next. How can I stay, and yet how can I leave? She paused, the words catching like thorns in her throat. I want to believe what everyone says, that I'm safe now. That the danger has passed. That I'm not putting them in danger. That you're here, and you've been here the whole time. But sometimes it's hard to feel it. She breathed out shakily. Please help me believe it anyway. The room was quiet when she finished. Nay voice from heaven. Nay thunder or wind. Nay sign that she'd been heard. Just the gentle creak of the house and the thudding of her heart as it slowed in the silence. She climbed into bed, pulling the quilt up to her chin, letting its warmth wrap around her like a second prayer. Sleep came slowly. But it did come. Until something pulled her from it. A sound. Not loud. Just a presence. She slipped from the bed and tiptoed to the window, parting the curtain with one careful hand. Her breath caught. There, beneath the elm tree near the garden's edge, stood a figure. Tall. Still. Half shrouded in the shadows. Her first thought was Jacob. Her heart surged, a cold wave washing through her body. But then something moved at the man's feet. A small shape. A wagging tail. Patch. Her breath whooshed out, caught between relief and something she couldn't name. She leaned closer to the glass, pressing a hand against its cool surface. Reuben. Of course, it was Reuben. Watching. Guarding. Protecting. And suddenly, the relief tangled with something tighter. Something more complicated. She was grateful. Deeply, quietly, aching with gratitude. But also, uncomfortable. Uncomfortable with being watched, even by someone who meant well. Uncomfortable needing protection. Needing him. Her entire life had been about independence since she fled, about building barriers and deciding who could come close. And here was a man standing in the dark for her sake, willing to chase monsters from the woods while asking nothing in return. It should have brought comfort. Instead, it brought confusion. Tears prickled at the corners of her eyes, and she closed the curtain gently. Then she turned, crossed the room again, and knelt beside her bed for the second time that night. Lord, she whispered, I'm not used to being safe. I don't know how to accept it when it comes. Her fingers tightened together. But I want to. I want to believe I don't have to run anymore. A pause. Then, please help me believe it. She rose, slower this time. The ache in her chest hadn't disappeared. But the panic had ebbed. A calm settled around her, not loud or showy, but steady. She climbed back into bed and tucked the quilt around her again. The window curtain fluttered once in a breeze. And this time, when she closed her eyes, she felt peace. And she let herself believe it, just for tonight. She was safe. Chapter 22. The edge of the road. The night air was cool, thick with dew and the scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Reuben stood beneath the old elm, Patch curled at his feet, both motionless as they watched the farmhouse from a distance. The windows were dark now. Still. Peaceful. It was what Reuben wanted for her. What he was willing to stand in the shadows for, night after night if that's what it took. He exhaled slowly and was just about to turn back toward the lane when he felt it. That prickle. A presence. He tensed, his eyes scanning the tree line. Patch's ears perked. The dog didn't bark, Reuben had trained him not to, but his body stiffened, nose to the wind, tail a silent signal. Then Reuben saw it. A figure. Low to the ground, moving along the edge of the orchard, close to the barn. The shape wasn't right for any neighbor he knew. Too cautious. Too practiced. Too sneaky. His pulse surged. He stepped forward, slow but purposeful. Jacob Fisher, he called, his voice low but commanding, cutting through the quiet like a blade. I know it's you. The figure froze. Only for a heartbeat. Then bolted. Patch barked once, sharp, eager, and took off, Reuben right behind him, his boots pounding the earth as he took chase. They tore across the field, ducking under fence lines and past rows of drying corn, moonlight flashing between branches. Reuben's lungs burned, but he didn't slow. Not until the sound reached him. An engine. Faint but unmistakable. Not a buggy. Not a farm machine. An Englisher vehicle. Reuben pushed harder, his feet sliding in the wet grass as he crested the rise at the far edge of the field, and then stopped cold. Tire tracks. Fresh. The trail ended abruptly at the road. Patch sniffed in tight circles, nose to the ground, then whined in frustration. The scent ended here. Jacob had disappeared into the night. A single pair of taillights vanished down the county lane, swallowed by trees. Reuben stood there, his chest heaving, his hands clenched at his sides. That wasn't supposed to happen. Not here. Not this close. Faith's Creek was too far out, too quiet. The Englishers didn't come down this road, especially not at night. And Jacob had never been one to drive. From the research he'd done, he was the kind of man who boasted about his Amish values when it suited him. Had he changed? Or was someone helping him? The thought turned Reuben's stomach. There was no way to keep up, not on foot, not without a buggy, not in the dark. If Jacob had a car, he could come and go as he pleased. Watch from the shadows. Escape in seconds. That changed everything. Reuben crouched beside Patch, his hands steadying the dog's trembling shoulders. "We'll figure it out, boy," he murmured. "We always do." But the words tasted hollow in his mouth. Because he knew now, he wasn't just fighting a coward hiding behind trees. He was up against a man with wheels, with cunning, and with an obsession that wouldn't stop until Hannah was broken, or worse. And Reuben? He would not, could not, let that happen. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 23. Closer than they know. Hannah. The kettle whistled softly in the early morning hush, its sound barely rising above the low murmur of birdsong outside. Hannah stood at the stove, one hand resting on the counter, the other clutching the edge of her shawl wrapped around her shoulders. She hadn't slept well. Not because of a nightmare, but because she hadn't had one. Instead, she dreamed of Reuben. He hadn't spoken. Hadn't touched her. He'd simply stood at the edge of the garden, holding Patch on a lead, watching the house like a quiet sentry. Just like she'd seen the night before. And in the dream, she'd felt safe. She shook her head, trying to banish the warmth the memory stirred. She poured the hot water over her mug of dried mint and let the steam rise into her face, breathing it in like something sacred. Across the room, Emma bustled at the breadboard, kneading dough with practiced movements. She hadn't mentioned Reuben, or the man in the trees, or the tightness in Hannah's voice last night. Just offered her a smile this morning and a second cup of coffee as if silence was its own kindness. And it was. Hannah sipped her tea and stared out the window toward the fields. Something was wrong. She couldn't say how she knew, but there was a heaviness out there, something unsettled in the stillness of the land. The same sensation she used to get when Jacob walked into a room without a word, her skin prickling before her ears even registered his footsteps. She swallowed hard. And for the first time in a long while, she didn't think about running. She thought about telling someone. She thought about telling Reuben. Her stomach fluttered with the thought, part nerves, part something dangerously close to longing. She pressed the warm mug to her lips and whispered into the steam, "Please, Lord. Just one more sign." She needed something to tell her which way to turn. Reuben. He didn't sleep. Not even for an hour. After the vehicle had vanished into the dark, Reuben returned to his home and sat by the cold hearth, turning the events over and over in his mind like coals that refused to catch. Jacob Fisher had a car. Or someone willing to drive him. Which meant he could strike fast, and vanish faster. Which meant Reuben had no more time for hesitation. He moved through the empty house quietly, gathering the pieces he needed, an old coil of rope, his date's lantern, a carved wooden whistle he hadn't used in years. Patch watched from his place near the hearth, his tail twitching with alert readiness. "Not yet," Reuben said quietly, brushing the dog's ear. But soon. He needed to talk to Samuel. And maybe Amos. The bishop would know what could be done. Who could be called? How to reach the right people in the right ways, without stirring panic. Because panic would not help Hannah, it would only make her retreat further into herself. He was afraid that she would run. That she would leave them, and if she did, he couldn't keep her safe. He didn't know what he would do if he lost her. He stopped for a moment. Was he becoming like Jacob? Nay, Jacob didn't take nay for an answer. Reuben would. He would stay away if that was really what she wanted. Or, like he was doing, he would stay in the background. He would treat her like a frightened horse. He would wait for her to make the first move. Reuben rubbed his hand over his jaw. She didn't know he'd been there last night. Or maybe she did. Part of him hoped she'd seen Patch and smiled. Another part feared she'd seen him and stiffened all over again. He didn't want to be another shadow in her life. He wanted to be a light. Even if he had to hold it from a distance. But after what he saw last night, he also knew this: he couldn't be only that. He had to be her shield, too. Even if she never asked him to. Hannah. Later that morning, the dew still clung to the grass in glistening beads, and Hannah made her way to the herb shed, the woven basket on her arm swaying gently as she walked. She needed to be useful. She needed to feel normal. The scent of lemon balm and dried lavender greeted her as she pushed open the door. The soft, familiar creak of the hinges grounded her, as did the low hum of the bees flirting with the mint blossoms outside the window. She stepped inside, and froze. Just at the threshold, faint and muddied but unmistakable, was a small paw print pressed into the soil just before the wooden step. Her breath caught. Patch. She knelt slowly, basket set aside, and reached down to trace it with her fingers. The pad marks were clear. One pressed a little deeper than the others. He still favored that front paw slightly when he walked. She'd know it anywhere. Tiny, muddy. A strange smile tugged at her lips. It was a sign, wasn't it? Not from heaven, exactly. But from a dog. And maybe that was close enough. What made her feel good wasn't just the recognition. It was the timing. Reuben had been here last night. She looked up, her heart thudding quietly against her ribs. The garden was still. The trees beyond whispered gently in the breeze, and the fence line glowed silver with morning light. But the feeling crept in again, that low, warm hum in her chest. A knowing. He'd been watching. And instead of fear, she felt something far more dangerous. Comfort. Not the kind that settled completely, but the kind that tugged at the edges of her walls. She sat back on her heels, hands resting in her lap, the hem of her dress damp with dew. The breeze caught her cap strings and tugged them softly against her jaw. Reuben had stood out there for her. Protected her. and hadn't once asked to be seen or thanked. She closed her eyes. "Lord," she whispered, "I don't know what you're doing, but I feel it. I feel it changing. I want to be brave, but I don't know how." She opened her eyes again, staring at the muddy prints. Maybe she couldn't open her heart all the way. But maybe she could open the door a crack. Just enough to let someone knock. She stood and crossed to the small work table, rummaging through the corner drawer until she found a scrap of linen and a short stub of charcoal she sometimes used to label her jars. She hesitated, then scribbled quickly before she could change her mind. "Thank you for the watch. For patch. H." She folded the cloth, slipped it into a small drawstring bag, and placed a tiny jar of comfrey salve beside it, one she'd poured just 2 days ago. No big message. No invitation. Just a step. She set off and walked over to Reuben's place and set it by the garden gate. And then she walked away without looking back. Chapter 24. The Message and the Men. Reuben wasn't expecting anything that morning. He'd woken early, like always, and started the day with quiet chores, splitting kindling, checking the forge, walking Patch down the edge of the orchard. His body moved with habit, but his mind had stayed behind, back near the garden. Near her. Hannah. He didn't know if she'd seen him the night before. Didn't know if she resented the watch he kept. But he kept it anyway, and he would continue to do so as long as was needed. For her. They took the long route past the Zook farm, staying near the outer fields where the fence met the old orchard road. It was Patch who found it, trotting to the garden gate, nose twitching, tail wagging with a familiar excitement that usually meant something gut. "Patch," Reuben called, crossing the grass. Then he saw it. A small linen pouch. The drawstring tied tight. Nestled inside it was a tiny glass jar. His hands moved before his thoughts caught up, lifting the pouch gently, careful as if it might break. He opened it. Inside, a folded square of cloth. Charcoal writing, faint but sure. "Thank you for the watch. For Patch. H." His heart thudded in his chest, a quiet knock echoing through his ribs. She knew. And more than that, she'd seen him. Not just last night. Seen his care. His effort. His presence. And she hadn't run. She'd written this. He closed his eyes, his jaw tightening. It wasn't a declaration. It wasn't even an invitation. But it was a sign. And signs, he had learned, were holy things. He tucked the note carefully into his coat and looked out across the fields. It was time to stop watching from the edge. It was time to act. Or was it? She'd moved toward him, but like a frightened horse, he might need to let her take a few more steps before he tried to come closer. He had an idea of something to do, to help, and it filled him with excitement. He would keep her safe and give her the room to come to him. Bishop Amos Beeler answered his door with a soft smile and a steaming mug of coffee already in hand. "You've got that look again," he said as he stepped back to let Reuben inside. "The one you had when you asked if I thought Hannah might ever come to the quilting circle." Reuben managed a smile. "This one's more serious." He stepped into the bishop's study, removed his hat, and sat down across from the older man, the folded note still burning a line across his heart. He told Amos everything. The shadow at the barn. The chase into the woods. The sound of the vehicle and the tracks that led to the road. How close Jacob had gotten. How fast he could move. By the time Reuben finished, Amos's eyes had lost their usual softness. What remained was steel. "You did right to come to me," he said, setting down his mug. "This isn't just about Hannah anymore. It's about all of us. This man, this threat, he's trespassing on sacred ground. If he comes for one of us, he comes for us all." Reuben nodded. "He won't stop. And I don't think he's working alone." "We'll need to be careful," Amos said, rising. "Nay alarm. Nay panic. But we need the men to stand watch. Discreetly. Constantly. I'll speak to Dan Beeler and the Millers. Gabriel, of course. I imagine he'll come running." "He will," Reuben said. "I'll call a gathering tonight. Let's keep it quiet. Just the men we trust." Reuben hesitated. "I don't want to scare Hannah. I just want to keep her safe." "Then we'll do it in the old barn," Amos said. "Out of sight. Nay questions. Just answers." By sundown, the old Miller barn, unused since Eli's father passed, hummed with quiet purpose. Lanterns burned low, the smell of old hay and earth rising in the warm air. A half-circle of familiar faces stood around Reuben and Amos: Samuel, Gabriel, Dan, Noah Miller, Levi Beeler, and two others who'd once worked security at barn raisings and auctions. Reuben didn't speak long. He didn't need to. "This man means harm," he said. "He's crossed fences, hidden in shadows, and he's learning how to move faster than we can follow. We don't want panic," Amos added. "We want presence. Men at the edges. Eyes on the woods. Watches through the night. Quiet. Constant. Faithful. We protect her," Reuben said simply. "Even if she never knows how many of us are doing it." Gabriel stepped forward and clapped him on the back. "You're not alone in this, brooder." One by one, the others nodded. And so, the fellowship was born. Not of warriors, but of men with quiet hands and unshakable hearts. And in the darkness outside, as Reuben led Patch down the lane toward home, the folded note in his pocket no longer felt like just a sign. It felt like a promise. The moon hung low over Faith's Creek, casting long silver shadows across the fields and fence posts. The world was still, save for the hush of crickets and the soft whisper of wind through the corn stalks. It was the kind of night that would usually pass unnoticed. But not tonight. Tonight, the men watched. They came in shifts, quiet and deliberate, just as Amos had asked. Not in groups. Not in a show of force. But like shadows of their own, steady, careful, invisible to all but one another. Gabriel Lapp arrived first, just after sunset, slipping behind the far shed on the Zook property with the ease of a man who knew how to move without being seen. He crouched low, the old hunting binoculars Reuben had given him resting against his chest. He watched the tree line. He watched the road. He watched the house. Reuben had shown him the trail Jacob had taken. Where the prints had ended. Where the tire tracks had begun. "It's not just about catching him," Gabriel had said earlier. "It's about making sure she never sees him again." Dan Beeler relieved Gabriel just after midnight, walking the fence line in long, measured strides. His breath fogged in the cool night air, but he didn't mind. He'd raised 3 sons and buried a dade. He knew what it meant to hold a line, even if the one you were holding it for didn't know it yet. Across the fields, Levi took the north post, eyes sweeping from the orchard to the road with the quiet precision of a man who'd grown up hunting and still preferred silence to speech. And Reuben? He didn't go far. He stayed at the east ridge with Patch, watching from the rise just beyond the garden. The pup lay at his feet, ears twitching, eyes alert, tail silent. Trained and ready. The men didn't speak often. Only a nod at each shift change. Only a soft whistle if something moved that shouldn't. But there was something sacred in the silence. A shared vow. A circle around something fragile. Not just a woman. Not just a threat. But a belief. That evil could be kept at bay by hands that tilled soil and forged metal and held Kinner without fear. That kindness wasn't weakness. That protection wasn't a burden, but a privilege. Inside the house, Hannah slept. She didn't know that Levi Beeler had stepped in to keep watch just as her lamp flickered out. She didn't know that Dan had paused at the orchard fence, whispering a quiet prayer before resuming his post. She didn't know that Reuben stood on the ridge with her name in his heart like a shield. But maybe, just maybe, she would feel it in the morning. The difference in the air. The safety humming at the edges of her world. The peace she didn't yet know was already circling her, faithful and unrelenting. The men would keep watch. And they would not fail her. Chapter 25. The Edge of Fury. Jacob Fisher crouched low in the underbrush, his back pressed against a tree slick with damp moss and peeling bark. The early morning chill seeped through his coat, turning his fingertips numb and his knees stiff beneath him. But he didn't move. Didn't shiver. Didn't blink. He was watching. And what he saw made his lip curl. They were on to him. For weeks, he'd moved in and out of Faith's Creek like a shadow, quiet, careful, untouchable. He knew the land well enough to navigate it blind. He knew which nights the farmhouses went dark early, which fences creaked, which chickens squawked too soon, and where dogs would bark. He thought he had more time. That he could keep slipping through the cracks. Watching from the trees. Slipping down into the valley under the cover of mist. Leaving his little reminders where she'd find them. Notes in her gloves. Beneath trays of mint. Scrawled messages to remind her of what she'd forgotten. What they had all forgotten. That she was his. That she would always be his. That there was nae escape. That nae one else would ever care for her the way he did. But now, everything had shifted. He could feel it in the air, the weight of it pressing against his skin like a coming storm. The house at the edge of the orchard no longer sat quiet after dark. The windows burned longer. The shadows on the porch moved in patterns too precise to be accidents. There were men watching for him now. Not just one. A rotation of them. They walked softly, but he could tell. He'd learned to tell. They came from different directions. Never the same twice. Lanterns turned low, boots padded. He was the one who should be watching, but they were watching him back. Faith's Creek had grown teeth. And he had Reuben Schrock to thank for that. The blacksmith. The dog lover. The quiet fool who thought standing near a fence post made him some kind of guardian. Jacob sneered. He'd seen Reuben 2 nights ago, standing tall in the silver light, that ridiculous mud at his side, scanning the tree line like he had any right to claim authority. Pretending he was someone important. Someone strong. Someone Hannah might turn to. As if she needed someone like that. As if he didn't already exist. Jacob's fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, sharp and dry in the cold air. A red haze crept into the edges of his vision. He'd tried being patient. Truly. He'd given her time. Sent his notes. Left his signs. Watched her from afar. He'd let her think she'd gotten away, even let her play at being healed. Let her stitch and bake and giggle with those other women like she was someone new. But she wasn't new. She wasn't different. She was his. He'd watched her through the herb shed window, laughing with that woman, Emma. He'd seen her crouch in the garden, hair slipping from her cap, her face soft again. He'd seen her smile at the dog. The dog. The idea that she'd let that thing near her made bile rise in his throat. But not as much as him. Reuben. The man was always near. Always lingering like some silent hero in a story that wasn't his to tell. Jacob had watched him walk the fence line. Had seen him with the bishop. With the other men. Organizing, whispering. Creating walls that Jacob couldn't scale, not because they were strong, but because they were clever. That made it worse. Now, he couldn't even get to her shed at night. Couldn't cross the garden. Couldn't press his hand to the window like he used to, like he deserved. And the men? They were everywhere. Circling her. Guarding her. Shutting him out. But they didn't understand. She was already his. She'd always been his. He'd claimed her. And if she wouldn't come back to him willingly, if she wouldn't understand, then she would never belong to anyone else. His breath quickened, fogging in the air as his chest rose and fell in heavy, angry bursts. He wouldn't let this happen. He would regain control. A branch cracked to the east, faint and deliberate. Jacob didn't flinch. He knew the sound now. Knew the way they moved. Another man on watch. Probably the preacher's boy this time. Gabriel or one of the Bealers. It didn't matter. They thought they had him pinned in the night. But they weren't clever enough to realize, if he couldn't hide in the darkness, then he would hide in the light. They were looking for shadows. They weren't looking at the day. He grinned a slow, crooked thing, more teeth than joy. His mind already worked the pieces, the rhythm of their shifts, the hours when they slept, the gaps in the morning patrol. The way Hannah came out early to pick herbs. Always alone. Always quiet. He just needed to wait. To watch. To time it right. He could come as a passerby. A farmer from the next town. Nay one would question a man on the road in daylight. And when she looked up and saw him, she wouldn't even have time to scream. His heart pounded faster, rage curling in his chest like smoke. If I can't have her, he whispered, his voice ragged and low, then nay one can. She will not escape me again. He leaned back against the tree and stared toward the distant house. The soft glow of the windows was barely visible through the morning fog. He had a plan. The men couldn't watch forever. Eventually, they'd relax. And when they did, he'd strike. And this time, she wouldn't get away. Chapter 26. Ash and Ember. The kitchen was quiet, filled only with the soft sounds of Emma's paring knife tapping against the wooden cutting board. She worked with calm precision, slicing apples into tidy wedges, her movements practiced and unhurried. The morning was cool, the window left slightly open to let in the breath of air, carrying with it the faint rustle of leaves and the distant cluck of hens. As soon as this is done, Samuel and I are going to the market. Do you want anything? Hannah sat at the table, her hands loosely holding a half-peeled apple. The knife rested idly beside her, forgotten. Her gaze drifted to the window, but her thoughts were somewhere else entirely. Nay, I'm fine, thanks. She twisted the peeling around her fingers. She wanted to say something. It was burning at her, needling and niggling, and she had to tell Emma, but she feared what would come of it. I left something at Reuben's garden gate, she said, almost too quietly. Emma looked up. A note, Hannah said, forcing her gaze to stay steady. And a small jar of comfort salve. For Reuben. I wanted to thank him. For watching. For Patch. For caring, she didn't say. Emma's knife paused mid-slice. Her smile came slow but luminous. Oh, Hannah. Her voice softened with careful joy, but she didn't rush forward, didn't make it into something big. She only set her knife aside and turned toward the table, wiping her hands on her apron. Hannah flushed, eyes back on the apple in her lap. It wasn't anything, really. It was something, Emma said, pulling out the chair across from her. You don't offer thanks like that to just anyone. You offered it to him. That means something. Hannah shifted, uncomfortable. It doesn't mean I'm ready. Emma tilted her head. Maybe not. But it means your heart knows something your fear hasn't caught up to yet. Hannah said nothing. You don't have to open your heart wide all at once, Emma continued gently. Just, don't keep it locked shut out of habit. There's a difference between protecting yourself and hiding from something good. I'm not hiding, Hannah whispered. Emma gave her a look, kind but not indulgent. Hannah's chest tightened. I'm not, she said again, but her voice broke. She stood abruptly, the chair legs scraping back against the wooden floor. I need air. Hannah, I'll be in the shed, she called behind her, already halfway to the back door. She didn't wait for a reply. Didn't wait for anything. The sky had begun to cloud, pale gray stretching over the valley. The wind moved the tops of the trees gently, but the air beneath them was still and quiet. Hannah moved briskly toward the shed, her heart hammering faster than it should have been. Open your heart. Let him in. She couldn't. Not yet. She needed the shed. The smell of dried herbs. The quiet. The safety. She didn't see the shadow slip out from behind the side of the barn. Didn't hear the footfalls that mirrored her own in soft, muffled echoes. She reached the shed door and pulled it open, one hand already reaching for the lamp she kept just inside. Behind her, the footsteps stopped. A presence loomed. She turned, and the door slammed shut behind her with a thud that made the entire wall tremble. Hannah dropped the lamp. It shattered on the floor. Glass and oil spilled across the old wooden planks. Then she heard it, the strike of a match. Nay, she whispered. And then flames. They kissed the oil with a hiss and leaped, fast and greedy, licking up the edge of the doorframe before she could draw a breath to scream. Smoke filled the air instantly, black and acrid. The scent of lavender turned to charcoal. The fire caught on the bundles of drying herbs strung from the rafters. Light bloomed through the cracks in the walls. She ran to the door. It wouldn't budge. Someone, was blocking it from the outside. "Help!" she screamed, coughing, pounding her fists against the wood. "Please, help!" The fire roared behind her. And somewhere outside, just beyond the thick smoke and dancing flame, Jacob Fisher stood in silence. His eyes were hard. His mouth unmoving. The matchbook still sat in his hand, its cover curling from heat. "You should have come back," he muttered. "You should have come back to me." He turned and walked into the trees, leaving the shed behind him as the fire climbed higher, hot, hungry, and alive. Chapter 27. Smoke and Memory. The smoke was thick, hot, choking, and cruel. It coiled around Hannah's head like a serpent, slithering into her nose and throat with every desperate breath. Her eyes streamed as she staggered back from the licking flames, unable to see anything clearly. The fire crackled louder now, snapping with greed, growing in the corners of the shed, dancing along the rafters where her herbs once dried in orderly bundles. The smell was nay longer the comforting scent of dried lavender and mint. It was burning wood, scorched linen, smoke-blackened leaves, and the heavy, terrifying stench of something far worse, loss. She couldn't see the door anymore. It had vanished behind the curtain of smoke and flame. Somewhere in the blur, her mouth opened, and she screamed for help. Her voice broke against the heat, hoarse and cracked. "Emma. Samuel." But she knew they wouldn't come. She'd heard the creak of the buggy wheels, the clip-clop of the horse just as she reached the shed, and the quiet click of the latch as Emma called goodbye over her shoulder. They'd gone to the market, leaving the apples simmering gently on the stove. The thought of it, how normal it all seemed, crushed her. She'd smiled that morning. Laughed even when Emma had scolded her for cutting the apples too thin. There was a pie to bake. A quilt to finish. A quiet day to pass in peace. Excitement about the gift she'd left for Reuben. Excitement and fear. And now this. Panic took hold, freezing her feet in place as the fire moved with terrifying intention. It crept up the edges of her cabinets, snapped through bundles of nettle and lemon balm, and devoured the linen curtains she'd sewn herself with steady fingers during calmer days. It circled her like a beast. Watching. Stalking. "Stop it," she cried aloud, her voice cracked and raw, not at the fire but at herself. Her own fear was the worst part. Her inability to move. Her mind had curled inward like a frightened animal. But the words shook something loose. She dropped to the floor. Her knees slammed against the warped wood, jarring her bones, but she forced her hands forward. One covered her mouth, the other crawled across the floor, feeling for anything solid, anything to ground her. The air burned her eyes. Her lungs screamed. Coughs racked from her as she tried to hold her breath. It was nay gut, she had to breathe. Her ears rang with the roar of heat and memory. She had to think. Had to move. But her thoughts fractured again. How had it caught so fast? What had she missed? She'd dropped the lamp, but it wasn't lit, and that was only a few moments ago. Then her heart lurched. This was nay accident. This wasn't a stray spark or a fallen match. Someone had done this. Someone had shut her in and meant to burn her to death. For a moment, she couldn't comprehend how anyone could do this. But of course, they could. One man. One jealous and cruel man who believed she belonged to him. He would do this. He would burn her rather than let her be free. The same person who'd left notes in her gloves. The same one who'd watched from the edge of the trees. The same one she hadn't seen in years but felt more clearly now than the heat of the fire. Jacob. She didn't need proof. She knew. In his pride, in his twisted sense of love, he would believe this made sense. That if he couldn't have her, nay one could. That her sanctuary, her place of healing and safety, could become her tomb. The idea sickened her, but there was nay time to dwell on it. She crawled toward the door. Her hand pressed flat to the old timber and recoiled immediately. It was hot, too hot. Flames flickered through the cracks at the bottom. The handle was glowing. She turned from it, her breath coming faster now, too shallow, too weak. The only other way out was the window. Her gaze landed on it, high and narrow above the herb table. There wasn't much hope, it had never been meant for escape, but it was something. She pushed herself up, trembling, and grabbed for the nearest stool, dragging it beneath the sill. Coughs racked through her once more, burning her throat, and as she drew in a hot breath, it felt as if her lungs were seared. The flames licked at the back of her skirt. She slapped at them with her hand, yelping as heat seared her skin. Hauling herself up, she got one foot on the stool, the other leg shaking. She reached up, one hand on the latch, and pushed. It didn't budge. She tried again, harder, the heat blinding now, her arm burning as it brushed the side of the wall. The wood was swollen with heat. The lock stuck. And then, a voice. Soft. Low. Terrifying in its familiarity. "Don't run from me again, Hannah." She froze. The flames behind her didn't pause, but her mind did. Her body locked. Her fingers went cold despite the fire licking at her skin. His voice wasn't real. It couldn't be. But it was. It lived in her memory with such clarity that it might as well have been in the room. Inside the walls. Inside her head. "Wake up," she gasped. "Please, wake up." But she couldn't. Her head was pounding. Her limbs were heavy. The heat was unbearable. Her hands stung from the scalding metal of the latch. She coughed hard and collapsed to her knees again. Her vision blurred, the window swimming in and out of view. More memories came, cruel and fast. Jacob's hands on her shoulders. The way he shoved her against the wall with a smile. The hot breath in her ear, the words that never stopped. "You're nothing without me." She could feel the match he once struck inches from her face. Not to light a lamp. Just to watch her flinch. She crawled to the back wall and pressed herself into the corner. Her shawl came loose, and she yanked it over her head, curling down to the floor. Smoke choked the room now. The crackle of flames had become a roar. The air was thick and oily. There was nay clear breath left. "Please, Lord," she whispered hoarsely. "Not like this." Breathing was nearly impossible. Her throat burned. Her chest heaved. She tried to hold her breath. Tried to wait. But her body betrayed her, pulling in a deep gasp of hot, smoke-filled air that scalded her lungs. Her body spasmed. Her limbs shook. Her head throbbed. Her vision darkened at the edges. She knew it was over. There would be nay escape. Not this time. Not alone. Please, Lord. Not in the place she once called safe. Not again. Her eyes fluttered closed. The shed, the fire, the heat, all of it began to fade. And she let go, sinking into darkness. Chapter 28. Through Smoke and Ash. The wind carried a damp chill that hinted of coming rain, the kind that settled into the earth and stayed. Reuben didn't mind it. His coat was warm, his boots dry, and Patch trotted ahead along the fence line, nose low, tail wagging in slow, sweeping arcs. The sky hung low and gray above them, pressing down on Faith's Creek like a heavy hand. The morning was quiet. The kind of quiet that often followed a storm, or came before one. He adjusted the strap of the pack slung across his back and reached for the whistle tucked in his coat pocket, giving a soft call out of habit. Patch didn't respond. The dog had stopped several paces ahead, ears perked, head raised into the wind. Reuben frowned. "Patch," he called, slowing his stride. The dog didn't come. Instead, Patch gave one sharp bark, turned, and loped back toward him, skidding to a halt near his boots. He reared up on his hind legs and pawed at Reuben's knee, then dropped and barked again, louder this time, urgent. "What is it?" Reuben asked, his voice low. Patch didn't wait. He spun around and bolted toward the woods bordering the far edge of the Zook property, moving faster than Reuben had ever seen him run. Ears flattened, tail low, all focus forward. "Patch!" Reuben shouted, irritated at first. "Don't go charging off after a rabbit." But Patch didn't stop. Didn't even look back. Reuben broke into a jog, then stopped abruptly as the wind shifted. His nostrils flared. There was something wrong. A smell, sharp, bitter, unnatural. Not wood smoke from a stove. Not the earthy scent of autumn leaves. This was different. Smoke. The wrong kind. Thick. Acrid. It caught in his throat even before he saw the source. His stomach twisted. Then he was running. His boots tore into the damp ground, mud sucking at his heels. He cut through the trees, dodging branches, lungs burning already but refusing to slow down. His thoughts splintered. He tried to tell himself it was nothing. A cooking fire gone wild. Maybe someone had lit a barrel of old brush without thinking. But something deep in him, something old and certain, already knew the truth. This was no accident. And it wasn't just anyone. This was Hannah. The trees opened into the edge of the Zook garden. Reuben burst into the clearing and stopped cold. The shed was on fire. Not smoking. Not singed. Engulfed. Flames roared from the window, curling up the roof beams and eating their way along the walls. The little structure that had always smelled of dried herbs and safety now burned like a funeral pyre. Smoke poured from the door and window in thick, choking plumes. The roof had already begun to buckle at one corner, and the white curtain in the window, once trimmed with hand-sewn lace, was gone, vanished into ash. And inside, the fire danced violently. Hungry. Alive. Reuben didn't think. He ran again. This time, toward the blaze. "Hannah," he shouted, voice breaking. "Hannah." Nay answer. His feet skidded in the mud as he stumbled to a halt near the shed's front. The heat hit him like a wall, forcing him back. He squinted through the smoke, scanning wildly for movement, for any sign she'd escaped, her dress, her hair, anything. There was nothing. Nay open door. Nay shattered glass. Nay one running for help. She was still inside. Nay, he breathed. Then louder, more desperate, "Hannah!" Patch barked furiously, pacing behind him in frantic circles, his claws skidding across the wet soil. The dog whined and scratched at the side of the shed as though trying to dig his way through the walls. Reuben pulled his coat over his mouth and nose. The smoke was thicker now, rising in billows, turning the world around him gray and glowing. The door was too hot to touch. He could see the glow of embers through the cracks. The window had shattered inward. He could hear the fire moaning inside, twisting through the beams like a beast claiming its prize. He backed away, chest heaving. This couldn't be happening. It was broad daylight. People were working. Baking. Mending fences. Nay, one burned alive on a Thursday morning in Faith's Creek. But the fire didn't care about any of that. She had been alone. Reuben had seen Emma and Samuel drive out earlier, their buggy bouncing down the road with baskets piled high for the market. He hadn't thought much of it then. Now, he hated himself for not stopping. He imagined her behind the door. Trapped. Smoke filled her lungs. Curled up on the floor, afraid and alone. Her hands pressed to the boards, hoping someone would come. The panic struck so hard that his knees nearly buckled. He hadn't protected her. He'd kept his distance like she'd wanted. Watched from the fence line. Thought it was enough. But it wasn't. And now, she was burning. "Please," he gasped, his voice raw from smoke. "Please, nay." His eyes stung, whether from the smoke or grief, he couldn't tell. Everything around him felt too loud, the crackling of the flames, Patch's whines, his own ragged breath. He had seconds, maybe less, to act. If she was alive in there, she wouldn't be much longer. And if he didn't do something now, he would never forgive himself. He stepped closer to the blaze, bracing himself for the heat, for the burn, for whatever he had to face. His heart thundered in his chest. He wasn't ready to say goodbye. Not to her. Chapter 29. Through fire for her. The smoke thickened with each second, turning the air into something living and cruel. Reuben stood before the blaze, every instinct screaming at him to go in, now, while another voice warned that nay man walked through fire without paying a price. But he didn't hesitate. He couldn't. With one last glance toward the heavens, he yanked his coat collar over his face and ran for the wall. The heat slammed into him like a wave. His boots skidded against the mud before catching the dry base of the shed's exterior. The wall groaned under the pressure of the flames, the boards popping and shifting like brittle bones. Smoke poured through the gaps, clinging to his skin, dragging claws down his throat. There was nay time to try the door. Nay time to fumble with the window. The fire was more intense in those areas. If she was alive, she had to be in the far corner. She was in there. He knew it, felt it. He had to get through. Bracing his body, Reuben threw his shoulder against the wall with all the force he could muster. It held. The fire roared, mocking him, licking down the frame toward his boots. He stepped back and picked up a rusted iron fence post lying in the grass, something Samuel had dropped days ago and never reclaimed. "Hold on, Hannah," he growled, gripping the post like a battering ram. "Please, just hold on." He struck the wall near the base, just between two support beams. The first hit rang out with a sharp crack. The second made the boards split slightly. On the third blow, a piece of the siding gave way, the wood tearing open like paper, smoke and heat gushing through the gap. The fire flared outward, licking up his sleeve. He fell back, slapping at the flames, and felt the sear of pain tear through his forearm. He ignored it. Crawling forward, he kicked the broken planks away and forced himself into the breach, shielding his face with one arm, the other tucked close to his side. Inside, it was hell. The heat pressed on him like a living thing, squeezing the breath from his lungs. Everything was colorless except the flames, orange and red and white hot, devouring what had once been order and peace. The workbench had collapsed, the walls blackening, the roof groaning above his head. He dropped to the floor. "Hannah," he shouted, voice barely audible over the roar. "Hannah, where are you?" He crawled, one hand forward, the other trailing against the scorched boards. Every movement sent shards of heat through his body, but he kept going, praying, hoping. Then his fingers touched something soft and wet. Cloth. She must have doused herself from the water barrel in the corner and crawled into the space furthest from the flames. She was clever and resourceful. He lunged forward, groping blindly. A shoulder. A shawl. Skin. She was curled against the far wall, unmoving, her face turned into the fabric of her dress. For a second, he thought, nay. She was breathing. Shallow. Weak. But breathing. He gathered her in his arms, wincing as her weight pressed against his burned arm. Her skin was hot. Her hair smelled of ash. But she was alive. "Got you," he gasped, pulling her close. "I've got you now." The way out had vanished in the haze. The wall behind them groaned. The roof above cracked like lightning. Reuben didn't wait. With one last surge of strength, he turned and dragged her toward the hole he'd made. The smoke swirled around them, turning everything into shadow. His eyes stung, his knees buckled, but he kept going. The air outside was barely better, but it was air. He felt the sudden coolness hit his face like a slap. The sky broke through the smoke. Light. Space. Freedom. With a final push, he pulled her through the splintered wall and collapsed with her in his arms onto the grass outside. Patch barked wildly nearby, circling them, his tail slapping the ground in anxious joy. Reuben laid Hannah on her side, turned her face toward the open air, and cupped her cheek. "Hannah. Come on. Breathe." She didn't stir. He touched her forehead, then leaned in close. "Please," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Please, you've got to wake up." She gave a faint cough. Then another. Her body jerked, her chest rising sharply as she sucked in a gasping, ragged breath. Reuben nearly wept with relief. She coughed again, harder this time, rolling onto her side, her eyes fluttering open, just barely. She looked at him like she wasn't sure he was real. "Rue," she rasped. "I'm here," he said, pressing a hand to her back, steadying her. "You're safe." Her eyes filled with tears that streaked down through the soot on her cheeks. She tried to sit up, but he gently held her down. "Easy. Just breathe." The shed was nearly gone now. Flames snapped high into the air as the last of the roof collapsed in on itself. Reuben turned and shielded her from the heat with his own body, holding her gently as the fire consumed the last of what had once been her safe haven. Behind them the sound of a buggy in the distance. A voice shouting. More footsteps coming. But at that moment, it was just the two of them. He looked down at her again. Her eyes were closed, but her chest was still rising and falling, steady now. Reuben didn't feel the tears slide down his cheeks. Didn't feel the pain in his arm, blistered and raw. All he felt was the faint weight of her in his arms, and the terrifying thought of what would have happened if he'd been even 1 minute later. He pressed his forehead to hers, breathing in the faint scent of smoke and singed cloth. "I've got you," he whispered again, voice breaking. "I've got you." And this time, he wouldn't let her go. Chapter 30. Between the fire and the light. There was no pain. No heat. No smoke. Just stillness. Soft. Weightless. Hannah floated in a space she couldn't name. Not sleep. Not wakefulness. She felt suspended in light and silence, as though the world had narrowed to one quiet breath, and she wasn't even sure it was her own. She remembered the fire. The way the smoke had filled her lungs and clawed down her throat. The searing bite of heat at her back. The moment when the strength left her arms, her knees buckled, and the world spun sideways. Then, nothing. So, this must be heaven. She'd prayed for it. Not to go, exactly, but not to be left behind in pain. She'd whispered to the Lord with her last breath, asking not to die alone. Not in the shed she'd once called safe, not like that. And he had heard her. Of that much, she was sure. The light around her wasn't blinding. It pulsed gently, warm and forgiving. Somewhere far off, there was the sound of wind in tall grass. A stream. Laughter, distant and soft, the kind that wrapped around your ribs and made you feel like a kinner again. Her lips moved in a whisper she couldn't hear. Denki. It was peaceful here. There were nae menacing eyes in the trees, nae notes hidden in her gloves, nae scent of smoke. Nae fear. She closed her eyes. If this was eternity, it was gentler than she expected. Then, a new sound. A voice. Rough. Familiar. Anchored in something far earthlier than the world she floated in. "Come on, Hannah. Breathe. Please." She frowned. The light dimmed slightly. Another sound followed, a bark. Urgent, sharp. Joyful. Her brow knit. That didn't belong in heaven. Patch. The name hovered at the edge of her mind, warm and beloved, and it tugged at her like a thread unraveling a dream. Then the voice again, closer this time. "I've got you. You're safe now. Reuben." She knew that voice. But how could he be here? Unless he had died, too. Nay, she tried to whisper, panic stirring now. Not him. She'd begged God to protect Reuben, to keep him out of the flames. He was kind. Steady. The only man who made her believe safety might not be a lie. He couldn't be dead. He couldn't. The light flickered again. The warmth faded. A new sensation crept in, heaviness. Her limbs ached. Her throat burned. Her lips were dry and cracked. The pressure of the earth pulled at her, and she realized she wasn't floating anymore. She was lying down. Lying on something cool. Damp. Grass. And someone was holding her. Arms strong and sure. One wrapped protectively around her, the other trembling slightly with the effort of bearing her weight. Her eyes fluttered open. Smoke drifted in the air above her, not thick, but still curling upward like a ghost. The sky was cloudy. Pale. Real. And Reuben was there. Not glowing. Not angelic. Soot on his face. His coat singed at the edges. A long, red burn marked his forearm, where the skin was raw and blistered. His eyes were red, too, not from fire, but from fear. He was alive. So was she. Reuben? Her voice rasped like sandpaper, and she coughed. A deep, bone-shaking cough that tore at her throat. He looked down at her and smiled. Relief, grief, and joy all tangled in the curve of his mouth. "Denki, Gott," he said. "You're back." She blinked slowly, the world still foggy around the edges. "I thought I died." His hand found hers, his calloused fingers wrapped gently around her soot-stained ones. "You nearly did," he said softly. "But not today." Tears welled in her eyes, though they stung against the smoke still lingering in the air. She tried to sit up, but her body protested, and he eased her back down. "Easy," he murmured. "You've breathed in too much smoke. Just rest." I didn't know you'd come." His jaw clenched, eyes shining with something he didn't say aloud. "There's nowhere else I'd have been." Her breath hitched. Everything hurt. Her body felt like someone else's. But the part of her that had curled so tightly around fear for so long, loosened just a little. "You carried me out," she whispered. He nodded. "The wall was burning. I had to break through it." His voice wavered. I thought I was too late." "You weren't," she said. Her fingers tightened around his. "You were right on time." For a long moment, they just sat there, the fire reduced now to a smoldering ruin behind them, the blackened frame of the shed a scar on the land. Patch sat beside them, resting his head on Reuben's knee, his tail thumping once, twice, in contentment. "I prayed," Hannah said, her voice barely audible. "I prayed that I wouldn't die alone." "You didn't." She closed her eyes again, this time not to escape but to feel. The weight of his arm around her. The way her body fit into the crook of his side. The rhythm of his breath beside hers. And for the first time in a long time, Hannah Yoder let herself believe she was safe. Not in heaven. But here. Where she'd almost died, but had been pulled back by the one person who never gave up on her. Chapter 31. Smoke and Ashes. The buggy wheels skidded in the mud as Samuel pulled sharply into the lane, his knuckles white around the reins. Emma sat stiffly beside him, her basket forgotten on the floorboard, her eyes locked on the thick column of smoke curling up from the back of the property. "Oh, nay," she breathed. "The shed." "Hannah." They hadn't even reached the gate before she jumped down, hiking her skirts as she ran. The yard was full. At least a dozen men from the district stood in a loose semicircle around the blackened skeleton of the herb shed. The fire was mostly out now, reduced to smoldering beams and glowing ash, but its heat still lingered in the air, heavy and acrid. Reuben knelt in the grass near the garden, his arm freshly bandaged, his shirt singed to his skin in places. Hannah was sitting upright now, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Her face was streaked with soot, but her eyes were clear. Emma dropped beside her. "Oh, Hannah." Her voice broke, and she pulled the girl into her arms, holding her like she was a kinner again. "I thought, Samuel and I, when we saw the smoke." "I'm all right," Hannah rasped. Reuben, she turned her head, and her gaze found him. He got me out. Reuben said nothing, just gave a short nod, his jaw clenched tight. Samuel clapped him on the shoulder, expression grave. Thank the Lord for you, Reuben. Thank the Lord you were here. I wasn't fast enough, Reuben muttered. She almost, but she didn't, Samuel said, firm and low. Off to the side, Bishop Amos Beeler was already speaking quietly to a man with kind eyes and a well-worn leather bag. Dr. Yoder. She's breathing, but I want to listen to her lungs, the doctor said, glancing back toward Hannah. The smoke was thick. Amos nodded. She's strong. But her recovery will take time. The doctor approached and knelt beside her. How's the throat? He asked gently. Sore, Hannah whispered. Can I listen? He pulled out his stethoscope. She nodded, and he placed the disc against her chest, his brow furrowing with each breath she managed. Deep breath. She tried. Coughed. Tried again. He gave a thoughtful hum and pulled back. You're lucky. Very lucky. Hannah looked past him to Reuben. I want to check his arm. He pulled me through fire. That burn, nay, the doctor interrupted, kind but firm. Not yet. Your lungs are vulnerable. You need rest and quiet. Let me tend to him. I've salves, she said, already struggling to rise. He put a gentle hand on her shoulder. You need to be still. Just for a little while. Hannah met his eyes. He didn't speak like a man giving orders, but like one who knew what it meant to fight for breath. She nodded and eased back down into the blanket. Gut, he said, standing. Let's get that arm cleaned, Mr. Schrock. While the doctor worked, the yard buzzed with low voices. The men murmured amongst themselves, moving in and out of earshot. Amos stood a few steps away from the others, speaking quietly with two men Hannah didn't recognize at first, until she saw the badge. The sheriff. He was an Englisherman, tall and thick around the middle, but his voice was respectful, and his posture deferential. He held his notebook against his hip, not open yet, as if waiting for permission. Amos motioned to him to speak. Bishop Beeler, the sheriff said, his hat in his hands, I understand there's concern this fire wasn't accidental. It was arson, Amos said flatly. The door was barricaded from the outside. Hannah was locked in. And we believe we know who did it. The sheriff glanced toward the scorched structure. You believe it was this Jacob Fisher? We do. But you didn't see him? Nay, one did, Amos admitted reluctantly. Only the aftermath. The threats. The pattern. He's been circling for weeks. Leaving notes. He's dangerous. The sheriff sighed. I don't doubt that. But you understand, without direct evidence, without a witness, I can't issue a warrant. A ripple of frustration moved through the gathered men. Amos remained still, though his eyes sharpened. You mean to say a man can trap a woman in a burning building, and unless someone sees him light the match, he walks free? I'm saying the law has boundaries, the sheriff said gently. I'll file a report. I'll flag his name. If he's seen nearby, I'll bring him in for questioning. But until then, Reuben cut in, his voice low and dark, he gets to hide. Watch. Wait for another chance. The sheriff turned. I know this is hard, son. I do. Reuben stood, his injured arm held close to his side, the bandage already damp with sweat and soot. Hard? You think this is about being hard? She almost died. I saw her face. I pulled her out while the roof came down. The doctor tried to get him to sit again, but he shook him off. Amos stepped closer. Reuben said, his voice rising. I don't want words. I want action. What do we do, Bishop? Wait? Watch the shadows? Pray he doesn't strike again? The sheriff opened his mouth, but Reuben was already turning, ready to walk. Then, a hand touched his arm. Light. Small. Steady. He stopped. Hannah was there. She'd pushed back the blanket and stood on her own feet. Her eyes were rimmed with smoke and exhaustion, but they held him, truly held him, with something he hadn't seen before. Not just gratitude. Something deeper. She didn't speak, not at first. She only looked up at him, her fingers tightening just slightly on his arm. A silent plea. A reminder. He stared back at her, the anger in his chest slowly bleeding out. You were right to be angry, she whispered, her voice rough. But don't carry it alone. Reuben let out a long breath, his shoulders lowering a fraction. He nodded, then looked down at her hand still resting on his sleeve. I thought I lost you, he said so softly she nearly missed it. She didn't answer. But she didn't let go. The sheriff stepped away, speaking quietly with Amos. The men began to disperse. The doctor bent beside the wreckage, checking on the last of the smoldering beams. But Reuben and Hannah stood still in the center of it all, the ruined shed behind them and the rest of the world turning slowly again. They didn't say another word. They didn't need to. The look they shared, raw, unguarded, held all the words the fire had tried to burn away. And neither one looked away. Chapter 32. Beneath the ashes. The next day dawned quietly over Faith's Creek. Mist clung to the hedgerows, silvering the fence lines and softening the scars scorched into the backfield. The shed was nothing now but a skeleton of charred wood and smoldering ash. Its outline was still visible from the bedroom window upstairs, and though Hannah hadn't yet gathered the strength to walk out and look at it, she could feel its loss like an ache deep in her chest. She lay propped up on the narrow bed, a knitted shawl tucked around her shoulders. Her throat still burned when she spoke too much, and her lungs fought each breath as though they needed convincing. But she was alive. And for the first time in what felt like years, her body wasn't moving out of fear, it was resting. Emma had made a broth from garden vegetables, thick with barley, and brought it up with a quiet smile that didn't press or pry. Samuel had knocked gently on the doorframe, his hat in his hands, eyes kind but solemn as he said he was grateful for her safety. Nay one mentioned the shed. Nay one mentioned Jacob. Not yet. She hadn't seen Reuben. She wasn't sure if that was a relief or a disappointment. The knock at the front door came just after the sun rose above the trees, the morning finally beginning to warm. Footsteps passed beneath her window, slower and heavier than Emma's, and a moment later, there was a soft knock at her door. Emma peeked in. Amos and Sarah are here if you feel up to visitors. Hannah nodded. Ja. Please. Emma opened the door wider, and the bishop stepped in, Sarah following behind, her gentle hands folded neatly over her apron. Kinner, Sarah said softly as she crossed the room, kneeling beside the bed. We've been so worried. Amos remained near the door, leaning slightly on the frame. His eyes faded to a soft gray blue and were as kind as ever but sharp beneath the kindness. He studied Hannah with a quiet intensity before giving a slight nod and stepping forward. "You gave us quite the fright," he said, settling into the wooden chair beside her bed. "But you are here. And you are safe." Hannah's lips curved in the barest smile. "That was Reuben. I owe him my life. He was so brave." "Ja," Amos said. "So we've heard." Sarah took Hannah's hand in both of hers. "The sheriff has spoken to the bishop and Samuel. The men of the district are watching the roads and fences. No one will come near you again. We were foolish to only watch at night. We won't make that mistake again." "I shouldn't be here," Hannah whispered. "I put them in danger. Emma and Samuel. Reuben, if Jacob comes back." "Nonsense," Amos said firmly. "You're not alone, Hannah. We do not abandon our own when danger comes. We gather. That is the way of the Lord's people." Emma entered then, setting a fresh cup of peppermint tea on the side table. "If I were worried, would I be giving you your favorite cup?" Hannah laughed softly, then coughed. The sound rattled her chest. Sarah reached for the cup, helped her take a careful sip, then tucked the blankets more tightly around her. "I don't want him to hurt anyone else," Hannah said once her voice steadied again. "If leaving would stop him, leaving wouldn't stop him," Amos said, gentler now. "It would only make you easier to find. And it would let fear have the last word." Hannah turned her face to the window, blinking hard. "I don't want to live in fear." "That is why you must stay," Amos replied. "You have been afraid long enough. Now is the time for standing." Hannah didn't answer. Her fingers curled around the blanket. "I used to feel safe in the shed," she said quietly. "It was the only place that didn't feel like I was being hunted. And now it's gone," Sarah said, not as a question but a recognition. "It will be rebuilt." "Not the same," Hannah murmured. "Nay," Amos agreed. "It won't be the same. But that doesn't mean it won't be stronger. It will be built with love and the strength of community." "That is an amazing thought." There was silence for a while, the weight of his words settling over her like a second blanket. Then Sarah spoke again, her voice soft. "We heard what you did, leaving a note for Reuben. Offering him your thanks." Heat rose in Hannah's face. "It wasn't. I just wanted him to know. It meant something to him," Amos said. "It meant a great deal. He saved me." Her voice broke slightly. "He burned his arm, pulling me out. He would have done far more if it had come to it," Sarah said gently. "And I don't believe he did it for thanks." Hannah's heart fluttered painfully. She'd seen the way he'd looked at her afterward. Not with pity. Not with pride. But with something more dangerous. Something honest. "He's a gut man," she said softly. Amos leaned forward. "And yet you hold yourself back." "I'm grateful," Hannah said quickly. "But Sarah gave a small smile. "We know." "I'm not ready," Hannah finished, her voice barely above a whisper. "Nay one's saying you must be," Amos replied. "But it is not wrong to recognize when God places someone nearby. Someone who watches. Who acts. Who loves." The word hung in the air between them, not fully spoken but not denied either. "I don't know what to do," Hannah admitted. "You don't have to know," Sarah said, her thumb brushing Hannah's knuckles. You just have to be willing to keep walking. Amos nodded slowly. The only path through fear is faith. And forgiveness. Hannah looked up sharply. Forgiveness? Of Jacob? Nay, Amos said gently. Of yourself. The words cut deeper than she expected. She turned her face to the window again, the mist now burned away by the sun. The garden outside looked smaller without the shed beside it, emptier. But the light reached it more easily now. I'll try, she whispered. That's all we ever ask of ourselves, Amos said as he stood. One day at a time. With the Lord leading. Sarah squeezed her hand once more, then stood beside him. Emma stepped in to see them out, but not before the bishop turned back at the door. When you're ready, he said, Reuben will still be there. Hannah nodded, but she wasn't sure if she meant it for him or for herself. Chapter 33. When the walls begin to fall. 2 days had passed since the fire, and Hannah had finally left her bed. She moved slowly, her body still sore and her lungs protesting when she climbed stairs or laughed too hard, but the fever had faded, and the fog in her chest was lifting. The memory of the flames still clung to her skin, more than smoke, deeper, like something burned into her very bones, but she was upright. That alone felt like a victory. Emma made tea and ushered her to the porch with a firm gentleness Hannah had grown to rely on. Fresh air's good for a soul recovering, she said, setting the mug down on the small table beside her chair. And your feet won't take root in that room if I can help it. Hannah only smiled in return. She was too tired to argue and too grateful to try. She'd missed the breeze, the scent of damp earth, the distant cluck of chickens, and the lowing of cows. Even the quiet hum of insects in the hedgerows made her chest tighten, not with fear this time, but with the kind of emotion she couldn't name. She was alive. The world had gone on turning. But her herbs, her salves were all gone, and it felt as if a bit of her heart had burned with them. If her sanctuary wasn't safe, then nowhere was. It was just after mid-morning when the knock came on the side gate. Not heavy. Not urgent. Just expectant. She turned her head and saw Reuben standing there, holding his hat in his uninjured hand. He looked exhausted, but the sight of him lifted her heart. There was a joy in her that he'd come to see her. One she tried to push down. There was a clean dressing on his right arm and a strip of linen across his left cheekbone where a narrow red cut traced beneath his eye. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, but not in his usual ready-for-work fashion, more like he didn't have the energy to fix them. His eyes, though tired, were warm and watchful. I brought your basket back, he said after a moment. Hannah rose to her feet, though her body protested. You didn't have to. Reuben stepped closer, passing through the gate as she motioned him in. I did. He handed it over carefully, and she held it like something fragile, unsure where to set it. He cleared his throat. I also wanted to see how you're feeling. I'm recovering, she said. Thanks to you. I didn't do anything really. You ran into a burning building, she said, her voice suddenly tight. You broke into it. You got hurt, for me. Reuben shrugged, wincing slightly. I'd do it again. Her throat tightened. You shouldn't have to. I know, he said softly. But I would. 100 times. 1,000,000. His voice caught at the end, and his face flushed. He looked down and shifted on his feet. I mean, he stammered, I'd do it for anyone. I hope I would. But. He met her gaze, steady now. Always for you. Hannah stared at him, words tangled behind her lips. She'd run from him in every way she knew how. Dodged his kindness. Withstood his patience. Pushed him back with silence and stiffness. And he'd never once retaliated, never once faltered. He'd waited. And he had walked into the fire. You shouldn't want someone like me, she whispered. Someone who's, she couldn't finish it. Who's strong, he said. Who's survived? She laughed, but it sounded broken. Who's scared? All the time. Who still sees Jacob in every shadow, even in her sleep. I see him too, Reuben said quietly. Maybe not the man himself. But what he's done. What he took from you. Hannah sat slowly, her legs weak. Reuben remained standing for a moment before lowering himself beside her. They sat in silence for a while, watching the light shift across the porch boards. I've wanted to say something, he said eventually, but I didn't want to say it wrong. You can say it, she said. I don't think it's about forgetting, he said. What he did. What you went through. It's not about pushing it away or pretending it didn't happen. I think it's about not letting it decide everything anymore. She nodded, tears prickling. That's the hard part. I don't know how to stop being afraid. You don't have to stop all at once, he said. Just, let something else be louder than the fear. She looked at him, the sunlight catching on the edge of his bandage, his hair tousled, his expression open and careful. Like what? She asked. Hope, he said. Maybe even forgiveness. Forgiveness? Her voice cracked. You think I should forgive him? Reuben shook his head. Nay. Not him. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But maybe yourself. For not being ready. For surviving in ways you had to. For shutting people out when it felt safer. Hannah swallowed hard. She didn't know what to say. The truth in his words hurt in the way truth often does. And yet it didn't shame her, it freed something. Just a little. I've wanted to be near you, she said finally, but every time I felt it, I got scared. Because I thought it meant letting go of my guard. Of the rules I made to stay safe. I thought it might all start again. Reuben didn't say anything. He just waited. And I didn't want to need anyone, she finished. I don't think love is about need, he said. It's about choosing. Every day. They sat in quiet, the wind stirring the curtains inside the open kitchen window. Then, the sound of footsteps on the porch. Samuel approached with the mail in his hand, a bundle of neatly folded envelopes, and a brown-papered parcel. This came, he said, offering the small letter. Nay name. Nay return address. Just her first name written in that unmistakable, cramped hand. Hannah's breath caught in her throat. Emma stepped out behind him, sensing something in the air. Hannah? She didn't answer. Her fingers trembled as she opened the envelope. There was no greeting. No signature. Just 2 sentences. I'll come for you again. You'll never escape. Her vision blurred. Her breath hitched. Samuel reached for the note, reading it quickly, his expression darkening. It's him. Reuben rose to his feet in a heartbeat. His hands clenched at his sides. He's still watching. Emma placed a hand on Hannah's shoulder. But Hannah didn't cry. She didn't run to the shed, she couldn't, it was gone. But this time, she didn't disappear into silence. She looked up at Reuben. And for the first time, she didn't feel powerless. "He won't get near me," she said, her voice hoarse but steady. "Not again." Reuben's jaw tightened. "Not while I'm breathing." They exchanged a look that neither of them could fully name. It wasn't love, not yet. But it was the road to it. A shared decision. They would stand together, no matter what came next. Chapter 34. A fire still burning. Reuben's boots struck the ground hard as he crossed the pasture toward Amos Ballar's place. The sky overhead was iron gray, heavy with clouds that refused to break, and the wind whipped along the fence lines as if it, too, shared his fury. The letter, that letter, was clenched tight in his hand, now creased and smudged with sweat and soil. It no longer looked like a threat. Just a scrap of paper. But Reuben knew what it meant. And he knew who it had come from. He didn't wait to be invited in. He found Amos behind the barn, kneeling near a row of winter kale, pulling weeds in the quiet way he did everything. The sight of him, calm and bent to the earth like nothing was wrong in the world, made something in Reuben snap. "This is proof," he barked, holding out the crumpled letter. Amos looked up slowly, not startled, not scolding, just watchful. His gray-blue eyes moved from the letter to Reuben's flushed face. "I take it you've read it," Amos said evenly, wiping his hands on a cloth as he stood. "He says he's coming for her. Again. That she'll never escape." Reuben's voice cracked with fury. "What more do we need? Do we wait until she's dead before we call it justice?" Amos took the letter from his outstretched hand and read it carefully. Then, with a small nod, he gestured toward the side of the property, where the old phone shanty stood. "Come with me," he said simply. They walked in silence down the worn path. The small structure stood crooked but solid, its weathered door swinging lightly in the wind. Amos stepped inside and lifted the black receiver from its cradle, spinning the numbers carefully as Reuben paced outside, jaw tight, fists clenched. The conversation was brief. Measured. Amos always kept his tone even when the world was shaking. When he stepped out a few minutes later, he nodded once. "The sheriff is coming." Reuben didn't say Denki. He didn't say anything. He stood with his back to the shed, his eyes on the far edge of the pasture, breathing in sharp, shallow bursts. His fists were clenched, his shoulders tense, and an anger inside burned hotter than the shed had. Patch, never far from him now, paced the grass at his feet, ears twitching at every distant sound. They waited. 20 minutes, maybe more. And then the sheriff's car rolled up the lane, crunching over the gravel like a storm breaking. The man stepped out slowly, brushing road dust from his coat as he approached. His face was drawn, tired, but not unkind. "Bishop Beeler," he said with a small nod, then turned to Reuben. "Mr. Schrock." Reuben held out the letter. "It's from him. Jacob Fisher." The sheriff took it with gloved hands, slipping it into a small evidence bag. "It's been handled." "Because it was mailed to her," Reuben snapped. "Because Samuel touched it." "I touched it." "That doesn't mean it's worthless." "It's not worthless," the sheriff said. "But it's not enough for a warrant. There's no signature. No fingerprints we can pull with any confidence." It's just a couple of sentences. A threat, yes, but without proof it came from him. Reuben's mouth twisted. You think someone else sent it? The sheriff sighed. I don't think that. But I must prove they didn't. We already know, Reuben growled. What he's done. What he said. The notes. The fire. But do you have evidence he was there? The sheriff asked gently. That word. Evidence. As if what had happened to Hannah was a question. As if her trauma needed paperwork. Reuben took a step back. His fists clenched so tightly at his sides that his knuckles went white. He turned from them both and stalked away toward the fence line, his chest heaving. Reuben, Amos called after him, but Reuben didn't stop. Not until he was at the edge of the trees, the wind pressing at his shoulders like hands. He wanted to shout. Wanted to punch the fence post. To scream at the sky. What kind of justice was this? What kind of world let a man do something like that and walk free? He slammed his palm against the wooden rail. Then he saw her face in his mind. Hannah. Pale and shaking. Wrapped in that old quilt. Her voice hoarse as she told him, just barely, that she wanted to live. And then he saw her coughing. The way she'd sagged into him as he carried her out. The smell of smoke clinging to her hair. The sound of her breath rattled as her lungs struggled for air. The shame hit him like a blow. He'd nearly lost her. And here he was, letting anger speak for him. Amos stepped beside him, slower now, his kind eyes seeing through the anger, seeing the man beneath. You're angry, he said simply. I'm furious, Reuben replied. They should do something. They will, Amos said. But not today. Maybe not even tomorrow. That's not good enough. Nay, the bishop agreed. It's not. But it is the truth. It is what we must face and what we must deal with. Reuben turned to face him, pain and fury warring behind his eyes. So, we wait? We watch? While he sends letters? While she looks over her shoulder for the rest of her life? Nay, Amos said. We guard her. We support her. We surround her with peace, with community, with the kind of quiet love that evil doesn't know how to fight. Reuben scoffed and looked away. Amos waited a moment longer, then added, Your anger is not wrong. But it cannot be your master. You think fire will fix this, but fire has already tried. It is faith that remains. Forgiveness. Steadiness. Reuben said nothing. So, Amos prayed. Right there, beneath the cold sky and the gray trees, the bishop lowered his head and folded his hands. His voice was low, worn, and quiet as the earth. Lord, we cannot know what is ahead, but we place our trust in you. Help us to not be ruled by fear or fury. Let us guard the innocent and walk with the wounded. Let us be your hands when the law cannot reach. And let us not grow weary of doing what is good. Reuben closed his eyes. The wind blew through the fence posts, through the branches overhead, through the fire still burning in his chest. But it was not the kind of wind that stoked flames. It was the kind that cleared the smoke. He didn't speak until Amos finished. And when he did, his voice was hoarse. Do you think we'll get through this? I do, Amos said. And for the first time in days, Reuben almost believed him. Chapter 35. The Ones Who Stay. The house was quiet, the the way it often was in the early afternoon when the light filtered through the kitchen curtains and the clock on the wall ticked softly. Emma had stepped outside to tend to the hens and see if the mail wagon had come down the lane. The kettle was still warm from tea, the silence broken only by the occasional cough drifting from upstairs. But something wasn't right. Emma paused on the porch, her hand hovering over the latch of the coop gate. A feeling settled in her chest like a weight. She turned back toward the house, a whisper of worry curling in her mind. When she entered the front door, the house still seemed still. Too still. Then she heard the floorboards creak above her. Not just soft footfalls, but the kind that meant pacing. Slow, uneven. Hesitant. She moved toward the stairs, her apron brushing against the banister. "Hannah," she called gently. Nay answer. "Are you resting?" Nay reply. Emma climbed the stairs and turned down the hall. The door to Hannah's room was half closed, but she could see enough. There, in the middle of the room, stood Hannah, pale, thin, her movements uncertain. A small carpetbag sat open on the bed, half filled with neatly folded clothing. Another shawl was draped across her arm. Her fingers trembled as she tried to fasten the brass clasp on the bag. Emma stepped inside and closed the door behind her with a soft click. "What are you doing, Liebchen?" Hannah turned, startled. Her eyes were red-rimmed and tired. She looked as if she hadn't slept at all. Her voice caught, and she coughed again, harsh and hollow. "I'm going." Emma frowned, walking toward her. "Going where?" "Anywhere," Hannah whispered. "I don't know." "Somewhere far. Somewhere Jacob won't look." Emma reached out and took the shawl from her arm, setting it down beside the bag. "You're still coughing. You should be in bed." "I can't rest." Hannah's voice cracked, her shoulders sagging. "I can't let anyone else get hurt because of me." Emma sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted the spot beside her. "Come here, Hannah. Sit." Reluctantly, Hannah obeyed, settling onto the bed as another cough rattled her frame. Emma waited until it passed before speaking again. "You're not leaving." "I should." "Why?" Hannah's lip trembled. "Because Reuben has a scar on his face. A burn on his arm. Because you've had to open your home to threats and fear. Because Jacob is still out there. And it's all because of me." Emma didn't speak at first. She just reached for her hand and held it tight. "You didn't ask for this, Hannah. And you're not the one who lit that fire. But he came for me." Her voice rose slightly, thick with guilt. "Reuben could have died." She broke off, covering her mouth with her hand as the sobs rose. "I hate that he was hurt. I hate that he has to live with those scars because I couldn't leave the past behind. That I brought it here." Emma reached for her, wrapping her arms around her and pulling her close. "Nay, Hannah. Listen to me." Hannah didn't move. Her face pressed into Emma's shoulder, the tears soaking her blouse, her body trembling with each breath. "It is not because of you," Emma said firmly. "It is because of Jacob. That man is the only one to blame. And Reuben, he chose to walk into that fire because he cares for you. Because he would do it again. And God gave him the strength to come out." "I don't want people hurt," Hannah sobbed. "I don't want to be the reason anyone suffers." "You are not," Emma said again. "You are the reason we are showing up. That this community is standing tall. You are the reason men are guarding the fences and women are praying into the night. Because we love you, Hannah. Because you matter. And not because you are broken, but because you are strong. Hannah clutched at her like a kinner. Her breath came in shallow hiccups, but the weight on her chest began to shift. Emma's voice was steady. Unshaken. Her arms were warm and certain. Emma leaned back, brushing a damp strand of hair from Hannah's cheek. Did you run when you were in danger because of me? Hannah shrugged. Nay, you didn't. You stood by me. You added to my strength. Let me do the same. We're going to pray. I don't know what to say, Hannah whispered. You don't have to say anything, Emma said. Just listen. Emma bowed her head, still holding Hannah's hand. Father in heaven, we thank you for keeping this precious doctor safe. For holding her through fire. For placing her in our care and for giving us the strength to walk beside her. We ask for peace to enter her spirit, for courage to fill the spaces where fear once lived. We ask that she know, deep in her bones, that she is not alone. That she never has been. Amen. Hannah wiped at her eyes with the corner of her sleeve. Her body still ached, and her head throbbed, but the ache in her soul had dulled. Just a little. I don't deserve this, she murmured. You do deserve it, and you deserve to heal, Emma said gently. And none of us heal alone. A knock echoed from downstairs. Not hurried, but firm. Emma stood. Stay here. I'll see who it is. She disappeared down the hall, and Hannah sat still for a moment longer, looking down at the bag she'd packed. It suddenly looked ridiculous, sitting there like it could carry away everything she didn't want to face. The tears came again, but this time, they were quiet. Different. When Emma returned, she wasn't alone. Behind her stood Dan Miller and Eli Schrock, their hats held respectfully in their hands, their postures calm but ready. We're your first shift, Dan said, offering her a small, reassuring smile. We'll be posted out front for the evening and through the night. Reuben asked us to check in before sundown, Eli added, his voice low but steady. You won't have to worry. No one will get near this house. There will be men here morning, noon, and night. You can count on it. Hannah stared at them, her throat tightening. These were men she'd come to know by name, neighbors who'd passed her on the road, who she saw at service, and who she healed on occasion. Men who had no reason to offer her this, except that they chose to. Tears spilled again. I don't, she tried to speak, but the words failed her. Emma stepped forward and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. They're here because of love, Hannah. Not fear. Dan nodded once. We'll be out front if you need anything. The door closed gently behind them. And Hannah, overwhelmed by the simple strength of their presence, let herself weep. Not because of Jacob. Not because of fear. But because she was no longer facing it alone. Chapter 36. The Warning. Amos Beeler stepped back into the phone shanty just after sunrise, the small wooden structure still damp with morning dew. He stood a moment in the stillness, listening to the hum of wind through the pasture, then lifted the receiver from its hook. The rotary dial clicked under his fingers as he spun the numbers slowly, carefully, the way he did everything. The sheriff answered on the third ring. We know where he is, Amos said simply. The sheriff didn't ask who. They both knew. I'll come now, the sheriff replied. Where can I meet you? My house. I'll ride with you. 10 minutes later, the sheriff's car pulled into the Ballers Drive, its engine low and steady. Amos stepped in without a word, folding his long frame into the passenger seat. He brought nae bag, nae papers. Just his presence and the weight of his office. As they turned onto the main road, the sheriff glanced over. Where's he staying? Little motel off Route 16, Amos replied. One of the young men from our district saw him. The one behind the gas station. He hasn't even been careful. The sheriff nodded, his jaw tight. That tells me he doesn't believe he needs to be. Amos didn't answer. His hands rested loosely in his lap, but his expression was carved from stone. He'd been a bishop for more than 30 years. He'd held hands at deathbeds, overseen weddings, and buried kinner. He'd seen hardship and joy alike, had watched gut men fall, and broken ones rise again. But he'd never seen anything like this. When they pulled into the gravel lot of the motel, it was still quiet. 2 cars sat idling in the morning heat haze. A woman in a faded uniform smoked a cigarette on the curb. She nodded as they passed, then looked away. Jacob Fisher was in room 7. The sheriff killed the engine. Let me talk, he said. Let him know I'm in charge. Amos nodded, stepping out behind him. He wasn't there to speak first. He was there to make sure Jacob understood. The door opened after the 3rd knock. Jacob stood in the frame, his expression casual, even pleasant, until he saw who was beside the sheriff. Recognizing the bishop, his face tightened just barely. Sheriff, he said, offering a polite smile. Is something wrong? We need a word, Mr. Fisher. Of course. He stepped aside, motioning them in. The room was tidy but cold. A suitcase sat open on the dresser, a black duffel bag tucked beside it. The curtains were drawn. On the nightstand sat a stack of newspaper clippings, half covered by a pair of reading glasses. Nice place you've got here, the sheriff said dryly. Jacob chuckled. Clean enough. Cheap enough. I'm on holiday. I needed time away from things. I'm sure, the sheriff replied. Amos didn't sit. Jacob glanced his way. Bishop Beeler. What a surprise. You know why we're here, Amos said quietly. Jacob raised a brow. Actually, I don't. The sheriff pulled the letter from his coat pocket, the copy, not the original. This was delivered to Hannah Yoder 2 days ago. No return address. Threatening language. We believe you wrote it. Jacob leaned back slightly, his expression one of amused disbelief. You believe I wrote it? We know you did, Amos said. Jacob laughed softly, folding his arms. You've come to accuse me of something because of a letter with nae name and nae proof? What exactly am I being accused of? The sheriff's voice dropped a register. You're being warned. Jacob's smile faded a touch. The sheriff continued. You've been seen near the Zook farm. You've left messages. And now Hannah's shed has burned down, with her inside. You come near her again, you make contact of any kind, and we will charge you with harassment. And if there's the slightest evidence linking you to the fire, we will pursue criminal charges to the full extent of the law. Jacob blinked slowly, then leaned against the dresser with a casual air. Sheriff, I think you've been listening to gossip. I haven't gone near that woman. And I certainly didn't set any fires. I'm just here, enjoying some rest. I have every right to be here, as you well know. You have a right to be quiet, the sheriff snapped, and that's the only right you ought to be worried about right now. You've made yourself a problem in this district. I haven't done anything, Jacob said smoothly. It's not a crime to take a holiday. Amos stepped forward then, his eyes calm but direct. Hannah Yoder is under our care now. She belongs to us. Not in the way you imagine, but in truth. In community. In faith. We consider her family. I don't belong to anyone, Jacob said, his smile tight. And neither does she. Amos's expression didn't shift. If you think we will allow you to terrorize her again, you are mistaken. You have left scars that will take a lifetime to fade. Do not add to them. Jacob said nothing. Amos turned toward the sheriff. I believe we've said what we came to say. The sheriff lingered just long enough to give Jacob a final, hard look. You've been warned. They walked back to the car in silence. Amos didn't speak until the doors shut and the engine rumbled to life. He won't stop, the sheriff said, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I've seen men like him before. The coldness in his eyes and the belief that he's right. It's a dangerous combination. Nay, Amos agreed. He won't. The sheriff's jaw tightened. This is the worst kind of man. Amos looked over at him, waiting. A narcissist, the sheriff said. The kind that believes he's the victim in every story. That he's owed something. That if a woman chooses freedom, she's betraying him. They're dangerous, Bishop. Because they'll smile while they wound you. And they believe every lie they tell. Amos nodded slowly. Then we will not lie to ourselves either. I'll keep eyes on him, the sheriff promised. But we'll need more to make anything stick. Then we will stay ready, Amos replied. And we will keep Hannah safe. However long it takes. The car rolled on through the morning light, the trees casting long shadows across the road. Behind them, room 7 stood still. Quiet. But danger, they both knew, didn't always live in the shadows. Sometimes, it stood in the open. Smiling. Chapter 37. Foundations. The ground where the shed once stood was blackened and bare, the soil still holding the scent of smoke, though the wind had tried its best to carry it away. Hannah stood alone at the edge of the patch, her arms folded, her shawl drawn tight against her shoulders despite the warm sun overhead. She'd been staring at the space for the better part of an hour, rake in one hand, shovel untouched at her feet. She'd cleared some of the debris earlier that morning. A few scorched planks had been dragged to the side, the remains of the herb hooks now lying in a neat but sorrowful pile. It wasn't much, but it was a beginning. But even this had brought on her coughing. If her shed was still here, she could make some mullein tea with honey or take some of the honey thyme syrup she kept on hand. The thought of all she'd lost almost dropped her to her knees. Then she thought of Reuben and the salve that would be perfect for his burn. Instead of falling, she stood tall. Her herbs were still growing, she could use the kitchen and make her remedies again. She glanced at the scorched patch where her shed had once stood, then down at her hands, calloused, steady, capable. The wind stirred the lemon balm at her feet, and the scent rose faint and clean. Her garden had survived. So had she. Her gaze drifted toward the house. Reuben had suffered for her, the bandage on his arm hiding the burn. She'd seen the way he flinched, barely, when the cloth rubbed his skin. He hadn't said a word of pain. He never did. But she'd seen it. I can make something for him, she murmured, almost to herself. Not later. Not once the shed was rebuilt. Now. She could warm the oil on the stove. She had calendula growing in her garden, and the lavender she'd hung in the kitchen rafters was nearly ready. Honey sat in a crock on the shelf, thick, golden, healing. She didn't need the old space to do what she'd always done. She needed only her hands. And the will. And she had both. Hannah bent and gathered a handful of plantain, brushing off the soil. Her heart beat steadier than it had in days. She would do something good. Something kind. For the man who had run through fire for her. She knelt to pick some calendula when she heard footsteps behind her. She turned to find Reuben approaching with measured steps, his sleeves rolled to the elbows, the bandage still wrapped carefully around his right arm. Behind him came Dan Miller and Levi Beeler, each carrying a toolkit. On a cart at the end of the lane were boards stacked high and bundles of thatch for a new roof. Hannah blinked, rising slowly. What is all this? Reuben gave her a crooked smile. You weren't really thinking we would leave you without your shed, were you? I thought. I just thought it was gone. The warmth that spread through her drove away her fear. You've already been through enough. Let us do this for you. She wanted to protest. To insist she was fine. But as Dan and Levi started measuring the perimeter and Reuben stepped forward with a level in one hand, something inside her eased. Just a little. It's not charity, Reuben added gently, almost reading her thoughts. It's fellowship. I don't know what to say. Then don't say anything, he said. Just let us build. Hannah bit her lip and nodded. Thank you so much. All right. She didn't go far. She sat on a nearby stool, one Emma had brought out earlier, and watched as the men set to work. Reuben moved with calm certainty, his instructions brief, his actions deliberate. His shirt was soon damp with sweat, his cheeks sunburned, and yet every time he passed her, carrying a beam, checking an alignment, he smiled. And every time, her heart skipped a little faster. By mid-morning, the frame of the shed had begun to take shape again. A new foundation, deeper than before. Stronger. As if even the earth wanted to promise her that this time would be different. The clatter of wagon wheels interrupted the rhythm of hammers. A second later, Ruth Esch's voice floated across the yard. Well, I hope you haven't put the door on yet, she called. I've brought a few things that need placing inside. Ruth hopped down from her seat with the energy of someone half her age. Behind her came two women from the district, Sarah Beeler and young Martha King, each carrying baskets filled with bundles of freshly cut herbs, jars of salve, and rolls of muslin. We thought you might want to restock a little, Ruth said brightly, approaching Hannah with a knowing look. No point waiting until the paint dries. That's very kind. It's practical, Ruth said, setting the basket on the grass. Your shed might have burned, but your gifts didn't. You'll need a place to store everything again, and these walls, from what I see, will hold steady. Hannah looked at the frame rising behind her and felt something stir in her chest. Something hopeful. Ruth leaned in, lowering her voice just enough that only Hannah could hear. And I imagine you'll want it finished by Sunday. Why Sunday? Hannah asked, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Ruth's lips curved in a mischievous smile. Because Sunday is service, of course. And I have a feeling someone might be planning to ask you to walk with him. As if on cue, Reuben wiped his hands on a cloth and came to where she stood. "The walls will be up by tomorrow," he said. "We should have the roof on the day after if the weather holds." "You're fast." "We're motivated." He hesitated, then met her eyes. "Speaking of Sunday, would you like to come to service? With me?" The words were gentle, but they carried weight. Hannah froze. This wasn't just an invitation to church. It was a step forward. The start of a courtship. A step towards something she longed for, and feared in equal measure. She wanted to say ja. And nay. Ja, because Reuben's eyes were steady and warm, and the way he looked at her made her feel seen, not broken. Ja, because her heart pulled toward him like the tide. But nay, because once she said ja, everything would change. There would be expectations. Hope. Vulnerability. She opened her mouth, but nay words came. Heat flushed her cheeks. He deserved that ja. He deserved so much more. Why couldn't she say it? Reuben saw it. She could tell. He held her gaze for a second longer, and then, just as he started to glance away, Ruth stepped in. "She'll be coming with me this Sunday," Ruth said cheerfully, sliding an arm around Hannah's shoulders. "We already arranged that, but she'll be free the next one." Hannah stared at Ruth in disbelief, caught between horror and relief. Reuben blinked, then laughed softly. "All right then. I'll be ready and honored to take you in 2 weeks." He smiled, wide and genuine, and turned back to the worksite. As he walked away, Hannah looked down at the basket of herbs in her hands. Her fingers trembled slightly, but not from fear. "What are you doing?" she whispered to Ruth under her breath. "Giving you a little time," Ruth replied, her smile innocent as pie. "That man's not going to wait forever," Hannah Yoder. "But he'll wait long enough." "I'm not ready." "You might never be. That's why you say ja when the right moment comes, not when you feel brave." Hannah said nothing. But her eyes followed Reuben's every movement. By afternoon, the walls of the shed stood tall and strong, and inside her, something long buried began to rebuild, too. Chapter 38. 2 Hearts, Waiting. The sun was dipping low behind the trees when the last nail was driven, and the new shed stood quiet and complete. The wood smelled clean, not yet touched by herbs or oils or thyme. Hannah stood just outside it, her hands folded loosely at her waist, her heart full and confused. Reuben had left an hour before, along with Dan and Levi. The women had taken their baskets and well-meaning glances. Ruth had given her a wink so pointed that Hannah nearly tripped over her own skirt. And now the yard was still again. Emma stood beside her, arms folded, expression unreadable as she studied the new structure. "They did a fine job," she said. Hannah nodded. "It's beautiful." Emma tilted her head slightly. "So is the man who helped build it." Hannah gave her a sidelong look. "You're starting to sound like Ruth." "Ruth isn't wrong." "I didn't say she was." They were quiet for a moment. The wind shifted and lifted the corner of Hannah's shawl. She reached up to tuck it back down, her movements slow, uncertain. "He asked me to go to service," she said. "I saw," Emma replied gently. "I couldn't say ja." Emma nodded. "But you didn't say nay either, and Ruth handled it well." Hannah chuckled. "She did." I froze. "Because you're afraid?" Ja. Nay. Hannah turned toward her, her voice cracking. Because I want to say ja. And that terrifies me more. Emma's gaze softened. Wanting something doesn't make you weak, Hannah. It makes you human. It makes me vulnerable. Maybe. But it also means your heart's still working. Still capable of growing towards something gut. Hannah's throat tightened. I watched him walk away, and all I could think was how badly I wanted to call him back. Then next time, Emma said, reaching for her hand, maybe you will. They stood like that a while longer, two women in the stillness of evening, facing a future that still felt uncertain, but no longer unreachable. Reuben walked home slowly. Patch trotted at his side, occasionally nudging his hand with a damp nose. Reuben scratched behind his ears absently, lost in thought. The road back from the Zook property felt longer than usual, though his boots knew every turn and slope by heart. The question had been simple enough. Would you like to come to service with me? But the moment he asked it, he'd seen the fear in Hannah's eyes. The way her shoulders tensed. The flicker of something like longing, and the weight of something darker, heavier. She hadn't needed to say nay. He'd read it all before she opened her mouth. Only she never did. Instead, Ruth had swept in, cheerful and meddling as ever, saving them both. She'll be coming with me this Sunday, but she'll be free for the next one. He smiled at the memory now. Not because it was funny, but because it had softened what could have been heartbreak. He knew Hannah wasn't ready. And he'd promised himself he would never push. But hope had still flickered brightly in his chest when she looked at him the way she had, like he was the first man who hadn't asked for something from her, only offered. He pushed open his gate and stepped inside. The forge stood quiet. The scent of worked steel and coal lingered from earlier in the day, but he passed it by. Instead, he stepped into his kitchen, set the mail on the table, and pulled a piece of paper from the drawer. He didn't often write things he didn't intend to send. But tonight, he made an exception. Hannah, I don't mind waiting. I'd wait 1,000 years if it meant I could walk beside you, not in front or behind. You're not a burden. You never were. You have a strength I've never seen in anyone else. I didn't ask because I expected something. I asked because it would have been a joy to sit beside you. To let the world see what I already know, that you are worth standing beside. He paused, the pen hovering, then lowered it gently. He folded the letter and tucked it into his Bible. Maybe one day, she would read it. Maybe one day, he'd speak it aloud. But for now, it was enough to know he meant every word. Chapter 39. A beginning. Sunday morning came early, dressed in sunlight and stillness. Hannah prayed for strength and was surprised when Reuben's face came to mind. Even more so that it felt gut. She stood in front of the small mirror in her bedroom, pinning her cap with fingers that trembled only slightly. Her reflection looked almost unfamiliar, pale, jaw, and thinner than she used to be, but whole. Her eyes were no longer ringed with sleepless shadows. There was color in her cheeks again, warmth where only fear had lived for so long. Behind her, Ruth stood with arms crossed, inspecting her handiwork like a general before inspection. You look lovely, Ruth said at last, her voice softer than usual. And ready. I don't feel ready, Hannah murmured, adjusting the lay of her shawl. I'm afraid I'll get there and not be able to breathe. You'll breathe, Ruth said gently. And you'll sit beside women who love you. That service is yours just as much as it is anyone else's. You don't have to earn your place. You are the place. The word struck something deep inside her. Hannah swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded. They were on their way, the buggy wheels turned steadily over the earth, the breeze pulling at the edge of her skirt as she and Ruth rode toward the meeting house. The fields passed in a blur of summer green, but Hannah saw none of it. Her heart was too loud. The moment they arrived, her nerves threatened to unravel again. The line of buggies stretched along the gravel drive, men in dark coats standing in quiet groups, women greeting one another with brief smiles and whispered blessings. But it was the sight of him that calmed her. Reuben stood near the back steps, speaking quietly with Dan Miller. It was Dan's home that this service was held in. Reuben's posture was relaxed, his shoulders broad, his arms still bandaged beneath his shirt. He glanced up and saw her. And when their eyes met, he smiled. It wasn't wide or showy. Just warm. Steady. Like an anchor thrown into deep water. Hannah's feet touched the ground more surely after that. Inside the meeting room, she sat beside Ruth and Sarah Beeler. Emma was just in front of them. The familiar hymns filled the plain walls, voices blending into something rich and reverent. Amos spoke from Proverbs, his voice even and kind, about trust being built like a wall, brick by brick, word by word, choice by choice. She didn't hear every word. But she heard enough. It was exactly what she needed to hear. It was as if he'd seen into her heart and found the right words. He was so good at this, and she knew that everyone would feel the same as her. The words were enough to calm her when the old fear tried to crawl into her bones. Enough to let her lungs open fully and breathe. And when the final hymn began, she didn't tremble. She stood tall. Afterward, the meal was held in the barn behind the miller's place, long tables covered in simple cloth, lined with pies and platters and dishes brought from every corner of the district. Hannah helped Ruth pass around pickled eggs and slices of cold meat. She laughed once when Sarah teasingly swapped her basket for a heavier one and winked. Nay one looked at her with pity or with anger. Nay one asked how she was. They simply welcomed her like they welcomed everyone else in the district. And when Reuben approached, balancing 2 cups of lemonade, she didn't step back. She stayed rooted in place. "You look better," he said, handing her a cup. "Do I?" His smile widened slightly. "You look more like yourself." She took a sip to hide the warmth rising in her cheeks. They didn't talk for long. Just stood near the edge of the table, their arms brushing now and then as they passed trays back and forth. Every time he spoke, she felt steadier. When the meal was done, and the buggies began rolling back toward their homes, he stepped beside her with his hands in his pockets. "May I drive you home?" Hannah glanced toward Ruth, who nodded enthusiastically but said nothing. "Ja," Hannah said, surprising herself with how calm she sounded. "You may." The ride home was quiet but not uncomfortable. The sky was clear and blue, the trees whispering in the late afternoon breeze. Patch sat contentedly in the back of the buggy, his tail thumping lightly as if he, too, felt the shift in the air. "I used to think I'd never go to service again," Hannah said at last, her voice low. "I thought it would bring it all back." Reuben kept his eyes on the road. "Did it?" "Nay," she said after a moment. "It brought something forward instead." They pulled up to Emma and Samuel's house just as the sun dipped below the trees, painting the sky in strokes of gold and lavender. Reuben hopped down and tied the reins, then moved around to her side and offered his hand. She hesitated for only a second before taking it. His palm was warm, calloused, strong, and it held her like she was something precious. She stepped down carefully, then let go. But not quickly. "Would you like to come in?" she asked. "If you're not too tired." "I'll make coffee," she said. They walked inside together, Patch curling up near the porch. Emma met them at the door with a smile, said nothing, and just nodded toward the kitchen. Hannah busied herself with the pot, her fingers moving through the familiar motions. Reuben sat at the table, watching her quietly. She set 2 mugs down and sat across from him. Outside the window, the world was soft and quiet. Fireflies had begun to rise from the grass. Somewhere in the distance, a whippoorwill called. They didn't speak for a long while. Hannah sipped her coffee and looked out at the sky. The light faded slowly and steadily, like a curtain being gently drawn. It wasn't dramatic. Just natural. Comforting. "Will you go with me again?" Reuben asked finally. "To service?" She turned toward him, meeting his eyes. For a moment, panic made her tense and she wanted to run away, but also to stay. He waited. "Ja," she said. Reuben didn't grin. He didn't cheer. He simply smiled, that same quiet smile he'd given her that morning. As if her jaw wasn't a prize but a seed. And he was more than willing to wait for it to grow. Chapter 40. Tracks in the dust. The forge burned hot and steady, just the way Reuben liked it. The anvil rang out with each strike, metal echoing against metal in a rhythm that usually centered him. But this morning, his focus wandered. He quenched the iron bar in the water trough, steam hissing upward. The scent of scorched steel clung to the air, blending with the faint sweetness of the apple trees beyond the shop. Still, his mind wasn't on the blade he was shaping. It was on her. Hannah's hand was soft and warm in his as he helped her from the buggy. The look she'd given him over coffee when the light from the window caught the hair peeking from her cap just so, and she'd smiled, not guarded or polite, but real. That smile had lived in his thoughts all night, replaying in fragments every time he closed his eyes. She had said ja. Not to courtship, not yet, but to service. With him. Willingly. Smiling. He'd lain awake after returning home, his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling with Patch curled at the foot of the bed. He hadn't let himself hope for much at the start. Just her safety. Just her peace. But now? Now, he found himself imagining her beside him, not just on a Sunday ride but in the daily rhythm of life. Her hands in the herb garden. A shawl draped over the kitchen chair. Her laughter in the room when he said something half clever without meaning to. It made his heart ache, in a gut way. He picked up the hammer again and tried to focus, but even the forge couldn't still his thoughts. So, he banked the coals, hung his apron, and stepped out into the yard. Patch, ever alert, rose from his place under the porch and stretched with a yawn. "You up for a walk?" Reuben asked. The dog gave a soft bark in reply. They walked the familiar fence lines first, heading north along the edge of the orchard. The ground was soft from last week's rain, the scent of damp soil rich beneath his boots. The sun had burned off the morning mist, and a breeze stirred the tall grass, sending small birds fluttering from the hedgerows. Patch stayed close at first, sniffing here and there but not straying far. It wasn't until they reached the far side of the Zook property that the dog began to act differently. Reuben noticed it right away. Patch's ears went rigid. His tail stiffened. He began to pace, nose low to the ground, following something invisible to Reuben's eyes. "What is it, boy?" Patch didn't respond. He darted forward, paused, circled back, then barked, low and short. His body crouched, alert and focused. He led Reuben to the edge of the barn, to a patch of damp earth just beyond the west wall. That's when Reuben saw it. A footprint. Not one of Samuel's, too long, too narrow. The print was only partial but clear enough to know it didn't belong. And beside it, another. A trail. Faint and winding through the grass toward the tree line. His stomach tightened. Patch barked again, louder now. "Quiet," Reuben muttered, kneeling beside the print. The barn had been checked just a few days ago after the last letter came, and the district men had tightened their patrols. But whoever had left this print had been bold. Confident. Reuben stood slowly, scanning the distant line of trees. He didn't see anyone. But the feeling crept back, like someone watching from a distance. Waiting. He didn't hesitate. "Come on," he said, and Patch followed at his heels as Reuben walked briskly toward the bishop's house. Amos was in his garden, kneeling among the cabbages when Reuben arrived. The older man looked up at once. "You look like a man with something to say." "I found tracks," Reuben said without preamble. "Near the Zook barn. Fresh." Amos stood, brushing the soil from his palms. "Human?" Reuben nodded. "Too long for Samuel. Too narrow to be mine. Not a boy's step either." Amos nodded once, already moving toward the shed to collect his coat. "Show me." They returned together, Patch leading the way. The dog moved with a sense of purpose, tail low, head high. The wind had picked up, but the trail was still visible in places, flattened grass and disturbed soil. Reuben pointed to the prints. Amos crouched beside one, studying it silently. After a moment, he stood. "He's still watching her," he murmured. "Still nearby. I think he's been here more than we've realized. Then we stop letting him come and go unnoticed." They agreed on a plan quickly and quietly. Nay alarm. Nay drama. The men of the district would resume their rotations, but now they'd stagger them. Not always the same faces. Not always at the same times. Hidden where possible. Some with dogs, some with lanterns. All with eyes open. And Reuben would keep watch from his own property, close enough to help but distant enough not to be noticed. The goal wasn't just to catch Jacob. It was to make sure he knew he was never alone again. To keep Hannah safe. They parted at the crossroads near the mill, Amos with a quiet hand on Reuben's shoulder. "Tell nae one but Samuel for now. Not even Hannah. She's just finding peace again." Reuben nodded, though his chest tightened at the thought of keeping something from her. But Amos was right, or at least he hoped so. They needed to let her have this day. That evening, as the sun lowered behind the hills and the barn cast long shadows across the yard, Reuben stood near the Zook's fence line again. He kept to the trees, Patch silent beside him. The shed was whole now. Rebuilt. Clean lines and strong walls. Light shone from the kitchen window, and through the glass, he could just make out Hannah's silhouette pouring something from a small pot. Likely steeping herbs again. Doing what she was made to do. He smiled faintly. He could wait as long as she needed. But Jacob Fisher wouldn't have the same patience. And if he came again? This time, Reuben would be ready. Chapter 41. The Ones Who Watch. The breeze carried the scent of chamomile and smoke. Hannah stood just outside her newly rebuilt shed, her hands wrapped around a mug of lukewarm nettle tea. The morning sun filtered through the apple trees, casting golden shadows on the clean boards of the new structure. The shed looked strong, sturdier than before. Even more functional. It was her space again. And yet, something within her wouldn't settle. The windows were trimmed. The door creaked slightly when she opened it, something Reuben had promised to fix. The herbs were drying on neat hooks, and Emma had helped her pack some jars and salves just yesterday. Everything looked in order, only there was very little there yet. That emptiness reminded her of the terror, the pain, the fear. She still didn't feel safe. She told herself it was the memory of the fire, of Jacob's threats, and the long, smoke-choked moments where she'd thought she'd never see another sunrise. But it wasn't just a memory. It was a sense, quiet, low in her bones, that something still lingered. That danger hadn't passed, only shifted shape. That Jacob was still out there and that he was coming back for her. That he would get to her no matter what. She breathed in deeply, the familiar smells grounding her, but they didn't chase away the weight behind her ribs. Hannah? Emma's voice floated across the yard from the back steps. Would you mind bringing the coffee to the table? Of course, she called back, grateful for something to do. She carried the tray, 2 pots of coffee, cream, sugar, and a plate stacked high with molasses cake, across the garden, to the table Emma had set beneath the oak tree. It had become something of a checkpoint over the past few days. Not official. Just quiet and understood. The district men had started coming through again. Sometimes in pairs, sometimes alone. They rarely stayed long. Just a check-in, a word of comfort, a walk around the property. A nod. Then gone again. Watchful shadows at the edge of her world, never intruding but always there. This morning it was Levi Beeler and Noah King who walked up the path. Their boots were dusty, their hats in hand, each carrying a lantern and a quiet steadiness that comforted her more than words ever could. Emma welcomed them with her usual grace. You boys look like you could use a break. Just a few minutes, Noah said, smiling faintly. We don't want to worry Hannah. You don't, Hannah said honestly. I just feel better knowing you're nearby. Levi looked up at her from where he sat, mug in hand. That's the goal. They ate, drank, and talked briefly about nothing, whether the corn harvest would be early this year, who was courting who in the next district over, which bishop had fallen asleep during service the previous Sunday. Emma laughed with them. Hannah smiled. It was the kind of talk that stitched life together. But even as she served second slices of cake, her eyes kept drifting to the far field. To the trees beyond the fence. To the places where shadows could hide. She wondered if Reuben was out there now. If Patch had picked up a scent. She hadn't asked. Not directly. But something in the way Emma had taken to locking the back door again, or how Samuel always paused near the barn before coming in, told her the men had seen something. And were keeping it from her. She didn't mind. Not really. But she felt it. That hum of caution in the air, too quiet for most to hear but pulsing beneath everything like a hidden drumbeat. I should make more balm, she murmured, almost to herself. Emma turned. For Levi's feet and those awkward boots, Hannah lied quickly. He looked like he's about to walk 100 miles in those things. Emma's gaze softened. Good idea. There's plenty of coffee, we'll make another pot for when they'll be back through after sunset. Of course, they would. The rotation had started again. She wasn't meant to notice. But she did. By late afternoon, the breeze had turned cooler. A line of wash danced on the clothesline, and Hannah was kneeling in the garden, trimming peppermint and gathering late-season yarrow for drying. She liked the repetitive work, the feel of the stems snapping in her hands, the scent of crushed leaves clinging to her skin. She heard the soft click of boots on stone and looked up. Dan Miller and Eli Schrock were approaching this time, lanterns at their belts, simple tools tucked into the sides of their coats. Dan tipped his hat. Evening, Hannah. Evening. Samuel around? In the barn. They nodded and continued on. They didn't linger. They didn't have to. Emma came down the steps a moment later, carrying another small tray, this time with a fresh crock of butter and more slices of bread. Even if they don't stop, she said, it's got to have something ready. Hannah set her basket down. How long will they keep doing this? Emma hesitated. As long as they need to. Hannah nodded, though her throat tightened. She stood and brushed her hands on her apron. I don't like feeling helpless. You're not. I am. You're letting people in, Emma said gently. That's strength. Hannah didn't answer. They sat together on the porch as the sun dipped low, casting golden light across the fields. From time to time, a man passed quietly beyond the garden. A flicker of lantern light. A low whistle. The occasional bark from a dog. They were out there. Watching. Waiting. Not for something to happen, but to make sure it didn't. Do you think he's close? Hannah asked finally. Emma didn't pretend not to know who she meant. I think he always was, she said softly. But now he knows he's not welcome, that a line stands against him. And that matters. Hannah looked at her hands, at the small stain of yarrow on her thumb. At the strength she hadn't known she still had. I'm scared, she whispered. I know. But I'm still here. Yes, Emma said, her voice sure. You are. A long silence followed. Then, a shadow passed along the edge of the shed, tall, solid. A familiar outline. Patch at his heels. Reuben. He gave a nod from a distance, not stepping closer, just meeting her eyes with his. And for the first time since the fire, Hannah stood without hesitation. She didn't walk to him. Not yet. But she didn't step back either. She simply stood tall, the scent of peppermint on her hands, and let him see her. Whole. Healing. And nay longer alone. Chapter 42. A bit of laughter. The scent of cinnamon and rising bread filled the house long before the sun reached its peak. Ruth arrived just past 8, her buggy rattling up the path, her voice already calling out before she reached the porch. We're here to bake, to bless, and possibly to gossip just a little if you'll allow it. Behind her came Martha King, Sarah Beeler, and Lena Stoltzfus, each carrying baskets, flour sacks, or jars of jam. Their laughter floated in with them, sweeping through the house like a breeze after a long, still heat. Emma welcomed them in with her usual calm grace while Hannah stood at the edge of the kitchen, not quite sure whether to join or observe. "You're not getting away from us today," Ruth declared, brushing past her to place her basket on the counter. "We came to remind you what joy sounds like and to make sure your pie crust hasn't forgotten how to flake." "I'm not sure I remember how to laugh," Hannah said, a shy smile twitching at her mouth. "We'll take care of that, too," Ruth said. "Now, apron on. You're on butter cutting duty." The kitchen filled quickly, with sound, with scent, with motion. The butter was cubed. The dough was rolled. Laughter spilled across countertops and mixed with the clink of mixing bowls and the chatter of old stories. Hannah eased into it slowly. At first, she worked quietly at the far end of the table, letting the conversation swirl around her like birdsong. But soon, she was smiling. Then, offering a comment. Then, sharing a story of her own. "I once ruined a whole batch of bread because I mistook salt for sugar," she confessed, blushing. "You and half the county," Sarah said with a cackle. "Mine turned out like rocks," Lena added, shaking her head. "My dad used them to prop the barn door open." The room burst into laughter. Hannah laughed too, sharply at first as if her body didn't quite remember how. But then it rolled out of her naturally, warm and full. She bent over the counter, breathless with it, tears pricking her eyes from the force. And for the first time in too long, it didn't feel like a betrayal of what she'd been through. It felt like a kind of healing. Outside, men passed by the window now and then, silent, steady. Reuben's rotation wasn't due until evening, but Hannah noticed Levi and Eli Schrock make their way along the back fence. One of them gave a polite tip of his hat as he passed. Neither intruded. But their presence was felt, a quiet shield around the house. The baking carried on well into the afternoon. Loaves cooled on racks, pies set in a neat row, pastries filled the air with sweetness, and the kettle was filled and refilled as the women moved from baking to sharing slices and stories around the table. And then, a knock. Not hurried. Not uncertain. Just steady. Emma moved to open the door, and there stood Reuben, his hat in his hands, Patch sitting obediently at his heel. "I just came by to check everything's all right," he said, his voice a little quieter than usual. "Heard there was a lot of movement here today." Ruth stood and motioned him in before he could object. "And you can stay long enough to roll a crust. Don't think we don't remember your mam's apple pies." Reuben blinked. "I don't think you've got 2 working hands and gut shoulders. You'll do." Laughter bubbled up again, and to Hannah's surprise, Reuben didn't fight. He stepped inside, set his hat on the hook, and rolled up his sleeves. Soon, he was elbow-deep in flour, gently pushing the dough into the pie tin under Ruth's sharp gaze. "Not like that," she scolded lightly. "You're kneading, not convincing it to misbehave." Hannah laughed again, genuinely, almost gleefully, and Reuben glanced up at her, his smile half sheepish, half triumphant. "Better?" he asked. She nodded. "Better." The pie was a little lopsided, the crust uneven, but nay one cared. Ruth declared it respectable enough and handed him a second dough ball just to keep him humble. As the sun began to dip lower and the women packed up their tins and baskets, the warmth lingered in the kitchen even after the laughter faded. One by one, they left, leaving behind the sweet smell of cinnamon and flour-dusted countertops. Emma gave Hannah a knowing look and disappeared into the garden to collect potatoes and herbs for the evening meal. Reuben stood by the sink, drying his hands on a towel. "I should go," he said. "Wait," Hannah said softly. He paused. She stepped toward him, her hands smoothing her apron, more to steady herself than anything. "Thank she said. "For coming. I just wanted to be sure everything was fine." "It is. Because of you. Because of all of you." They stood close now, inches apart. The light from the window cast a golden glow between them. Outside, Patch barked once and then lay back down beside the porch, unconcerned. Hannah glanced at Reuben's hands, still dusted with flour, and then at his face, calm and waiting. "I laughed today," she whispered. "I heard. I didn't think I could again." He reached for her hand, hesitated, then took it gently. She didn't pull away. His palm was warm, his grip strong but patient. He didn't squeeze. He just held. "I'm not asking for more than this," he said quietly. "Not yet. Just this." She nodded. "I can give you that." A moment passed. Then another. And still, she didn't let go. Chapter 43. The weakest point. Jacob crouched beneath the low branch of an old elm, his breath shallow, his eyes fixed on the house in the distance. He'd been watching for nearly an hour, barely blinking, unmoving except for the occasional shift of his weight to ease the ache in his knees. The afternoon sun was dipping low, painting the garden in a soft gold. Someone inside laughed, a woman's voice. High and clear. He couldn't tell if it was her. That's what made his blood boil. Because of the patrols, there were nay clear sight lines. Nay easy access. She was kept from him, and that made him want to scream. The paths around the house were never empty long enough for him to slip through. Every few minutes, someone passed. A man. A pair. One with a lantern. One with a rifle slung over his shoulder, subtle, not overt, but there. This was not acceptable. How dare she do this? They'd formed a rotation against him. And it was working. It had taken Jacob 4 days to work out the rhythm. Some of the men were consistent. Dan Miller tended to come around just after dawn. Eli Schrock patrolled before supper. A few of the younger ones lingered longer than needed, clearly drawn by the fantasy of protecting something they thought was pure. Something that wasn't theirs to protect. Idiots, Jacob thought. She doesn't need protecting. She needs reminding. And still, they blocked every angle. He gritted his teeth, his jaw tightening. Every time he thought he'd found a window, 10 minutes between one patrol and the next, some stray dog or shadow of movement ruined it. Today, he'd crept close enough to smell the bread baking. He'd paused behind a fallen log no more than 30 yards from the shed. One more step, and he might have seen her. Then he came. Reuben. Walking with that mutt, the two of them a wall Jacob couldn't pass. He hated Reuben most of all. Not because he was stronger or braver, but because she trusted him. She looked at Reuben like he was safe. Like he was a haven. And it sickened Jacob to see how easily people forgot what he had offered her once. What he had given. She was his. But that fool of a blacksmith had muddied everything. Jacob had nearly been seen. Reuben had turned just as Patch started barking. The dog had scented him. Its nose in the air, its body tense. He disappeared into the trees just in time, his heart hammering. It was too close. There were too many close calls. Too many nights sleeping in that cramped motel, eating from cold tins, watching from a distance like a castaway with nay shoreline in sight. And still, he couldn't get near her. Not to speak. Not to show her what they could have again. Not to finish what she had forced him to begin. Because of the dog. Because of Reuben. Because they were always there. He crouched lower now, studying the way Reuben walked the edge of the pasture with that mutt trotting ahead. Always alert. Always sensing. But he was learning, he was downwind. His hands curled into fists in the grass. He could kill the dog. A clean shot. Or poison in a bit of leftover meat. The thought thrilled and sickened him all at once. Remove the dog and the rhythm breaks. Reuben would search. Reuben would mourn. He would wander further than usual. Jacob could wait for that moment. But what if Reuben never left? What if he kept being the one at her side? Jacob's mind turned darker. He could see it in flashes. Reuben stepping into the path of a bullet. Reuben gasping for air on the edge of the trees. It could be easy. It could be quick. One less obstacle. One less thief trying to take what belonged to him. The thought coiled around his spine like a serpent, dangerous and tempting. He stood slowly, brushing off his coat, and turned toward the road. His legs ached, his shoulders tense from hours spent hidden and still. The house behind him glowed with light. A home. Not his. Not anymore. He stepped through the trees to the hidden side road where his car was parked. It was covered with a canvas tarp, tucked behind a thicket that had served him well so far. Learning to drive had not been easy. He'd been forced from his people because of her. She'd driven him to this. The speed of the car had made him dizzy for so long. Even now, he drove slower than most, but it was faster than a buggy, faster than a man on foot. He laughed. That's because he was clever. Much more intelligent than that blacksmith. He would get her back, and then he would make her pay. He slid behind the wheel, turned the key, and the engine came to life with a low growl. As he drove, the house disappeared in the mirror. But the anger stayed. Back at the motel, he threw the door open harder than necessary. The cheap frame rattled. The lights buzzed overhead. He didn't unpack. Didn't sit. Just stood by the window, watching the sun fall below the horizon. He wasn't finished. Not yet. Chapter 44. A bittersweet glance. Hannah woke with her breath caught in her throat and her heart pounding against her ribs. For a long moment, she couldn't move, trapped somewhere between the echo of her nightmare and the quiet hush of morning. Sweat dampened the edge of her cap, and the blanket had twisted around her legs in restless sleep. It had been the same dream again. Smoke. Screaming. The sound of wood splintering as the fire closed in. But this time, Reuben wasn't there. This time, she didn't wake up before the flames reached her. She sat up slowly, pressing a hand to her chest. The sky outside was soft and gray. The sun had not yet fully risen. Emma hadn't stirred downstairs, and the rooster hadn't yet found his voice. But Hannah knew she wouldn't sleep again. She rose and dressed, moving through the morning silence with practiced ease. When she passed the mirror, she paused. There were dark smudges beneath her eyes, and her skin looked pale even in the soft light. Her mouth tightened. She didn't want to feel like this. Not today. She wanted to do something kind. Something real. Reuben had given her so much, his time, his protection, his quiet steadiness. He'd asked for nothing in return. But Ruth had once mentioned, in passing, that Reuben liked strawberry cake better than any other. It was something his mam used to make. And just like that, the decision was made. Hannah moved into the kitchen and lit the stove, gathering her ingredients in slow, deliberate movements. Strawberries, still fresh from the garden, were sliced and dusted with sugar. Butter softened. Eggs were beaten into the pale yellow batter, and the scent of vanilla rose like hope as it baked. She worked in silence, letting the rhythm of the kitchen still her. And when the cake was done, she let it cool on the counter, her hands resting lightly on the edge of the table as she watched the steam rise. It wasn't perfect. But it was from her hands. And it was honest. She wrapped it carefully in linen and set out down the road, her steps lighter than they had been in days. Reuben's forge was open, and the soft ring of hammer against anvil echoed through the yard. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and Patch barked once in greeting as she approached. Reuben looked up at the sound, then straightened when he saw her, wiping his hands on a cloth tucked into his belt. "Hannah," he said, his face breaking into a smile. "This is a surprise." She hesitated, her heart thudding. "I made you something." She held out the bundle, suddenly shy. He untied the linen with careful fingers. When he saw the cake, his eyes widened slightly. "Strawberry." She nodded. "Ruth said it was your favorite." His smile softened. "It was. My mam used to make it every birthday until she passed. I haven't had one in years." Hannah's hands twisted in front of her. "It's probably not as gut." "It's already better," he said. "Because it came from you." She looked down, her cheeks warm. "You've done so much for me. I wanted to do something for you." He stepped aside, motioning toward the bench just outside the forge. "Will you sit with me? Just for a bit?" She nodded and followed him. He brought out a plate and cut them both a slice, the cake still faintly warm in the center. They ate in quiet companionship, the sounds of the forge now at rest, the morning sun breaking through the clouds overhead. After they finished, she reached into the pocket of her apron. "I made more of that salve. The one with the honey and calendula." He smiled and held out his arm, unwrapping the bandage without flinching. The skin beneath was healing well, pink and shiny in places. The edge of the burn was already softening. But it still needed care. She dipped 2 fingers into the small jar and began to smooth the balm gently over the wound. Her breath caught. He was warm beneath her touch. Solid. And she was aware, painfully, acutely, of every inch between them. The quiet rise and fall of his chest. The line of his jaw. The way he watched her, not with possession or pressure, but with patient, aching hope. "I'm glad you came," he said softly. She kept her eyes on his arm. "I almost didn't." "What changed your mind?" "I dreamed I was alone," she whispered. "And I woke up needing to be near something gut." He didn't say anything for a long moment, but the smile on his face said it all. Then he reached for her hand, not the one with the salve, but her other, empty one, and held it gently. She didn't pull away. She didn't speak. But she didn't move, either. The sun was higher now, casting warm light across the grass. Patch lay at their feet, his eyes half-lidded, content. When it was time to go, Reuben stood and walked her to the fence. "May I walk you back?" he asked. "Denki, but nay," she said, her voice soft. I need the space to think. He nodded, not offended. But as she turned, he caught her hand once more. Denki, he said. For the cake. And the visit. She smiled. You're welcome. And then she walked home, the sun warm on her back, her steps light. For the first time, she felt something like joy curling in her chest. The wind picked up as she neared the Zook property. The scent of wildflowers drifted through the air, and the faint rustle of trees lined the road. She held the empty linen bundle against her chest, her heart still full. But then, she stopped. A prickle slid down the back of her neck. She turned slowly, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Just the whisper of the wind and the quiet click of insects in the grass. She shook her head, forcing a breath through her lips. You're safe, she told herself. But her fingers gripped the fabric tighter. She walked on, slower now. And behind her, a shadow remained just out of sight. Chapter 45. Sparks Beneath the Surface. Lydia Brandt didn't enjoy waiting. She especially didn't enjoy waiting in the sun, with a heavy basket on her hip and her pride already chafing. Tall and willowy, with striking green eyes and thick, honey blonde hair pinned into a practical loose bun beneath her cap, Lydia looked like she belonged on the cover of a quilt calendar, if the woman on the cover had a permanently raised eyebrow and a dry remark for every occasion. She wore one of her usual blue work dresses, much the same as every other Amish woman, but it was her expression that set her apart, purposeful, composed, and decidedly unimpressed. She moved like someone with things to do and nae time for foolishness, but there was always something guarded in the way she carried herself. A half-inch of distance in every gesture, a quiet shield behind every glance. She shifted her weight and glared toward the corner of the barn where Aaron King was supposed to meet her. Ruth had told her, rather cheerfully as if matchmaking were an errand like any other, that she and Aaron would be repairing the herb garden fencing today. Just for an hour, dear, to help Hannah. It'll do you good. Lydia agreed, reluctantly, only because Hannah had smiled and said, it would mean a lot. But that was 20 minutes ago, and Aaron was nowhere in sight. She set the basket down with a huff and crossed her arms, squinting toward the field. There he was. Just now strolling up the lane like he hadn't kept her waiting. Tall and broad-shouldered, with wind-tousled dark brown hair that never seemed to stay put and plain work clothes dusted with earth. His sleeves were rolled and his collar loose, as if the day didn't carry any urgency. He moved like someone who was used to the rhythm of land and labor, like a man who didn't rush for much, but rarely missed anything either. In one hand, he carried a hammer and a coil of wire, the other swinging casually at his side, calloused and marked with the quiet proof of hard work. Even at this distance, Lydia could see the easy tilt of his mouth, the warmth behind those hazel eyes that, on another man, might have been disarming. But not on him. He didn't even hurry. Typical. Lydia's patience, always thin to begin with, evaporated. Her mind, sharp and quick as ever, was already drafting a list of things she'd rather be doing than standing in the sun waiting for a man who didn't believe in punctuality. She didn't trust easily, especially not men, and certainly not this one. Aaron King had always struck her as too calm, too unreadable. And worst of all, he carried himself like he didn't need to prove anything to anyone. That quiet confidence made her itch. And after what he did to her family, she would never forgive the man. Lydia arched an eyebrow. Did you get lost? Aaron looked up, startled, then smirked. Or maybe you got here too early. His voice, as usual, was even and unhurried. He wasn't one to talk more than needed. He rarely pushed. But when he spoke, it stuck. I was told 10 sharp. It's 10:15. Exactly. He reached the fence and dropped the tools with a clank. Well, then. We're only 15 minutes into you glaring at me. Think you'll survive? Lydia bit back a sharp reply. He was baiting her. She could tell. The man thought he was calm, infuriatingly charming, and completely unreadable. She busied herself, pulling gloves from her apron pocket, pretending he wasn't getting under her skin. They worked in silence for a few minutes, if silence could be stretched to include Lydia's occasional huffs and the loud whack of a hammer to post. Aaron whistled softly as he worked, the sound low and tuneless, but it grated on her nerves. Could you not do that? She snapped. Whistling? Jaw. He glanced at her. You always this friendly? Only when I'm working with someone who cheats old men out of land. That shut him up, for a beat. Then, slowly, he stood, dusted off his hands, and turned to face her directly. His smile was gone. You think I cheated your date? Lydia kept her eyes on the fence. I don't think it. I know it. Did he tell you that? He didn't have to. He should have, Aaron said flatly. Because he didn't tell you the full story, Lydia. Her gaze snapped to his. I know he sold the land for half what it was worth. Aaron's jaw worked. Because he was behind on payments. Because the bank was breathing down his neck, he asked me to buy it before they took it. I gave him what I could. I wasn't trying to steal anything. You made a deal behind my back. I was 20, he said. And trying to help. You call that helping? Her voice rose before she could stop it. He stepped forward. Just one step. Not threatening. Just close enough to make her feel it. I call it keeping your family from losing everything. You don't have to like me, Lydia. But maybe stop hating me long enough to get the story right. She stared at him, her breath caught somewhere between her chest and her throat. He looked angry now, but not cruel. Frustrated. Hurt, maybe. And worse, he was handsome when he was angry. His eyes were dark and sharp, his face flushed with heat, and the lines of his jaw set in a way that made her stomach twist. Fine, she said tightly. Maybe I don't know the whole story, but your side is your side. I know what you did. Aaron blinked. Do you? I don't trust you. I wouldn't expect you to, he said. Their eyes locked again. Something simmered there, neither fire nor ice, but some strange mix of both. The moment stretched. Then he stepped back. We should get the rest of the posts in. Lydia nodded. Fine. But her hands trembled just slightly as she picked up the hammer. Chapter 46. Too close to ignore. The night was quiet. Too quiet. Hannah sat by the window, the curtains half drawn, her knitting resting in her lap. The house had settled into silence, the kind of deep, thick stillness that made every creak of the walls or groan of the wood feel louder than it ought to. Emma had gone to bed an hour ago. Samuel was out finishing something in the barn. Hannah should have gone to bed, she needed sleep, but she'd tried. It wasn't happening. Something in her chest wouldn't settle. Her lungs were clear now, but the heaviness that lingered in her ribs had nothing to do with breath and everything to do with unease. She glanced again toward the trees. The moon was half full, casting a dim light across the field. Her window overlooked the garden and the edge of the newly rebuilt shed. The shadows stretched long and deep across the path Reuben had walked just days before. She felt it before she heard it. A shift in the air. A prickling sensation at the back of her neck. The feeling that something, or someone, was near. Then, a sound. Soft. A whisper. Not inside. Just beneath the window. Hannah froze. She couldn't catch the words. Maybe there weren't any. Maybe it was just her mind playing tricks. But then Patch barked. Sharp. Sudden. Alert. Hannah gasped and jumped to her feet, pressing her face to the glass just in time to see the dog leap from his spot near the porch and dash into the night, tail up, body rigid with purpose. Patch, she called out instinctively. The back door slammed open. Reuben. He'd been outside already, as he often was these days when it neared dark. She didn't know if he ever truly left anymore, or if she simply didn't notice him unless she needed to feel safe. Samuel followed behind him, still tying off the sleeves of his work shirt. Where's he going? Reuben didn't answer. He was already moving, chasing the path Patch had taken, veering toward the fence line near the far side of the herb garden. Samuel caught up fast, and the two disappeared into the trees. Hannah stood frozen in the doorway, her heart pounding so loudly she couldn't hear anything else. Stay inside, Samuel shouted before entering. Then Amos arrived. He must have seen the commotion from his hiding spot. He moved slower than the others, but his presence was as solid as ever. He stepped into the yard with his lantern held high, his eyes scanning the darkness like he was born to it. Hannah, he said gently. Back inside. Lock the door. I heard something, she stammered. By the window. He nodded once. I believe you. Go now. She didn't argue. By the time Reuben and Samuel returned, 20 minutes had passed. Patch was panting hard, his tongue hanging out, his fur speckled with burrs and dirt. He paced beside Reuben's leg, tense and unhappy. Reuben's coat was torn at the hem, and a dark scratch ran along his forearm. Anything? Amos asked as he met them by the gate. Footprints. Light, Reuben said. He was watching. He got spooked when Patch barked and ran for the road. Did you follow? As far as the ditch, Samuel answered now, breath still heavy. We lost him. He's careful. Always a step ahead. Amos didn't speak right away. Then he turned to Samuel. Get Dan. Eli. Levi. Tell them to rouse the others. Tonight? Samuel asked, surprised. Tonight, Amos said. Name more half measures. We'll set a rotation more than before. Hidden. Quiet. But with nay gaps between them. I'll call the sheriff. Samuel nodded and took off toward the stables. Reuben wiped his face with the back of his hand and looked toward the house, toward Hannah's window. She was there, just barely visible behind the glass. Watching. Waiting. Amos stepped beside him. He's too close now. He never left, Reuben said. He's just getting bolder. He's testing us. He's watching her. Then we'll show him what watching looks like. Amos tugged at his beard. There was nothing old about him when he was protecting his flock. He looked vigorous, driven. Reuben nodded. I'll take tonight's first patrol. You've barely slept this week. Reuben shrugged. I'll sleep when he's gone. Amos looked like he wanted to argue. But he didn't. Instead, he clasped Reuben's shoulder. The Lord strengthens the weary. But don't carry this alone. I won't, Reuben said. He turned back toward the trees. Patch was already at his heels. Inside, Hannah stood behind the curtain, watching as the lanterns were lit along the field's edge and shadows began to move, her shadows, her circle of safety. Emma stepped beside her, silent for a while before speaking. Are you all right? Nay, Hannah admitted. But I'm not afraid in the same way that I was. Emma turned to her. What do you mean? I'm still afraid, she said. But I'm not alone anymore. Outside, Reuben disappeared into the darkness, one hand resting on Patch's head, the other gripping the lantern. And behind them, a dozen more men stood ready for her. To protect her, to keep her safe, and for the first time she believed they would. Chapter 47. Between night and worry. Sleep came in snatches. Hannah lay curled beneath the quilt in her bedroom upstairs in Emma and Samuel's house. She was listening to the old house settle, her ear attuned to every sound outside. The tick of the clock on the wall marked time with the same steadiness it always had, but tonight, it felt louder, more insistent. She'd drawn the curtains tightly and wedged a rolled blanket at the foot of the door. It felt silly. Overcautious. And still, it wasn't enough to quiet her nerves. The whisper from the night before haunted her. She didn't know if it had been words or breath or just her imagination, but it had cracked something in her sense of safety. The men were outside again. She'd watched them pass earlier, silent sentinels along the edge of the yard. Their shadows moved across the porch, near the herb beds, and even behind the barn. She knew Reuben was out there, too, though he hadn't stopped to say anything. He didn't need to. She felt him near, like the hum of something strong and steady just beneath the skin of the night. And yet, her hands trembled as she reached for the Bible on the nightstand. Her fingers slipped to a folded scrap of paper tucked between Psalms and Proverbs, a verse Ruth had once written for her. When I am afraid, I will trust in thee. She whispered it aloud, over and over, until her breath slowed. But sleep still wouldn't come. Instead, she slipped from the bed, wrapped her shawl tight around her shoulders, and padded barefoot down the stairs. The kitchen was quiet and still smelled faintly of the cinnamon cake Emma had made earlier. She lit a single lamp and sat by the window, cradling a cup of lukewarm milk. Out past the edge of the garden, a lantern flickered. And beside it, the faint silhouette of a man and his dog. Hannah didn't need to see his face to know who it was. Her heart eased, just a little. She whispered one more prayer under her breath. Watch over us, Reuben. Keep the darkness at bay. The night was cold and dry, the stars sharp against the sky. Reuben's boots moved silently along the worn edge of the path behind the Zook barn, Patch close at his heel. The dog didn't bark tonight, he moved in silence, his nose low to the ground, his ears twitching. The patrol had passed without much incident. He'd nodded to Dan Miller on the north end an hour earlier, and Levi had passed behind the silo not long after. No one had seen or heard anything unusual. But Reuben's gut said something different. There was a tension in the air. A shift in pressure. Like a storm building, though the skies were clear. Patch stopped suddenly. Ears forward. body stiff. Reuben followed the dog's line of sight. At first, he saw nothing. Just the old fence at the edge of the orchard. Then he moved closer, raising the lantern. And there it was. A crude symbol was carved into the wooden post. Deep. Fresh. Sharp lines gouged by a knife or something worse. It wasn't a name. Not letters. But it looked intentional. Angry. A mark left on purpose. Claiming something. Or threatening it. Reuben's stomach twisted. Patch let out a low, steady growl. Reuben touched the carved post with 2 fingers. Splinters pricked his skin. The mark was no accident. Of that, he was sure, or was he just being paranoid? It could have been a kinner who left it. He turned slowly, scanning the trees, the hills, the silent horizon. Jacob had been close. Again. But this wasn't just a man watching. This was a message. Chapter 48. Things left unspoken. Lydia wasn't sure what was bothering her more, the fact that Aaron King had been right or the fact that he wasn't nearly as infuriating when he wasn't trying to win an argument. She stood at the kitchen counter in Ruth's house, slicing cucumbers with more force than necessary. The garden had given generously that week, but the vegetables didn't deserve her temper. With each chop, her thoughts whirled, sharp-edged, tangled, restless. Ruth watched from across the room, shelling peas into a large bowl with her usual patience. After a while, she said without looking up, "If those poor cucumbers have offended you, I think they've suffered enough." Lydia's hands stilled. She sighed and set down the knife, rubbing the back of her neck. "I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me today." "I have a theory or two," Ruth said mildly. "But I'd rather hear it from you." Lydia hesitated. She turned and leaned against the counter, arms folded. "Do you remember that land my dad sold? The field on the East Ridge near New Eden? The one Aaron King farms now?" "That's the one," Lydia said, her voice tightening. "My dad never talked much about it. But after he passed, Ma'am said he sold it for far less than it was worth. That he was desperate. And that Aaron took advantage." Ruth paused her shelling. "And you believe her?" "I did." Lydia exhaled slowly. "I do. But then I worked with him the other day, on Hannah's garden fencing, and he said Dad asked him for help. That he bought the land to stop the bank from taking it." "And?" Lydia scowled. "And I don't know. He didn't lie, not exactly. He just looked at me like I'd accused him of something foul. Like I was the one who should be ashamed." Ruth met her gaze, sharp brown eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. "And what do you make of that?" "I don't know what to make of it," Lydia snapped. "I don't like him. He's smug and sure of himself, and he walks around like he has nothing to prove. But then he says something kind, or he smiles, and she trailed off. "You forget why you disliked him to begin with?" Ruth offered gently. "Nay," Lydia muttered. "I remember. I just don't feel as certain anymore." Ruth chuckled. "That sounds about right." Lydia turned back to the counter, picking up the knife again, though her movements were slower now. "He gets under my skin." "Well," Ruth said, setting aside the bowl of peas, "there are worse places to be gotten under. I've seen many a courtship start with a pair of furrowed brows." "I didn't say anything about courting." Ruth was impossible. Such a thought turned Lydia's stomach. That man, she wouldn't court him if he was the last man on earth. You didn't have to. They worked in silence for a few minutes after that, the kitchen warmed from sunlight and filled with the scent of rising dough from the bread Emma had dropped off earlier. Then Lydia cleared her throat. There's something else. Ruth looked up at once. What is it? I saw someone, Lydia said. Yesterday evening. At the edge of the district, past the north pasture. I was walking with Tabby to bring eggs to Martha Yoder, and I lagged behind a little. There was a man. Tall. Standing half hidden in the trees. Watching. Ruth's expression shifted from curiosity to something sharper. Did he come closer? Nay. As soon as I turned, he moved back. I don't know if it was anything. I didn't tell Tabby, I didn't want to cause a stir. But it didn't feel right. Can you describe him? Lydia hesitated. Not clearly. Brown coat, maybe. It could have been anyone, I guess. But something about the way he stood, it wasn't a neighbor. He didn't belong. Ruth wiped her hands on a towel and came around the table. Next time, you say something right away. To me. To Amos. To Reuben or Samuel. Lydia nodded, unease threading through her stomach. Do you think it could be him? The man who hurt Hannah? I think we can't be too careful. Ruth gave her a look then, full of affection and that steel-edged wisdom Lydia had always admired. You're brave, Lydia. But you're also stubborn. That makes you useful in a crisis and a handful in a kitchen. And it's why I like you so much. Lydia smiled faintly. Denki. I think. Ruth put a hand on her arm. Don't let your frustration with the past keep you from seeing the truth in the present. Whether it's about a man with a scar on his conscience, or one who might not deserve the one you've given him. Lydia opened her mouth to reply, but the words tangled in her throat. She wasn't ready to forgive Aaron. Not yet. But she was no longer certain she had the right to hate him either. And that was perhaps more unsettling than the shadow she'd seen in the trees. Chapter 49. No more shadows. Lydia steered the buggy off the main road, wheels bumping slightly as she turned into the gravel lot of the low, worn-looking motel nestled beside the petrol station. The air smelled faintly of exhaust and asphalt, such a contrast to the clean, fresh air of Faith's Creek that she wrinkled her nose without thinking. She glanced down at the paper Ruth had given her before she left. Room 11, turn left, end of the building. Leave the soaps at the door if he's not in. The small crate of herbal soaps and relish rattled quietly in the footwell as she guided the buggy into a shaded space beside the end of the building. Lydia had started running these errands for Ruth 2 weeks ago, partly to stay busy and partly to stop herself from stewing too much over Aaron King. But she hadn't expected this delivery to feel so uncomfortable. Something about the motel rubbed her wrong. The blinds were all drawn, the quiet hum of vending machines, the emptiness between cars in the lot. She climbed down, adjusted her shawl, and lifted the crate. 11. Number 11 was where she was going. The numbers ran backward from the far end. She passed room 6, room 7, room 8. When she reached room 10, her steps slowed. A sharp male voice drifted through the slightly cracked window. She froze. I'll light the barn on fire this time. That'll pull them out, Amos, the fools, those backwater boys with their lanterns. They'll run to the smoke. The voice was low, furious, unmistakably real. Lydia held her breath, clutching the crate to her chest. A second voice answered. Muffled. Nervous. You sure that's smart? That could get you into a lot of trouble. What if someone gets hurt? A scornful laugh. That's the point, create a stir. They'll run toward it. And I'll go the other way. Hannah's too protected now. I've got to split them up. But you can't be in two places at once. The other man laughed. She heard rustling. That's where you come in. I'm gonna hide, you set the fire, and I'll get my girl back. Another laugh. I'll pay you $2,000. For that, I'd burn the whole town down. Lydia's heart slammed into her ribs. This was Jacob. It was him. It had to be. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't run. When, the second voice asked. They're getting lax, I recon, I watch for another couple of nights and we go for Friday. She didn't wait to hear more. Forgetting the box in her arms, she backed away slowly, careful not to let her boots slap on the concrete. She turned the corner of the building and half ran to the buggy, her chest tight with fear. As soon as the reins were in her hands, she turned the buggy sharply and pushed the horse into a fast trot. The motel shrank behind her, but her mind was already racing ahead. The ride back to Faith's Creek was a blur. She didn't bother stopping at Ruth's. She hadn't even thought about dropping off the crate, which sat abandoned on the seat beside her. Her only thought was Hannah. The sun had dipped low by the time she reached the Zook property. The air felt heavier, somehow charged. She pulled the buggy up fast and jumped down without tying it off properly. Ben was a steady horse. He would wait. The front door was already open, and Reuben stood just inside with Amos. As she burst in, Hannah looked up from her place near the kitchen table, her face etched with quiet tension. Lydia? Hannah rose quickly. What's happened? Lydia barely caught her breath before blurting, It's Jacob. He's at the motel on the edge of town. I heard him. He's planning something. He said he's going to set fire to the old barn near the road to draw you all away. He wants to use it as a distraction. Reuben's jaw tensed. He exchanged a sharp glance with Amos. I knew it, he muttered. I saw something 2 nights ago. A mark was carved into a fence post. I thought maybe it was nothing. Just some stupid scratch. You should have said something, Amos said, not unkindly. I know. Reuben scrubbed his hand down his face. I wanted to be wrong. Amos walked out the door and shouted for Eli. He had a quick conversation, telling the man to run to the nearest phone shanty and call the sheriff. Returning to the house, his eyes were steady, but his face was grim. We're not guessing anymore. We have proof that he made a threat. We have a decision to make. Maybe the sheriff would arrest Jacob now. Maybe it would be over. Within 20 minutes, the sheriff arrived. He strolled in. I know what you want, but I'm not able to do it. Chapter 50. The Trap. Hannah felt her blood chill. Her throat still hurt, and the urge to cough came back at the thought of a fire. The memory of the heat, the smoke, and the sensation of suffocating in the dark threatened to claw its way to the surface. She blinked hard and glanced at Reuben. He could have been killed. They both could have. She cleared her throat and took a drink of the cold coffee before her. She had to be strong for Reuben, for these friends of hers. She had to run or stand. Which would it be? The sheriff would arrest Jacob now. It was over. Within 20 minutes, the sheriff arrived, his cruiser crunching into the Zook's gravel lane like it belonged there. He stepped out with his usual measured pace, his hat tucked under his arm. He didn't move like a man rushing to make an arrest. He moved like someone with a burden too big to carry. The way he came in didn't fill her with confidence. Surely, this had to be over. He came into the house and acknowledged them all: Hannah, Reuben, Amos, Lydia, Samuel, and a few of the others who had drifted in since hearing the news. The air was thick with anticipation. "Would you like a coffee?" Emma asked. He shook his head. "When will you arrest him?" Reuben asked. The look of relief on his face barely held back his fatigue. "It's not that easy. We have a decision to make." The sheriff's tone was calm but weighted. Reuben stepped forward. "But you can arrest him now. He's made threats, he set a fire, Hannah nearly died." "No," the sheriff gave a slow shake of his head. "I can't. Not yet." Lydia's heart stopped. "What do you mean?" "He was overheard planning it. He's been lurking around for weeks. He tried to take her, to kill her. I heard it all." The sheriff turned to her, his expression sympathetic. "I believe you. All of you. But belief isn't proof." "Lydia, you heard a voice through a motel window. Did you see him? Could you be 100% sure it was him?" He turned his eyes to Lydia, and she visibly shrank. It was him, I know it." "You know it, but you can't prove it." "I know this is hard." He ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair and took a breath. "Hannah was attacked, yes, but we didn't catch him in the act. And the fire, there's no physical evidence linking him to it. No fingerprints. No tools. No witnesses who saw him light the match. We may know something, but we can't prove it." Hannah's chest tightened. "So you're telling us we just wait? Let him try again?" "No," the sheriff replied. "I'm saying the law won't allow me to arrest him. What we can do is outsmart him." They were silent for a moment. Then Amos cleared his throat. "What do you have in mind?" Before the sheriff could answer, Hannah stood up and stepped forward. Her voice was still hoarse from the damage the smoke had done, but the words came clear. "We set a trap." Reuben turned to her, stunned. "Absolutely not." She met his eyes. "We don't have another choice. You're not bait, Hannah. I won't have you in danger again." Her jaw tensed. "This isn't about being bait. This is about taking control. I won't spend my life wondering when he's going to strike next." The sheriff nodded slowly. "If we let him think we've given up, he might take the bait himself." Amos folded his arms. "What exactly are you suggesting?" The sheriff laid it out: "We stage a withdrawal. Lighter patrols will make it look like people are pulling back. Have the men grumble about how it's pointless, how the threat is gone. Maybe we even spread a little talk in the community, let the word get back to Jacob that it's all cooling down." "And in the meantime?" Samuel asked. "We prepare. Men stay close, hidden. The moment Jacob makes a move, we're ready. This time, we catch him in the act. No more speculation." Reuben's fists clenched. "And what if he gets to her before we can stop him?" "He won't," Amos said gently. "Because we'll be watching. Hannah didn't flinch. "I'll stay in the herb shed." Just like before. "Nay." Reuben shook his head. "You nearly died last time." "I survived, thank ye to you," she said. "And I'm not afraid anymore." Not of him. The silence that followed was thick but not empty. It was filled with the unspoken understanding of everyone there. Hannah had earned the right to choose. The next morning, the plan went into motion. It started with whispers, nothing loud, just casual comments dropped at the market, the feed store, the quilting circle. "It's probably over now. Sheriff says he's likely moved on. Reuben's been told to stop his patrols." The usual chatter that spreads faster than any fire. The patrols didn't stop, of course. They shifted. Men from the district rotated in pairs, watching from the cover of trees and barns. The shed was never out of sight. Hidden walkie-talkies from one of the Englisher cousins were quietly distributed. Reuben's dog, Patch, roamed with freedom now, trained to bark twice short and once long if anything was wrong. To the outsider, it looked like the tension had faded. Even the men themselves played their roles. They grumbled. Out loud. Loud enough for it to be heard. "I'm tired of it," Dan Miller said at the fence. "My Frost says she misses me in her bed. Her feet get cold." "Not as cold as mine," Eli Schrock added. "We've wasted weeks pacing around like fools. That fella's long gone." Lydia stood with Ruth at the bakery table and said with a scoff, "It's over. He's probably halfway to Missouri." And all the while, Hannah spent more and more time in her shed. She worked like always, prepping dried herbs, labeling jars, even making a fresh batch of balm. She smiled at Emma and laughed with Sarah Beeler when she dropped off extra wool. She worked by lamplight at night, coming back to the house late. But every time she closed the door, she braced herself. Reuben never went far. He lingered near the field line or behind the barn, sometimes close enough for her to see the edge of his coat as she looked through the window. He hated it. But he didn't leave. As the days passed, Hannah wondered if it would happen at all. Would Friday, tomorrow, be the day this ended, or would it be the day the nightmare began again? If he got her, what would he do? Maybe Jacob was gone. Maybe they were baiting an empty hook. Chapter 51. The space between them. The house had grown quiet again. The sun slipped below the trees, casting long shadows across the fields and letting in the night. From her spot near the kitchen window, Hannah watched the night along the outer edge of the property. Most men were not carrying lanterns, and it looked like they had pulled back. A few remained, but they grumbled as they walked, keeping up the ruse that they were pulling back. She saw Levi pass behind the barn, his steps slow and steady, his lantern swinging gently at his side. Dan Miller stood near the pasture gate, speaking softly with the sheriff, who arrived an hour earlier and now stood with arms crossed, taking in the lay of the land. Tomorrow night was the night that they expected trouble. The sheriff had come for a quick visit but would be staying away. He raised his arms as if frustrated and turned to his car, calling something as he climbed in. Would Jacob see this? Would he believe it? She knew he would. He believed he was right, always right, everyone else was at fault. He would believe he was more intelligent than them and had beaten them. And, of course, he believed that he was morally right to get her back. Inside, Emma had gone to bed early, her exhaustion finally catching up to her. Samuel remained outside. Lydia was staying to keep them company and was reading quietly upstairs, but the night itself felt too still to sleep. And Reuben was out back. Hannah hesitated near the door. Her hands, now empty of tasks, had nothing to do. She'd already tidied the dishes, checked the pantry, and swept the hearth. Anything to keep herself moving, anything to stop her mind from straying too long to the fear at hand. The lean-to behind the house was simple, just a covered alcove with a bench and enough room for 1 or 2 men to sit in and watch. Reuben had chosen it himself, saying it gave the best view of both the barn and the path that led toward the eastern tree line. She opened the back door slowly and stepped outside, a folded blanket draped over her arm. The evening air was cool and fragrant. The scent of drying herbs wafted from the nearby shed, and crickets began their night song. The breeze tugged lightly at her sleeves as she crossed the short distance to where Reuben sat beneath the lean-to's overhang. He looked up when she approached, his face softening the moment he saw her. "I brought this," she said, holding out the blanket. "It's going to get colder." He took it with a quiet nod. "Danky." She could see the faint strain in his eyes. He wasn't tired, not exactly. But he carried the weariness of someone who'd been waiting for too long, carrying too much. "Do you mind if I sit a while?" she asked. His surprise flickered only for a moment before he slid over to make space beside him. "Of course not." She sat carefully, adjusting her skirts so they didn't drag through the dirt at their feet. For a long while, they didn't speak. The night filled the silence between them, distant owl calls, the rhythmic creak of a lantern swinging in the wind, patch shifting somewhere in the grass nearby. Reuben's hands rested on his knees, the edge of the blanket draped loosely over one shoulder. He didn't fidget. He never fidgeted. He was simply present. That alone calmed her. Hannah looked ahead toward the darkened edge of the field. "You're always watching." He nodded. "It's the only thing I know to do." "I don't feel scared when you're near," she admitted, her voice quiet. "Not the way I used to." His head turned slightly. "That's all I've ever wanted." She let those words sit between them. They didn't demand anything from her. They didn't crowd or pressure. They simply were, like the sky or the slow rise of moonlight beyond the hills. "I keep thinking I'll wake up, and it will all go back," she said. "The fire. The threats. The fear. But the world keeps moving forward anyway." "It does," Reuben said. "And so do you." She glanced at him. The moon shone through and lit the strong lines of his profile, catching on the edge of his jaw, the softened edge of the scar near his cheek. Her fingers itched with the memory of tending to his arm, the way his skin had warmed beneath the salve she'd made. She didn't say anything. But she shifted slightly closer on the bench. Their shoulders brushed. Not much. Just enough. He stilled, but didn't move away. She felt her heart flutter in her chest. A gentle pulse, not like panic. Like the beat of something waking up after a long winter. "You should rest," he said softly. "I don't want to go inside just yet." "All right." And he said nothing more. He let her sit there, close enough to feel the warmth of his presence, not needing to fill the space with anything other than breath and quiet. Hannah closed her eyes briefly and breathed in the moment. The fear hadn't vanished. The danger was still real. But something inside her had shifted. She wasn't alone on this bench. She wasn't alone in the night. And maybe, just maybe, she wasn't alone in her heart anymore. Chapter 52. The Quiet Before. The late summer wind stirred the tall grass as Hannah and Reuben walked side by side, the narrow path along the edge of the field dappled with shadow from the trees. Patch trotted ahead, occasionally circling back to sniff at Reuben's boots. It seemed so quiet lately. Too quiet. Waiting for Jacob to make his move was fraying Hannah's nerves. If it wasn't for Reuben, she would have run, maybe she still should. Hannah adjusted her shawl against the breeze and looked toward the herb shed in the distance, its rebuilt frame sturdy and neat, silent proof of all they'd endured. "It feels strange," she said softly. "How everything seems normal again." Almost. Reuben didn't answer right away. His gaze lingered along the fence line as if waiting for something to shift. Then he looked back at her. "Sometimes silence means healing," he said. "Sometimes it means something's waiting. We will get through this. I will keep you safe." She nodded, her throat tightening. "I keep wondering what comes after this, after all of it. I never used to let myself think about that. About a future. For so many years, I've lived day to day. And now? Now, sometimes I picture things. A house. A garden. Maybe, not being alone." Reuben slowed, brushing his hand over a low stalk of goldenrod. "I picture that too. With you." Hannah took a breath and looked down at her bare feet, blinking against the sudden moisture behind her eyes. He said it so simply. As if it had always been there, waiting in the background. A future she was finally brave enough to imagine. Patch paused up ahead, his nose to the ground. A soft sound escaped him, not a bark, not quite, but enough to make Reuben lift his head. He stepped forward, scanning the tree line just past the bend. But making sure he looked casual. They didn't want to appear on alert. Hannah followed, every step light and careful. There, just off the trail, a snapped twig. A single fancy print in the soft soil, partially obscured but unmistakable. Reuben crouched low, studying it. "It's not fresh," he said. "But it's not from weeks ago either." She shivered despite the warmth of the sun. "Do you think it's him? It doesn't look like our normal boots. I think we've been watched more than we know." He stood, brushing off his hands. "I should tell Amos." As they turned to walk back to the house, she let her fingers brush against his. Just for a moment, but the heat that traveled from him was real, and it warmed more than just her fingers. She was safe with this man. He would do anything to keep her safe. By the time they returned to the house, the sun had dipped low, casting long shadows across the porch. Amos was already seated at the table, his Bible open, reading glasses low on his nose. Samuel leaned against the counter with a mug of coffee in his hand, and Emma stood quietly near the window. Quickly moving to pour them both coffee. Reuben wasted no time. "There's a new track on the east path. Close to the shed. We should go to see if we can follow it." Amos looked up, sharpness flickering in his faded blue eyes. "Nay, and it's not the first in that spot. I think he's circling in," Reuben said. Samuel set his mug down. "Then it's coming soon." "What do you mean, nay?" Reuben turned sharply to Amos. Amos held his gaze. "That's what we want." Hannah, standing in the doorway, frowned. "You're saying this is gut?" "I'm saying the plan is working," Amos replied, folding his glasses and setting them aside. The quiet. The grumbling. The relaxed patrols. He's watching, and he thinks we're letting it go. But we're not. Remember, we want him to make his move when we can control it. But what if he doesn't fall for it? Emma asked. What if he waits longer? Then we wait longer, too, Amos said. We are a patient people. But this is the closest we've come to having him walk into our hands. It's hard to be patient when fear's been chewing at you for so long. But we are not without tools. Reuben leaned on the doorframe, arms crossed. It still feels like we're inviting danger. We are, Amos said simply. But it's the only way to end it. Hannah's hands curled into fists. I don't want to live like this. Always wondering. You won't, Amos said. Not forever. But just a little longer. Ruth stepped quietly into the kitchen with a basket of muffins under one arm. Then we pray, she said, setting it on the counter. Because that's what's left when you've done everything else. Amos nodded and stood slowly. Come. All of you. They gathered in a loose circle, Reuben beside Hannah, Samuel, Emma with her head bowed, and Ruth clutching the corner of her shawl. Amos placed his hands lightly on the table and began. Lord, we've done what we can. Now we ask you to guide what we cannot see. Guard the ones who keep watch. Keep the fearful steady. And let the truth reveal what darkness has hidden. We place our trust not in traps but in your protection. And we thank you for the strength to wait, even when waiting is hardest. Amen. Around the room, the soft chorus of Amen echoed like an offering. No one moved for a moment. It was as if they were all holding the same breath. That night, lanterns flickered out one by one. The Zook house sank into quiet. Patch lay curled near the back door, his ears twitching at every shift in the wind. Reuben sat in the shadows, his eyes fixed on the trees, his thoughts heavy with what might come. He didn't sleep. Chapter 53. Waiting, hoping, praying. Sheriff Milton spat into the gravel beside his cruiser and grumbled under his breath. You folks act like he's a ghost in the woods. He's just a man. I need something real. Tangible. Amos stood patiently beside him, his arms folded across his chest, his hat low against the afternoon sun. Sometimes you have to have faith, he said simply. The sheriff shook his head. You know what I think? I think this is all a lot of fuss about nothing. You people never let things lie. If he's still out there, let him show himself, but I think he's long gone. He will come back, Reuben said from the fence, his voice quiet but firm. If everyone gives in, you're giving him a reason to. He's watching. He needs to believe it's safe again. Does Hannah have to die for you to act? Whoa, hold on. The sheriff raised his hands. Reuben didn't mean that. Amos flashed Reuben a warning glance. The sheriff sighed and turned away. We've helped out as much as we can. I have my budget coming up, and I can't keep men and cruisers out here forever. Let's dial things back, and I'll watch the East Road. That is the one he's most likely to come in on. I'll have a cruiser pass by it a few times a night. Amos said nothing, just tipped his head slightly, and watched the sheriff's boots crunch their way back to the cruiser. The plan had already been set in motion. This was just window dressing, or at least that was what he hoped. That afternoon, 2 of the district men walked the lane behind the barn, their voices louder than usual, almost too loud, just enough to carry to any listening ears. I'm done losing sleep over this. He's probably halfway to Ohio by now, one muttered with a convincing yawn. My fra's about to start locking the door on me if I keep missing supper, the other replied. It's over. Let it be over. They passed by the edge of the orchard without pausing, without glancing toward the shed or the ridge. Their hands were empty, their pace slow. Just two tired neighbors giving up the fight. Behind a cluster of trees on the ridge, Jacob crouched low in the brambles, eyes narrowed. He'd been watching for days, and each night, the property seemed a little quieter, the patrols a little sparser. Nay dogs barking. Nay lanterns flickering where they shouldn't be. The voices were weary. Defeated. He had waited, been patient, and it was working. Inside the house, Ruth arrived just as she always did, with something hot from the oven and a pitcher of strong coffee that could prop up a tired farmer through harvest. She set the basket down and pressed a warm mug into Hannah's hands, then sat quietly beside her at the table. The silence lingered for a moment. The walls of the kitchen, usually filled with baking smells and Emma's humming, felt heavier now. Weighted with everything unsaid. You're brave, Ruth said gently, watching her. Hannah stared into the swirling darkness of the cup, her fingers clenched too tightly around the handle. But brave doesn't mean unafraid, she whispered, finishing Ruth's thought. Nay, Ruth said. It doesn't. But with a gut man by your side, you can get through this. I just want this to be done. I'm tired of waking up wondering if today's the day he'll come back. Ruth reached over and covered her hand with her own. It will be. And when it is, you'll walk away from it with your head high. He won't own a single step of yours again. Hannah didn't speak, but the words settled inside her like an anchor. She nodded once, her lips pressed together. Evening settled slowly over Faith's Creek, the skies streaked with soft orange and gold. The wind picked up just slightly, tugging at laundry lines and stirring the leaves with a hush-like held breath. The herb shed glowed from within, a soft lamplight spilling through the curtained window. From a distance, it looked like any other evening. A young woman working late. A quiet moment in the slow rhythm of rural life. Inside, Hannah stood at the table, labeling jars with steady hands. Her writing was neat, her breath slow, but her eyes flicked to the door every so often. She could feel it in her spine, that prickle of waiting. The weight and fear of expectation. She wasn't alone. They were hidden, Reuben in the shadows behind the barn, Amos just beyond the chicken coop, and Dan crouched low in the hedgerow. Others stationed farther out in rotations, alert, still. Watching. Waiting. If Jacob came, if he tried again, they would be ready. But nay one spoke. Nay one moved. They hid and watched. The only sounds were the creak of trees, the rustle of leaves, the occasional soft call of an owl settling in the distance. Even Patch had been trained for this, to stay low, to signal with movement instead of sound. The district had pulled in close. Close enough to catch him. Close enough to end it, she hoped. And still, silence. Hannah placed another jar on the shelf and turned to look out the window. The ridge loomed in the distance, shadowed and still. A gust of wind brushed past the pane, rattling the corner just enough to make her jump. She caught her breath and steadied herself. There was nothing. Not yet. But soon. He would come. She only prayed she was as brave as she'd claimed to be. Chapter 54. The waiting is over. Jacob crouched low in the shadows of the tree line, the fading light of evening casting the Zook property in soft gold. From where he sat, half concealed beneath a thick curtain of brush and wild elder, he could see most of the farmstead, the back porch, the garden rows, and beyond that, the newly rebuilt herb shed, standing neat and proud like it belonged there. Like she belonged there. His fingers tightened around the edge of his coat as he watched. For weeks now, he'd circled this property like a hawk, waiting. Watching. Measuring the rotation of the men. Counting the lanterns. Listening to their footsteps and memorizing the gaps between them. Tonight, there were more gaps than usual. He knew how to tell when men got tired. Their steps got heavier. Their discipline slipped. And tonight, the rhythm was slower, less precise. He'd already counted 2 full rounds with one crossing the rear fence for nearly 15 minutes. Then he saw her. Hannah. Inside the shed. She moved with calm certainty, her apron dusted with herbs, her head bent as she sorted something on the work table. There was no lantern lit, just the natural light drifting through the slats. The door was cracked open to let in air. She was so close. So completely unaware. He almost stepped forward. Almost. But then he heard voices to the north, 2 men walking along the path behind the barn. He dropped flat to the ground, heart racing, and crawled forward just far enough to hear. "I'm telling you," one man said, tone weary, "this is getting old. My Sarah says I look like a raccoon. Walkin' all night, barely eating. For what?" The other gave a short laugh. "You're not the only one. We've been circling this property for weeks. I think the man's gone." "Gone?" "Yeah. That Jacob fella, what was his last name?" "Fisher, I think." "Right. Jacob Fisher. We must have scared him off. Nothing's happened in days. The sheriff's even pulled back the patrols. I heard he's focusing on the other side of the county now." The voices faded. Jacob's pulse settled. His lips curved in a slow, bitter smile. He had done it. They had gone. They thought he was gone. It was almost funny. They had no idea how close he'd been. How many nights he'd stood right where he stood now, nay more than 30 paces from the girl they were trying to protect. They had built their little walls, patrolled their paths, and convinced themselves they had won. And now they were tired. Growing careless. He watched as Samuel emerged from the barn, stretching his arms and moving to the porch. He sat down, pulled a tin cup from the railing, and leaned back in the rocker. Nay rifle in sight. Nay urgency. Just routine. Jacob turned his eyes back to the shed. Hannah had moved again. She opened the shed door wider and stepped out into the fresh air, brushing her hands on her apron. For a moment, she turned her face toward the breeze, and Jacob saw her expression clearly. She was peaceful. Relaxed. It made something hot and twisted rise in his chest. She shouldn't have looked that way, not without him. Not when he'd been the one to teach her how to survive. Not when she'd once whispered his name in the quiet of the evening and smiled for him. She belonged to him. And she would again. But he'd have to be smart. Not rushed. The barn fire. That would be the distraction. It had always been the plan. But now the timing was right. He would get Jeb to light it tomorrow or the day after. Wait until the weather was dry and the winds were right. Let them scatter. Let the sheriff go running to protect someone else's farm. And when the smoke was rising, and the men were chasing shadows, he would take her. She wouldn't fight. Not once they were alone. Not once she remembered how it used to be. He backed away from the trees, silent, practiced. The motel wasn't far. He'd make the last preparations tonight. Gather what he needed. Check the old silo trail one last time. He knew the way now. Knew how to move without being seen. Nay more waiting. Nay more circling. Nay more loneliness. This time, he was coming for her. Chapter 55. Smoke and Ashes. The third night passed under a heavy stillness, the kind that hung in the air like the moment before a thunderclap. Reuben leaned against the porch post behind the Zook house, his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the garden where Hannah knelt, pretending to weed beneath the flickering glow of a lantern. She moved slowly and deliberately, like someone at peace, but Reuben knew the truth. Every movement was calculated, each breath taken with intent. She was afraid, and he hated that she had to do this. This had been her idea. To stay late in the garden again. To give Jacob something to see. Something to chase. She'd been the one to look the sheriff in the eye and say, "Let him think I'm unprotected." Reuben hadn't liked it then. He liked it even less now. Inside the house, Amos and Samuel kept quiet watch, each posted at a different window. The sheriff had spaced men around the property's edge, all sworn to silence and sharp attention. Patch lay quietly near Reuben's boots, his nose on his paws, his body tense with waiting. Every few minutes, the dog's ears would twitch at some soft night sound, a cricket, a shifting breeze, but he didn't move. Everything was in place. And yet, Reuben couldn't shake the knot in his chest. He couldn't stop watching Hannah's shoulders, square and still beneath her shawl, or the slight tremor in her hand as she reached toward the peppermint patch. She was brave, braver than he'd ever been. But bravery didn't make her invincible. He was just about to step forward, just to offer her a word, a gesture, anything to show her she wasn't alone, when the wind shifted. His nostrils flared. Smoke. It was faint at first. Barely more than a suggestion. But then it thickened in the air, bitter and dry. A second later, a whistle pierced the night, followed by shouts. Reuben's spine straightened as shouting erupted near the northern fence line. Orange light flared against the trees, reflecting in the shed's glass windows. There was no mistaking the glow. The barn was on fire. One of the patrols broke into a run toward the blaze, the second following a beat behind, boots pounding hard against the ground as they disappeared into the dark. It was the distraction Jacob had promised. This was happening now. Reuben's voice caught in his throat. Nay, he moved without thinking, feet pounding the earth. Before he reached the garden, something shifted in the shadows near the edge of the herbs. A shape broke from the dark, fast, low to the ground, moving like a predator through tall grass. Jacob. Reuben saw the glint of his eyes before anything else. And then Jacob was on her. Hannah gasped, jerking back, but Jacob caught her, one arm clamping around her shoulders, the other locking her wrist. She fought, of course, she fought, but he dragged her backward with brutal precision. Reuben shouted her name and lunged. He reached them just as Jacob yanked her toward the back of the shed. Reuben managed to grab the edge of his coat, hauling hard, but Jacob twisted free, his body coiled like a snake. In one fluid motion, he drew a knife, its curved blade flashing in the lantern light. Reuben skidded to a halt, just short of being slashed across the chest. Jacob's arm cinched tighter around Hannah. She struggled against him, her voice strained with fury and panic, but he yanked her closer. "Stay back," Jacob growled, his voice thick with rage. "Or she bleeds. Let her go." Reuben's voice was low, his palms open at his sides. "It's over, Jacob. You took her from me." Jacob's lip curled. "You all think you're protecting her. But she was mine before she ever knew your name." Reuben's blood ran cold. "You tried to kill her." Jacob's eyes flicked with something close to madness. "She needed to learn. To stop hiding. I gave her everything, and you ruined it." Reuben stepped forward again, slowly. "You'll never get out of here." "We will, she will," Jacob hissed, pulling Hannah tighter, the blade resting against her pale throat. "With me." From the corner of his vision, Reuben saw lights flicker near the back of the barn, men returning, but too far still. Then Jacob moved. Fast. He turned, dragging Hannah with him toward the tree line. Reuben lunged, grabbing at the back of Jacob's coat again, but the knife swung wide. Reuben ducked and felt the whisper of metal past his cheek. Hannah kicked. Jacob grunted but kept his grip. "Let go," she shouted, but he was already hauling her into the shadows. Reuben chased. He barely registered Amos yelling from the porch or the flurry of movement behind him. He just ran. But Jacob knew the paths. And within seconds, he and Hannah vanished into the woods. Patch barked, a furious, piercing sound, and bolted after them. Reuben stumbled to the edge of the trees, panting, scanning the dark. Gone. She was gone. How could he have failed her? His knees threatened to give out. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. They had planned. They had watched. He had watched. He sank to one knee, fist pressed to the ground. "This is my fault." They had used her as bait. And now Jacob had her. Chapter 56. The Creek and the Clock. Branches tore at Hannah's arms as Jacob dragged her through the woods, his hand locked around her wrists like a man gripping the last rope on a sinking ship. Her breath came fast, not just from exertion but from the sheer force of the terror pressing against her ribs. He moved quickly, eyes darting, muttering to himself as they stumbled deeper into the trees. His grip tightened each time she tried to slow him down, and her shoulder burned from being yanked forward again and again. Her neck was slick where the knife had nicked her. She couldn't see it now, but it still filled her with fear. She didn't cry out. Not once. But she was counting. Not numbers, not time, but distance. She had no idea how far she was from the house, from Reuben, from anyone, but she knew where he was taking her. Somewhere beyond the old creek bed, where the trees grew dense, and the land dropped toward the back road. She remembered the faint tire tracks Amos had once pointed out during a walk. And the way Reuben had said, "Someone's been parking out here after dark." Jacob had a car. She was sure of it now. If he got her there, he'd be gone. Off the property. On the road. And no one would ever find her again. The thought made her stomach twist with a kind of nausea she hadn't felt since the night of the fire. But she couldn't afford to panic. Not now. Panic would kill her. He hadn't spoken in the last 5 minutes, not since she tried to kick him back at the shed. His face had gone blank after that. Hard. He gripped her with brutal silence now, dragging her like a man walking toward a plan that only made sense inside his own mind. They reached the bottom of a slope where the old creek bed ran shallow and cold. Hannah's boots slipped in the mud, but she righted herself before she fell. The water soaked her hem, chilled her skin, and made her teeth clench. Every second spent walking was a second lost. The moon had risen higher, casting silver light through the branches. If anyone was looking, they might catch a glint. But she knew better than to hope someone would stumble on them. Nay. She had to buy herself time. Her ankle twinged where she'd rolled it earlier, but she gritted her teeth and moved. She needed him off balance. Distracted. Anything to slow him down. Her eyes scanned the path ahead. The ground curved upward again, steep, slick from rain. It would be hard to climb dragging someone. She filed the thought away. "You're quiet now," Jacob muttered, not looking back. "Smart. You always were." She didn't answer. He took that as agreement. "We're almost done with all this." His voice was eerily calm, like a man discussing chores. "Once we get away from here, I'll take care of you. You'll see." She looked down at her wrist, the skin raw where he held her. Her heart was pounding, but her thoughts were sharper than they'd been in weeks. She stumbled. Deliberately. He cursed and jerked her back upright. "Keep moving." "I'm trying," she gasped, leaning more of her weight into him. "You're pulling too hard." He didn't adjust. Just kept dragging her forward. But the stumble had given her a moment, a slight bend in his elbow, a small shift in balance. She twisted suddenly, aiming her knee toward his shin, pushing off the muddy ground with all the strength she had. It wasn't a clean move. She slipped, and his grip didn't break, but he staggered. Enough to throw him off course. Enough for her to wrench free for 1 second. She ran. She didn't look back. The ground blurred beneath her, rocks and roots striking at her boots. She knew she wouldn't get far. But she didn't need to go far. She needed to be seen. Heard. Found. But by the right people, and because of that, she didn't call out. She didn't want to make it easier for Jacob to find her. Her breath came in short, desperate bursts. The edge of her vision flickered. The fear rose in waves, cresting just below panic. She made it up the rise before he caught her again. He slammed into her from behind, and they both went down hard. Her elbow struck a root, her vision exploded with light. She cried out as he rolled her over, pinning her to the earth. "You stupid, ungrateful," his face was twisted with rage. "You ran. Again." "I will always run from you," she spat, her voice low and shaking. "You don't get to own me." He hit the ground beside her with the knife, just once, a crack against the dirt as if to remind her he could, that it was still in his hand. She flinched but didn't cry out. He leaned close. "Nay more games." And then he pulled her up again, dragging her toward the road she couldn't yet see, but she felt it pressing near in the dark. She was bleeding. Her knees burned. Her heart screamed. But she'd made him angry. Slowed him down. And Reuben was out there. She just had to hold on. A little longer. Chapter 57. The hunt begins. Reuben stood at the tree line, his chest heaving, the night air burning in his lungs. His hands were still outstretched from where he'd lunged and missed Hannah. The image of her being dragged into the dark, her shawl torn loose and fluttering to the ground behind her, kept replaying in his mind. For a moment, all he could do was stand there, stricken and still, the silence after her scream pressing into his ears. Then Amos was beside him. The older man placed a firm hand on his arm, steadying him, not harsh, not panicked, but with the same quiet strength that had guided their district for decades. Reuben turned, his eyes wild. "I let him take her," Reuben said, barely able to breathe the words. Reuben knew that it had all gone down in seconds. That there was nae blame, but that didn't help. "Nay," Amos answered, his voice low but clear. "We're not finished yet. You know the land better than he does. You know the paths. And God gave you a gift, use it. And pray." Reuben hesitated, but Amos leaned in closer. "Start with what you can do." The words rooted something in him. Reuben straightened and looked down at Patch, who stood just behind him, his body taut, his nose twitching toward the slope where Jacob had disappeared. Reuben crouched and ran his hand along the dog's back. "Find her," he whispered. "Find him." Patch let out a low, purposeful huff, then dropped his nose to the ground and took off at a run. Reuben didn't hesitate. He followed, Amos just behind him, the sound of approaching lanterns and voices growing louder on the other side of the barn. The sheriff had arrived only minutes before the fire, coordinating from the front of the property while the barn blaze drew the first patrols away. He now moved in parallel to the search, leading another group of men along the east edge of the forest, trying to trap Jacob between their lines. It had all been arranged, at least, in theory. The whistle signals, 2 sharp for stop, 3 slow for regroup, had been practiced for days. The lanterns would be used low to the ground to avoid spooking Jacob or alerting him to which direction the pressure was coming from. Reuben could hear the faint trill of a whistle to the north now, followed by an answering call to the west. The net was closing. But they still didn't know where Jacob had stashed the car. And that was what worried Reuben the most. He raced through the underbrush, ducking beneath a low branch as Patch veered right, down toward the edge of the dried creek bed. Reuben followed without question. The others were fanned out to either side, Dan Miller, Levi Beeler, Eli Schrock, all men who had prayed with him, worked beside him and grown up with him. None of them hesitated. Every few minutes, Amos would sound a soft whistle, 2 short bursts, to let the others know their position. In return, a low flicker of light would answer from the left or right, a signal that someone else was still close. The ground grew uneven as they descended a narrow ravine, and Reuben slowed, careful not to twist his ankle. Patch paused at the base of the hill, sniffed in several directions, and then turned east toward the old deer trail that led down to the road. Reuben's gut clenched. That had to be it. That's where the car would be. He raised his hand in signal to the others, and without a word, they shifted behind him, forming a tighter pattern. The sound of their movement was minimal, just a few boots scraping dirt, the rustle of grass, the occasional soft exhale. They were trained for this now. The last few weeks had taught them what it meant to move like shadows. But time was slipping through their fingers. Reuben thought of Hannah again, how small she'd looked when she ran, how strong she'd sounded when she defied Jacob. She was out here somewhere, bruised, afraid, but still fighting. He had to believe that. He clung to it like a rope. The whistle from the sheriff's team came again, this time closer, sharper, 3 quick bursts. Regroup at the bend. Reuben picked up his pace. The trees began to thin. A flicker of something metallic caught the corner of his eye, and he paused, squinting through the brush. It wasn't a lantern. It was too low to the ground, too still. He moved toward it. Then he saw it. Tucked beneath a rotted tarp and behind a thicket of brush sat a dented gray sedan. Mud-splattered, half buried in leaves, but unmistakably ready. Jacob's car. Reuben signaled again, this time with urgency, and within seconds, 2 of the other men joined him. Amish arrived just behind them, face drawn but focused. "We've got him," Reuben said. Amish nodded. "But we need to get her away from him before he does something." The sheriff's whistle echoed one more time, urgent now, not a signal, but a call. It was time. The trap was nearly sprung. But it wasn't just a chase now. It was a rescue. And they had to get to her before Jacob did anything foolish. Before he harmed her. Chapter 58. No more running. Jacob shoved her forward again, harder this time. Hannah stumbled but caught herself on a low branch, her fingers curling around the rough bark to stay upright. Her legs ached from the pace he'd forced on her. Every step had been a fight against mud, brush, fear, and exhaustion. She knew he was beginning to tire, too. His breathing had grown louder, more ragged. His grip on her had slipped twice in the last 5 minutes. He wasn't calm anymore. He was desperate. "Move," he growled, dragging her up the shallow slope toward the road. "We're almost there." "I can't," she gasped, letting her weight sag just enough to force him to drag her. "My ankle." "You'll move, or I'll make you," he snapped, grabbing her by the upper arm. Hannah didn't scream. The last time she had, he hit her, and she feared he would use the knife. There was something in his eyes. He would kill her if she did the wrong thing. She wouldn't give him that. The thought of never seeing Reuben again was what kept her going. He was coming for her, he wouldn't let her down. She forced herself to go heavier still, her feet half dragging along the path. She was buying time. She had no idea where the others were, Reuben, Amish, the men, and the sheriff, but something inside her said they were close. She had to believe it. And if she could just keep Jacob from reaching that car, from starting the engine and disappearing down the road with her, they might still have a chance. The woods opened slightly ahead. She caught the glint of metal, the car, hidden beneath brush, just as she'd feared. Jacob grinned as he saw it. "There," he muttered. "You see? All this fighting, all this pretending you're better off without me, wasted. It ends here." He let go of her just long enough to reach for the keys in his coat. Hannah ran. She didn't think, didn't hesitate. She bolted to the side, deeper into the trees, away from the road. "You little," Jacob shouted, crashing after her. Her lungs burned. Her heart thundered in her ears. She could hear him gaining on her again, but she pushed harder, darting through brambles and ducking beneath low branches until her breath came in ragged bursts. Then, the ground dropped beneath her. She tumbled, feet slipping on loose gravel, down into a wide hollow she hadn't seen. Pain shot up her side as she hit the bottom. Her hands scraped against rock and moss, and she landed hard in the middle of what looked like an old concrete slab. She blinked. An opening. A round one. Metal-rimmed, rusted. A silo. Old. Abandoned. Hidden by the overgrowth. She scrambled to her feet just as Jacob slid down the incline behind her. She was cornered. There was nowhere left to run. He stood at the top, the knife gleaming faintly in the moonlight. You just don't learn, do you? Hannah backed toward the metal structure, her heart in her throat. She could hear someone, in the trees behind her, but she didn't call out. Not yet. She wouldn't risk giving away her position unless she was sure. Come here, Jacob said, advancing slowly. We'll drive out of here like nothing happened. You'll come back to me, and they'll all forget. They always do. You'll see. Nay, Hannah said, her voice trembling but firm. You don't get to control me anymore. Jacob's face darkened. I made you. You were nothing before me. Then why am I still standing? She asked. Why am I still fighting? He lunged. She ducked, grabbing a piece of loose siding from the base of the silo. It was small and dented, but she swung it as hard as she could. It glanced off his shoulder, enough to throw him off balance. He swore, grabbed her by the wrist, and shoved her back toward the concrete wall. Don't make me hurt you, he spat. Not unless I have to. Let her go. The voice came low and firm from the trees. Jacob froze. Reuben stepped out of the shadows, his figure tall and solid. His coat was torn, sweat was running down his temple, but his expression was calm. Focused. Patch stood beside him, head lowered, teeth bared in a silent warning. Jacob yanked Hannah back against him, the knife at her side now, pressed not to threaten but to bargain. One step closer, and I'll cut her, Jacob said, breath heaving. You won't, Reuben said. You think I'm bluffing? Reuben didn't raise his voice. I think you've lost. Jacob looked behind him, uncertain for the first time. Lantern light flickered from the ridge above. Footsteps closed in on every side, Amos, the sheriff, Levi, Samuel. They were boxing him in. She's mine, Jacob said, louder now, more wild than angry. She chose me. You don't get to take her from me. You took yourself from her, Reuben replied. Jacob shouted something, garbled, furious, and shoved Hannah forward. She stumbled, but Reuben caught her. His arms wrapped around her in one swift motion, pulling her tight to his chest, shielding her as Jacob turned to run, but he didn't get far. Two of the men tackled him before he reached the slope. The knife skittered out of his hand. The sheriff was on him a second later, pressing him to the ground, shouting for cuffs. Hannah buried her face in Reuben's chest, the breath finally leaving her lungs in a broken, shuddering exhale. His arms stayed around her, solid and unmoving, as if he could protect her from all of it, even now. You're safe, he whispered into her ear. You're safe now. She didn't answer, but her hand gripped his coat and didn't let go. Not this time. Not ever again. Chapter 59. The Heart That Waits. The next few months passed in soft, quiet turns, like the pages of a well-loved book slowly unfolding. For Hannah, life became something she no longer tiptoed through. Not always, not every day. But often enough that it felt like healing. She and Reuben began driving to Sunday service together. At first, she sat stiffly on the bench seat of his buggy, her hands clutched tightly in her lap as the horse trotted along the winding roads. He didn't speak much those mornings except to ask if she was warm enough or if she wanted to take the longer road past the orchard. She always said "Ja" to the long way, and he never pushed for more. But gradually, her shoulders loosened. She began to point out the wildflowers. She started to smile when he made a dry joke about the bishop's lengthy sermons. And sometimes, she even reached for his hand without thinking. They went on small picnics in the pasture behind his forge, where the grass grew tall, and bees hummed over clover. He brought bread and apple preserves. She packed boiled eggs and early peaches when they were in season. They sat beneath the trees, watching clouds drift past, and she told him about the herbs she was learning to grow again, how the peppermint had come back stronger than she expected. She never told him that it reminded her of the night Jacob had nearly taken her, how the scent of mint had clung to her sleeves as she ran. She still had nightmares. The kind that clawed their way up from her chest and left her gasping in the dark. Sometimes, after a bad dream, she would withdraw into herself, go silent, pull away when he tried to touch her hand, turn her face toward the window, and pretend not to notice his concern. Reuben never scolded. He never questioned. He simply waited, steady and silent as a rock, until she turned back to him. Once, on a warm evening in June, she startled awake on the porch after dozing beside him during a quiet conversation. She pulled her hand from his too quickly, still tangled in the fog of fear. He didn't say a word. He just shifted closer and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. She went rigid for a moment, her breathing shallow. But then she leaned into him. Just a little. He never let her go. That night, she couldn't sleep. The wind whispered through the trees, and the crickets sang their constant lullaby, but peace wouldn't come. She lit a lamp in the kitchen and sat beside the fire, turning over a jar of calendula in her hands, watching the petals catch the light. She heard the soft knock just after midnight. Reuben. He didn't come in. He just stood there on the porch, like he knew she'd be awake. Like he'd felt it. She opened the door but didn't speak. He held out a paper-wrapped bundle, 2 small lemon cookies, slightly crumbled. "Emma said you didn't eat supper," he murmured. Her throat closed. He didn't ask what the dream had been. He didn't have to. She stepped outside and sat with him, shoulder to shoulder, the silence between them full of things neither needed to say. And just before the sky began to pale with the promise of morning, she whispered, "You're healing my heart." He turned to her slowly, his eyes searching hers with the kind of patience that had carried them through everything. "I think you found mine," he said simply. "And I'm staying right here." They didn't kiss. Not yet. But she reached for his hand, and he took it without hesitation. Later that week, they walked back to Emma and Samuel's after delivering a small bundle of salves to Martha King. The sun was beginning to lower behind the trees, casting the fields in warm light. Hannah's basket swung lightly from her arm, and Reuben had just said something about his brooder's new colt, something she hadn't quite heard because she was too busy watching the way his smile bent just slightly when he spoke about family. The gravel crunched beneath their boots as they reached the final rise in the path that led to the house. And then they saw it. The sheriff's cruiser was parked just beyond the front gate. Hannah stopped walking. The color drained from her face. Her fingers tightened around the handle of the basket. Reuben slowed beside her. "Hannah?" She didn't answer. The screen door creaked open, and the sheriff stepped onto the porch. He removed his hat as he saw them, his expression sober but not unkind. "I'm sorry to come without notice," he said. "But we received a court summons this morning." Reuben turned sharply to Hannah. She had gone very still. "The case is moving forward," the sheriff continued. "There'll be a hearing in August." "Anne." "Hannah, I'm afraid you'll need to testify." Her breath hitched. The basket slipped from her fingers, landing softly in the grass. Then she turned and ran. Hannah, Reuben started, but she didn't stop. She fled toward the barn, her skirts lifting as she disappeared through the open doors, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the silence she left behind. Chapter 60. The Strength to Speak. Reuben found her in the far corner of the barn, crouched beside a stack of hay bales with her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. The shadows clung to the rafters above, filtering the last of the evening light into ribbons that danced across the dusty floor. She didn't hear him at first. Or maybe she had, and she just couldn't bear to look up. He didn't speak right away. He crossed the barn slowly, the soft scuff of his boots the only sound between them. When he knelt beside her, he didn't touch her. He simply sat there, close enough for her to feel, and waited. She drew in a sharp breath. Then another. "I can't," she whispered, her voice raw. "I thought it was over. I thought once he was gone, I'd be free." Reuben looked at her, his brow drawn. "You are free, Hannah. This doesn't take that from you." "It feels like it does." She wiped her cheek with the back of her hand. Standing in front of all those people, telling them everything. Reliving it. He nodded slowly. "I know it hurts. But this is the last piece. You do this, and it ends. Nay more shadows. Nay more looking over your shoulder." "I'm scared," she admitted. "Not just of Jacob. Of what it will take to say it all. Out loud. Like it makes it real again." Reuben shifted closer. His hand brushed gently over hers, and when she didn't pull away, he took her fingers in his. "I'll be there," he said softly. "From the minute you step inside that courtroom to the minute it's done. I'll be sitting behind you. You won't face a single second of it alone." She looked at him then, really looked. His face was calm, but there was steel in his eyes. Not anger, conviction. She realized it wasn't just about protecting her anymore. He was fighting with her. A sob broke from her chest before she could stop it. Reuben moved closer, and this time, he wrapped his arms around her fully. She didn't resist. She let him hold her, let her face bury against his shoulder, let herself tremble until the weight of it all began to spill from her in quiet, aching tears. "I thought he stole my voice," she murmured. "But I think I've just been afraid to use it." Reuben held her tighter. "You still have it. And when you speak, it'll carry further than you think." They stayed in the barn until the light outside began to fade, and the air turned cooler with the promise of night. When they walked back to the house, hand in hand, Hannah felt exhausted, but no longer alone. The days that followed moved too quickly. The summons arrived in the post, formal and cold, with her name printed neatly beneath the date and docket number. Emma cried when she read it aloud. Amos came by to say a prayer. Ruth offered to lend her a better shawl, something strong-looking. And Reuben said nothing at all. He simply stood beside her, his hand warm against hers, a presence so steady it anchored her when she felt like drifting away. They rode to the courthouse together on the morning of the hearing. The road stretched long ahead, lined with hedgerows and open fields. Hannah stared at the horizon and counted her breaths. At the courthouse steps, her knees threatened to buckle, but Reuben reached for her hand and squeezed once. "I'm here," he said. The waiting room was cool and echoing, the wooden bench beneath her harder than she expected. The prosecutor, a kind-eyed woman named Miss Albrecht, spoke gently to her, walking her through the questions she might be asked. Hannah nodded along, but her mind raced. When the courtroom doors opened, and the first witnesses were called, Reuben sat behind her, just as he promised. His presence didn't make the fear vanish, but it made her stronger. And when Jacob was led in, wearing handcuffs and a smug expression she knew too well, she didn't flinch. Her name was called. She rose on legs that trembled but carried her forward. She took the stand. The oath tasted like sand on her tongue. But she said it. Then, the questions began. What happened the night of the fire? How long had she known Jacob Fisher? Did she remember the threats? Each word she spoke felt like peeling back a layer of skin, exposing a part of herself she had fought to protect. Her voice shook. Her hands trembled in her lap. At one point, she had to stop and breathe because her throat had tightened so much she couldn't speak. But when she looked up, Reuben was there. Calm. Watching. Believing. So, she kept going. She told them about the fire, about the messages. About the day Jacob took her from the garden and dragged her through the trees and the rusted silo, where he nearly ended everything. And when the prosecutor asked if she saw her attacker in the room, she turned her head, looked Jacob in the eye, and said, yes. Jacob didn't shout. He didn't fight. But the look in his eyes told her he had heard her, and hated her for it. Which made it all the more worth saying. The sentencing came later that afternoon. She didn't stay for it. She didn't need to. The sheriff came outside after and met her with a small nod. They're taking him straight to state prison. He'll be there a long time. Hannah let out a slow breath she didn't know she'd been holding. When she turned, Reuben was there, waiting. She stepped into his arms without a word, resting her head against his chest, and for the first time since the nightmare began, the silence between them was peaceful. It was over. And she was still standing. Chapter 61. Rain over Clover. The rain came softly the next morning, falling in a fine mist that blanketed the fields in a silver sheen. The sky was pale and low, the clouds heavy but gentle, more comforting than foreboding. It was the kind of weather that asked for stillness, the kind that turned every leaf into something softer, every sound into something quieter. Hannah stood on the back porch, her shawl drawn close, watching the drops gather on the edge of the herb shed's roof. They slid down in crooked trails before dripping into the grass below, steady as a heartbeat. The barn was still. The forge behind Reuben's house sat silent, its chimney cold for once. It felt like the first morning in a long time when there was nae fire to put out, nae court papers waiting, nae patrols circling the property. The fear hadn't vanished entirely, but it no longer pulsed beneath her skin like a living thing. What remained now was the ache that followed a long-held breath finally released. She turned when she heard Reuben's boots approaching, the soft creak of the porch steps beneath his weight. He was already damp from the short walk across the yard, rain clinging to the shoulders of his coat and dotting the brim of his hat. But he smiled when he saw her like he'd been hoping she'd be there. The rain stopped, and the sun shone through the clouds. A rainbow lit up the sky. "Come walk with me," he said. She didn't hesitate. They stepped off the porch together and headed toward the fields. The tall grass brushed at their skirts and trousers, the earth beneath them softened by days of earlier rain. Wild clover had begun to bloom again in small patches, purple and white against the green. Hannah tucked her hand inside her sleeve as they walked, more from habit than need. Reuben said little. He never rushed her into speaking. That was part of what she loved about him, his quiet patience, the way he gave space without withdrawing, the way his presence filled the silence without pressing on it. They reached the low rise that overlooked the creek and stopped for a moment, breathing in the scent of damp soil and summer leaves. Hannah drew in a long breath and let it go. Then she looked at him, really looked. His face was calm, but his eyes were watching her, waiting, not expecting anything, just being near. "I'm not afraid anymore," she said, her voice low but certain. Reuben turned toward her, one brow raised slightly. "Not like before," she added. "There's still fear sometimes. Still shadows. But they don't own me now." He nodded, his eyes soft. "You've come a long way. I didn't think I ever would." She paused, brushing a bit of damp hair back from her cheek. "For a long time, I thought I'd always be broken. That the fire didn't just take my breath, it took my heart." She glanced away, unsure if she could keep speaking. But she felt his hand near, not reaching, not assuming, just present. So she let the words come. "But you stood beside me. You never asked me to be more than I was. You just waited." "I never had to ask," he said. "You were already more than enough." The words caught her off guard. Not because she didn't believe them, but because they were true in a way that didn't sting. She looked down at the path between them, at the space that had once felt so wide and was now nay more than a few inches. Then she reached out and took his hand, not with urgency or hesitation, but with quiet certainty. It wasn't because she needed help. It was because she wanted to. Reuben looked at her hand in his, then at her face. His expression didn't shift much, but the way his thumb gently moved over the back of her hand said everything. They stood that way for a while, the mist falling around them, soft and steady. Eventually, they began walking again, their hands still linked as they made their way back toward the house. Neither of them spoke again, not because there was nothing to say, but because this, finally, was enough. Chapter 62. A Place to Belong. The morning of service dawned with a sky so blue you wanted to stare at it for hours, soft clouds trailing over the ridge like lace laid across the heavens. Hannah smoothed her apron as she stepped out onto the porch, the wind lifting the ends of her cap. Summer was tipping into early fall now, the breeze carrying with it the scent of ripening apples and the earthy breath of turned soil. Reuben stood at the buggy, reins in hand, dressed in his best dark coat, freshly pressed. His hat was tucked under one arm. When he saw her, his face broke into the smile that always seemed to calm her heart before she even reached him. "You look like you've already been to service," he said as she approached. "So peaceful." She smiled as she stepped up. Patch was in the front of the buggy, and he rested his head on her knee. She reached down to stroke it. "That's because I had a full night's sleep." It was true. The nightmares had faded in the last month. Not completely, there were still restless hours, but the sharp, sudden terror that once jerked her from sleep had dulled. It had been replaced by something steadier. Something she hadn't known she'd missed until she had it again. Safety. They rode in quiet companionship, the buggy rocking gently as it followed the road toward the meeting house. The air was full of late summer life, birds darting across the sky, fields lined with goldenrod and tall grass. Reuben didn't speak much, but he didn't need to. His presence beside her, warm and steady, was all the conversation she needed. When they arrived, the yard was already filling with buggies. Familiar voices greeted them as they stepped down, and Reuben offered his hand to help her from the seat. She took it without hesitation, feeling the rough warmth of his calloused fingers wrap around hers. Patch stayed where he was, curled up with a bone and a bowl of water. Inside, the service passed in quiet reverence. The bishop's voice rolled through the psalms with gentle cadence, Amos rising after to speak on endurance, on grace that holds even when the road is broken beneath your feet. He didn't mention her name, not once, but when he spoke of courage, of choosing to live in the light again after walking through fire, she knew. And so did everyone else. She could feel it in the way Sarah Beeler gave her hand a quiet squeeze as they stood for the final hymn. In the soft glances exchanged around the room. In the way Ruth pressed a small square of cloth into her hand, a scrap of quilting she hadn't asked for, stitched with the word, hope. As the congregation filed out and gathered under the trees for the meal, no one made a show of it. But there were touches on her shoulder. Soft smiles. Gentle nods. Not pity. Not whispers. Recognition. Acceptance. Hannah took Reuben's hand again, not because she was overwhelmed, but because she finally knew, without question, that she belonged. They ate beneath the oaks, passing dishes and conversation in equal measure. Reuben stayed near, his quiet presence anchoring her like he always did. When the meal began to wind down, and the buggies started to roll away, he leaned toward her and asked, "Ride with me a while?" She nodded. "I'd like that." Patch leaned against her, and she stroked his silky fur. It had grown longer now and was a mixture of all different browns. He was a little like a collie but with such a striking brown mottled coat that he had to be a mix of many breeds. She didn't care and stroked him, seeing the love in his big brown eyes. They didn't take the road back toward the house. Instead, he guided the horse toward the ridge, where the land sloped high above the valley. It was a quiet place, where wind whispered through the grass, and the view stretched for miles, fields and farms patchworked below, the light catching on rooftops and fences and rows of corn. The sun was beginning to dip behind the hills when Reuben pulled the buggy to a stop. He stepped down and held out his hand again, helping her down before leading her to a small outcropping of stone that overlooked the ridge. They stood side by side for a moment, the hush of twilight settling around them. Then Reuben turned to her. "I've been thinking," he said, his voice low. "About everything that's happened. About what I could have done differently. About what I never want to lose again." She turned to him, her heart already beginning to beat faster. "I don't know what comes next," he went on. "I don't know how long the road ahead is or how smooth it will be. But I know I want to walk it with you." She didn't speak, not yet. "I've waited," he said. "Not because I wasn't sure. But because I knew you needed to be. And now." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small cloth bundle, carefully wrapped. When he unfolded it, nestled inside was a piece of dark, polished iron, smooth and oval, no larger than his palm. Along one side, he had etched a single line by hand, "For the one who brought me home." He held it out to her, voice quiet but steady. "Hannah Yoder, I love you so much. I love you more than I can say. Will you marry me?" The tears came before the words. Not sharp, sudden sobs, but slow, quiet drops that gathered at the corners of her eyes and slid down her cheeks like the softest kind of rain. She nodded. Then whispered, "Jaw. I love you, too. I love you, Reuben." Reuben smiled, not wide or boastful, but full and bright, the kind of smile that said everything words never could. He slipped the metal into her hand, then pulled her close. She rested her head against his shoulder, arms wrapping around him, breathing in the scent of wind and wool and the quiet relief of finally arriving home in someone's arms. When she looked up, her eyes found his, steady, warm, full of all the things he hadn't said aloud. For a heartbeat, they simply sat there, the air between them charged with everything they had come through. Then he leaned in. And this time, she met him halfway. Their lips touched, soft at first, then sure, the kind of kiss that didn't ask for permission but offered a promise. It was steady, real, and full of all the things they hadn't been able to say: gratitude, healing, love. When they parted, their foreheads rested together, and Hannah smiled through the shimmer in her eyes. "Ja," she whispered. "Ja, I would love to marry you." The sun dipped lower, casting the ridge in gold. And there, with nothing but the fields beneath them and the sky above, Hannah knew. She was safe. She was loved. Her heart was healed and she was ready for the rest of forever. Epilogue. New vows, new trouble. The day of Hannah and Reuben's wedding dawned clear and warm, the kind of early autumn day that carried both the joy of summer's end and the crisp promise of something new. The yard outside Amos and Sarah Ballar's house had been transformed. Rows of long wooden tables covered in white cloths, vases of late blooms and celery set along their length, and enough pie to feed 2 districts. The ceremony was simple, as always, held inside the barn with family and community shoulder to shoulder on benches pulled from wagons and kitchen corners. Amos stood at the front, his voice calm and full of affection as he spoke of love that endures through trial, of hands that hold fast in flame and in stillness. Patch was curled up at the front of the barn, watching and waiting. Loyal and loving, he would be with them as long as he could. Hannah stood beside Reuben in a new deep blue dress. It was much like her everyday dress, but it felt special. She had sewn it with Lydia's help just for today. Her cheeks touched with rose, her eyes brighter than they'd been in a long time. Reuben looked much the same as he always did, steady, strong, quiet, but there was a softness around his mouth, a calm joy that hadn't been there before. When Amos asked the questions, Hannah's jaw was clear and certain, her hand in Reuben's unwavering. And when the prayer was said and the hands blessed, there were tears in the room, some quiet, some open. Ruth sniffled openly behind a napkin. Sarah Beeler dabbed at her eyes with a corner of her apron. And Tabby leaned into Gabriel's shoulder with a proud little smile. Afterward, the celebration spilled outdoors. The women served chicken, pickled vegetables, warm bread, and slices of apple tart, still fragrant from the ovens. Kinner darted between benches with ribbons and scraps of leftover cake while the men gathered in quiet clusters, sipping coffee and talking of harvests and marriages to come. Reuben and Hannah sat side by side beneath the old maple tree, the shade cool, their joined hands resting between them. Every time Hannah looked at him, her heart swelled with disbelief and gratitude. This man, this quiet, loyal, deeply kind man, was her home now. And she'd found peace not by running from the past but by walking straight through it with someone who never once let go. Emma and Samuel came to say their blessings just before the pie was served. Emma, radiant in her soft green dress, took Hannah's hands in both of hers and gave her a look that said everything. "I never thought we'd see the day," Emma said softly. "And now I don't know what I'll do without hearing your steps in the kitchen in the morning." "You'll finally have a moment's peace, that's what," Hannah teased, her voice breaking with emotion. Samuel pulled her into a gentle, fatherly hug. "You'll always have a place with us. But it's time now. You're going home." "I know," she whispered. "Denki, for everything." Lydia was next, throwing her arms around Hannah in a warm, tight hug. "You better be at Quilting Circle next week," she said. "Nay, hiding behind your husband's forge." "I'll bring cookies," Hannah promised with a smile. Lydia held her a moment longer, and when she pulled away, her eyes were shining. "I'm so happy for you. It should have been a perfect moment." And then Lydia turned and saw him. Aaron King. He stood across the yard near the edge of the orchard, talking to Dan Miller, his sleeves rolled, his hat in his hands. He looked like he belonged here, like any other man in the district. He looked relaxed, until his gaze met Lydia's. He smiled. It wasn't smug or mocking. It was genuine. That infuriated her more than anything. She stalked across the grass toward him, her jaw tight. "I didn't expect you to come," she said, voice low. Aaron blinked, his smile faltering. "I helped Reuben build the new shed, Lydia. We're neighbors. I came to celebrate like everyone." "Well, you've celebrated. Now leave me alone." He took a step back, not because he was afraid, but because he could see the fire in her eyes. "I was just being polite." "Don't," she snapped. "Don't pretend we're fine. Don't smile like you didn't steal from my family. Like you didn't hide behind my dade's struggle to grab what you could. I'll never trust you, Aaron. You're despicable, and you should keep out of my way." His expression shifted, just slightly. Not guilt. Not anger. Something quieter. Something more hurt than he wanted to show. "I never wanted to hurt your family," he said softly. "You don't have the whole story." "I have enough of it," she said coldly and turned on her heel. She didn't see Ruth until she was halfway back to the tables. The older woman stood beside Tabby under the shade of the willow, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Tabby leaned in and whispered something with a grin, but Ruth didn't smile. She just watched Lydia storm away. Then she turned to Tabby and said, "I think I've found my next challenge." Tabby laughed aloud. "Oh, nay. Not those two. You have nae chance." "Oh, Ja," Ruth said, eyes twinkling. "I see the chemistry. It's going to be glorious."